Ah, all right. Here we are. It is the weekly Alaboom, the 6th of November, year of our Lord, 2024. Um, well, I'll just say right now, obviously we'll probably talk about BGG Con next week, which is going to be fun.
Yeah, BGG.
Uh, and we'll talk about games and maybe we have an initials or something. I don't know. But today I'm pretty sure we'll have a lot to do with the momentous news that happened yesterday. So if talking politics isn't your thing, if one of the people, if you're a person that's out there that's like, I don't want games in my politics or whatever,
Vice
um,
versa.
yeah, I mean, you probably just shouldn't watch this one because I don't know what to tell you. Um, I don't know. Pretty angry. I don't know what else to say really. Other than I guess if you want to hear my late night rant, if you're friends with me on the Facebook, you can go find my several paragraph angry ramblings of somebody who's on his second or third glass of whiskey at that point. Um,
What was that whiskey you were drinking?
Old Tub.
The Old Tub. Where'd you get that one from? I never heard
Shane
of that
sent
one.
it to me for
Like
Christmas one
Old
year.
Crow. Old Tub.
Old Old Tub. So
Kentucky
it
straight bourbon
is
whiskey.
it is supposedly here. I can't read it because my lights are off. Hold on, I'll
Who
turn my
who who makes that?
Jim Beam does actually.
Oh, is
So
it a Jim Beam product?
um Jim Beam's Old Tub is a bottled to bond Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey, just like the original Old Tub. It has not been carbon or chill filtered, only quality screened to remove bits of barrel wood. It's the next best thing to thieving the barrel yourself. You may notice some haziness when you add ice. Think of it as an indicator of the true full flavor of this bourbon.
Okay.
Yes. Old Tub. It's the
I had not heard of it before.
I hadn't either. And then Shane said he usually sends me like a bottle of nice whiskey every Christmas and he sent me two. He was like, this is for when you're happy with something that was like expensive, and this is for when you're sad. He sent me the Old Tub. So
Oh, the
you
Old
might as
Tub's for
well.
sadness. What was the happy one?
Um this really, really good, smooth called Red Breast. That is I mean
Red
it's
breast.
it's called Red Breast here. Maybe I can find.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I used to
he,
drink Bullet
all
when I was,
right.
when I was drinking. I haven't drank since 2020. A lot
It's
of
pretty
years.
rare. It's pretty rare for me. However,
Yeah.
it's
I thought about
uh,
drinking last night,
you
but I
know,
was
it
already feeling kind of bad, so I'm like, I didn't want to like complicate it with liquor.
it definitely helped me fall asleep. I'll say that. It was
I
like,
felt
I'm gonna
what
go
was
to bed.
crazy. I fell asleep pretty quick actually when I came to the realization that it was basically over. I went this pretty quickly, and then I woke up in a shock because I had my glasses on and they fogged up, and I thought the room was on fire, which is kind of weird. That was scary for a moment.
Yeah. I mean, think then you woke up and you were really scared. But bumped.
Well, I woke up
Um,
to Talking Heads on the TV because we left on MSNBC all night. That's our channel of choice,
I you know,
the liberal channel of choice.
I just I mean I like heard some of the talking head stuff and I just had to like I couldn't listen to it. I mean, and maybe that's just
After
me
a while,
not.
I was just done with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, look, I mean, we can sit here and yak 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 all day long. Here you go. This is
Oh, red
uh
breast. What's that
yes.
from? Is that
Well,
also a bean
that's
product?
I think that's just their own company.
Oh, it's probably gonna be owned by somebody though.
I'm probably it is,
All these
but it
brands. There's only like four liquor
Yeah.
in the world.
Um, but it's made in Ireland, and so
Okay. Oh, it's an Irish whiskey.
yeah,
Okay.
it's an Irish whiskey. Yeah,
So
so
it's probably like a Jameson or something.
yeah, but it's better than Jameson.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
sure.
it's
Definitely a different looking.
I remember I for Christmas after I got it, I brought it over to my dad's because my dad and his wife they winter in Arizona and they have a condo, and then I brought it over there thinking, okay, he and I will have a few drinks of it or whatever, and we ended up finishing the bottle, and then like he went out and tracked a bottle down in Arizona as soon as he got there. So as my father said, with books and it's like I'll buy him a bottle of whiskey for Christmas, and if he likes it, it's usually gone in a week. And I was just like, it's like, aren't you supposed to savor that? And he's like, when it comes to books and whiskey, I don't screw around. Like when I give him a book to read, he reads it in like 2 days. If he likes it, he gives it like the first like 50 to 100 pages, and if he likes it, he just sits down and reads the whole thing. And I guess like the whiskey, he just drinks that.
Redbreast is a subsidiary of Pernod Ricard. I never heard of that.
Like Picard, like Bacardi.
Pernod, no, Ricard.
Robert
P-E-R-N.
Robert Purdon, I'm hoping your dad's okay. That sucks. I don't tell you, man, other than I hope your father's okay, and then you he can get out of the hospital quick and you can go home too. So
Yeah, best wishes.
uh you know,
I had some band. I mean, this is not the best of times to bring this up, but I had bad news from a friend, an admin, long time ago. I haven't talked to him in a few years, and turned out I learned that he died today or yesterday.
oh,
Yeah,
that
so
sucks.
great. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, double whammy. Anyway, best wishes to your father. I'm hoping he's pulled through and everything is good. Yeah,
Um
my buddy Ben Baldonza. He was the CEO of Spirit Airlines. Do you remember him? The name?
I remember Spirit Airlines. I
You
mean,
remember the name?
I
Oh, yeah, he was.
yeah, I think I remember the name too now that you mention it. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a gamer, and he was he's a good guy. Anyway,
Yeah. Well, may his
he's only
may his memory
63.
be a benediction, as they say,
Yeah, well,
Uh,
we'll set him up with a memorial on BGG, and yeah,
um uh I try to remember the um there's a quote or whatever. It's like a longer quote by Pierce. Here, hold on. By Pierce Bish Shelley, and then he had a quote or whatever about I gotta find it now. Uh I can't remember what it was, but it was something. It was like just a quick thing, like a eulogy he gave, and it was like one of the things where it's uh, like blessed be the man that like lives a life of just of countenance and giving and so on and so forth. And one of the last things, um, may his may the lives be that they touch be blessed, and may their memory be a benediction. I can't remember the whole thing, but yeah, no, I mean that sucks, and well, we're all getting older, right? You know,
yeah, he was a young guy, 63, youngish.
yeah,
That's not old, right? I mean, it's older. Feels young.
yeah.
Um,
I mean that's one of those you kind of you do wonder the uh you do. I mean, yeah, it's too young, right? Unless there's
yeah,
something else going on.
Well, he was diagnosed with ALS 3 years ago.
All right. Yeah. Well, there you go. Um,
Anyway, all right.
yeah,
Back to
anyway,
the
indeed.
election.
Well, I mean, what are you gonna say other than the
I
fact
don't know.
that it
I was
sucks?
not,
But I mean,
it was like a, I mean, here's the thing. It still was a coin flip, right?
I guess if you want to say, if you want to say 15 million less people voting for Harris than Biden, it's a coin flip, you know.
That's depressing.
Yeah.
That's depressing.
I the thing that bothers me, well, there's lots of things that bother me. And if you get me going, I'll talk about it a lot. But you know, it's one of those things where yeah, you can point fingers all day long, but I mean ultimately it's like we can only vote once. And
Yeah.
um so you have to look at like the bigger problems. And then you have to look at like things where, and I apologize, this is gonna be kind of a lengthy um uh whatever. Not really a rant, but just it's one of those things where I personally think that these are situations where when the two-party system, when the party that you want to support just can't get out of their own way repeatedly. I realize hindsight is always 2020, and you can always go back and say, "Oh, well, this, that, and the other thing." But um, yeah, the problem is that we like to tell ourselves, "Well, Obama was elected and reelected," and we like to tell ourselves, "Oh, that means that we're moving beyond racism in this country." But the problem is that we're not. I mean, yeah, I mean that was a momentous thing that happened, and it's something that it should definitely be celebrated. But I mean, you have to continue. I saw somebody quote Martin Luther King. It's just like they said that you have to take comfort in the fact that the universe always the universe takes a long time, but it is always bending towards justice. It it it, it constantly moves towards the betterment, right? And you have to take some sort of solace in that. But it's like at the present time, it's just if he got the popular vote, I mean, what does that tell you? I mean, that just tells you that you know why are these people wanting to
Well,
vote for somebody that has like on at face value has so many things that are just glaring issues and problems, but they just don't care, you know and that's what I don't get. And I guess I can understand if it's like you are being absolutely, I mean, right now, I heard a stat here. This is a good one. I want you to guess. And I told this to Rebecca, my wife, and I heard it on the radio. What is the average age of a home buyer right now? And this is like somebody buying a house.
average
This is
age.
the average age of a home buyer. This isn't
I
first.
would say
I mean, this is anybody.
29.
How old?
29.
It's 54.
54. That's crazy.
People
Can't buy houses.
people can't buy a home right now.
That's a bigger problem than I thought it would be. Yeah, that's a big problem.
People are feeling there was when I was watching my news coverage, um when I was watching news coverage, they had this, and I mean, you can probably Google it and find it, but it was just the United States, and I was watching CNN.
Where'd you get that piece of data from, by the way?
It was just on the radio. I don't know where they got it. They were like talking. I mean, it was talk radio. So
Yeah.
I mean, so it could be
I mean,
wrong, but I have to.
54. What was it? 54?
Yeah.
I'm 53.
Well, I mean, like, look at, I mean, my just in the last whatever 2 years, my dad and his wife, my dad's 80, his wife is 69.
My Google just food it just to 38, by the way. So
Well,
there's differing numbers here.
yeah, well, I mean, but still 38. I mean, when I
Which
was in
is
my
up from
20s, people were buying
35. Yeah. I mean, this is just the top hit of Google, right?
regardless.
38 up from 35 in 2023. So this year, 38 is the new number. Yeah,
Um,
that's quite high in my opinion.
well, and maybe it's wrong, but that's what I heard on the radio. And that was, whatever, news national talk radio conversation thing happening. But like I said, I mean, my my dad and his wife are definitely seniors, and they just bought a brand new house. They sold their house and like downsized to a small, house that more suited their lifestyle. And
So
that
here's the
was
crazy thing. The second link says 56. So
yeah. So where are they getting the stats from?
I
Who
don't know where
knows?
these numbers are coming from.
It doesn't, I mean, I
Yeah.
guess so. I can understand that if you are like, I can't afford to put gas in my car on a regular basis. I'm worried I'm not going to be able to buy food, uh, for my family. Oh, and this showed, and I'll see. Let me see if I can find this. But I mean, I get that. I get
How
like you're
much of the
like,
country is in that position, do you think?
well, that
More
is
than half?
um counties
More
in
than
the
half?
U.S. where wages.
So here's my only thing I could see. The desperate times requires a complete overhaul of the system. And the desperation must been way higher than we knew. That's my theory. That it didn't matter who was running. It was just going to be whoever is not currently in charge. But we all point to the character of the person that got voted for, and that's the thing we can't comprehend. But I can comprehend when you have nowhere else to go that you would go to the others to what you felt was going to change your
Or
life.
you just don't go vote.
And that's probably what happened too.
Well, when 15 million less people,
Yeah, 100%. What was the final numbers for voting compared to
it was
20
18 million less, 3 million
18
less
million
for
less?
3 million less for Trump, 15 million less for Kamala versus
That's crazy. Yeah, that's
I wish I could find the map on CNN.com, and they were talking about what possible things and
that was their article.
well, no, there was just a map that the talking heads were talking as the election was progressing, and you could see it was heading down a path that we weren't going to be happy about. And they showed basically a picture of every single county in the United States, and it showed every single county, and it showed and it was like all brown and tan and yellow, and then there were like little spots of green, not many, but little spots of green. And they said the green counties are where the wages of the people in those counties are increasing at the same rate or more than inflation. Everywhere else, it wasn't.
Lower.
Yeah, things were getting more expensive, and wages weren't raising to be at that point anymore. And I mean,
Well, maybe there was really nothing that could be done then.
I in
Like,
my
what's in
gut,
hindsight, like, would Joe Biden have been better? Probably not.
neither of
'Cause I
them.
think I think the problem was it was one of those problems that there was really no good person to run there
Well,
for the
I
party in
think
power. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just not going to happen. If you are on that bad side of the economy, you can't win, most likely. Like what, like in history, I'd be curious to know what the economies were of the people who lost that were thinking they were going to win. You know what I mean? Oh, I don't know.
yeah.
There's
I
only
mean,
very few one-term presidents in the modern era, right? Like at most, I think H.W. Bush was the first one term
Well, he wasn't the first one term. I
in
mean,
like the last 100 years.
well, Carter was a one termer.
Carter was a one-term president.
Mm,
Yeah, COVID. Thanks, COVID.
I think now I don't agree with this mindset, and I don't agree with people that feel this way. But I have always said I can absolutely understand people that feel that abortion is murder, like you're killing a person. And like I can understand people feeling so strongly about that, like we need to stop this from ever happening. I understand why those people would, plug their nose to everything else
Hmm.
and vote.
Yeah, if you're a single issue voter and that's your issue,
Yeah.
you
I
vote.
mean, I
That's how you
guess
vote.
I can understand that. But what
You're fading into darkness there.
well, maybe I
There
should.
you go.
Yeah, well, see now, see, I
Back.
should
You're
do
back.
more white, like less white screen things. So this is because my Facebook is dark screened, because I don't like the bright lights. Um,
Bright light.
I just so I get that, right?
I get it too. Yeah, I get it too.
I understand. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with that
Me neither.
well, and quite honestly, I don't feel like I get to have a say in either
100%.
either of them. Like, I can have
Yeah.
my opinion, but I should just keep my mouth shut the entire time because it's literally none of my goddamn business. I
I think I saw somewhere that where the abortion is on the bill or on the ballot was I think they were mostly voted for positively, like abortion rights.
Yeah, like it was
Like
it
they
wa- I
separated it
saw that
out.
as well. I saw that as well.
So if
Like
you
like
voted for the abort, you so that would let you a vote for a woman's right to choose and also vote for Trump.
so I mean, look at
Right? It was not
Georgia.
they were not coupled together.
I mean, in all the battleground states, like Harris lost all of them, right? I mean, I guess Nevada hasn't been decided, but who cares at this point? She lost all the battleground states. She lost
Yes.
all the states that Biden
By
took.
only like a percentage point, right?
In some cases, Georgia was lost pretty handily. I mean, I'm not going to
They
look it
weren't
up.
landslides.
They weren't landslides. Georgia was several percentage points. I mean, so
Yeah.
I mean that was um like they said that 70% of white women voted for Trump in Georgia. Like literally voting for
That's
a
mind-boggling.
a a alleged, since nothing has ever been proven, but somebody who has dozens of sexual harassment and sexual assault allegations against him, and you're
It's mind-boggling.
I mean, I don't get it, right? And maybe I'm not supposed to get it. Maybe I'm not
I don't think
supposed
we're
to.
going to. We're not going to be able to.
I it's and here's this is what probably it sadly and and somebody should have woken up and said this at some point. Biden should have had the mentality of saying, I'm not going to run like this. I'm going to do one term and I'm done.
He did say that.
Well,
He
that's
did.
right. And then
So,
they basically said, no, no, you're going to
and
do
then he
it.
changed his mind.
Well, because old money, I mean, I don't know. This is, again, I don't know anything. All I have is theories. All I have is what I think. But old money, deep pockets, saying, let's keep the status quo. Let's keep them going. And then, I mean,
Well, he did say he wanted to finish everything he started. which I can understand that would be
I can understand
a
that too.
desire to
But
keep going.
yeah, we all
But I think, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what his mental
we all
capacity. I
saw.
mean,
I mean,
we'd always heard up until the end where his mental capacity was razor sharp the entire time, and then all of a sudden it's not. So
and it just
who was lying or who was telling you? Like maybe it was something that was very quickly
oh
happening.
maybe and who knows, right? I mean,
Yeah,
maybe we'll
who
find
knows?
something out. But I mean, do you realize that like basically he's been under like lock and key for like when was the last
I
time you
was
saw
hoping he
him
would
out?
say something. Yeah.
When
Well,
was the last time we saw him
no,
come out and
it
talk
came
about
out when he
anything?
said that garbage thing. The
Yeah.
garbage quote. That's basically the only time you've heard of him, like in the past month or two. Anyway,
Uh,
yeah. So they got him on film for that, and Mike, which
I
didn't help things, but I don't think that was really that that whole man. That, like I said, there's many. The only thing that makes sense to me in my mind is the faced with an economy that you basically can't pay your bills and you are worried about what you're going to do for the rest of your life and you cannot get a house. That's desperate times.
I mean, when I was in my 20s, everybody was talking about buying a house because you could.
Yeah, yeah,
And
sure.
um did you see George W. came out and thanked did basically the write me the congratulations and thank you, basically like the statement of I congratulate, Trump and JD Vance on their victory and I thank, Biden and Harris for their service to our country.
Whatever.
But no, but the thing is, go look at that. Go Google the blip. He looks so much like his dad now. Like before, remember he
Uh,
always just kind of looked like, but now it was just like, oh my gosh, wait a minute. I was like, I thought
is
Herbert
that
Walker had
HW?
passed away. I think
Yeah.
I was just like when I saw George Bush, I was like, he is like he's a dead ringer.
Did they put out a picture?
Oh yeah.
I kind of hope I was seeing him around town sometimes, but I don't think it's going to happen. I tell you my one of my
When
friends
they asked
talked
if he'd
to.
endorse Trump, he just said no. It's like they
Sure, but he didn't
when they
endorse
no, he
Harris.
didn't endorse. Yeah, but when
He
they asked
basically stayed neutral.
he was
Um,
like,
here's
I'm
the
out
thing.
of public
It
service. See
wouldn't
you later."
matter.
Mm.
It really didn't matter. Um, by the
When
way, one of
every
my
single member of the cabinet basically said he's not fit to
it doesn't
lead, don't
matter.
vote
Here's the
this
thing.
guy.
You gotta put yourself in the mind. Here's the only thing that makes sense to me. You gotta put yourself in the mindset of someone so desperate that you're basically going to vote for anybody who's not in charge to get you a better job world, a better economic world to live in. And if that's that many people, you can't win that. That's my feeling on this whole thing. Doesn't matter who ran. Um, one of my friends was in jury duty with W.
Oh yeah,
He had to show up for jury duty, and she was there, and they took pictures and stuff. And she's got a picture with him, which when he
that's
moved to
pretty
Dallas,
awesome.
yeah. Anyway, I was hoping to see him someday because he's sort of in the area, but I doubt I will.
No, I'm pretty sure they.
He does look like HW. Oh my
It
God,
doesn't
Mark,
he? It's
you
like
that's crazy. It's
it's
a
like a spot.
transformation.
It's like a spot on. I mean,
I was
but
like,
part of
oh yeah,
me
that's HW.
but part of
Oh
me
my
is
God.
part of me is saying, did they just get lazy
Is it the
and
wrong photo? That's him though. I can see it as him, but my first look of him, I'm like, oh, that's his father. That's
yeah,
crazy.
here I'll
Yeah, you should show the picture.
yeah, no, I mean which is, whatever. We all get older. We all become our parents, right? So um
Yeah.
here I'll share screen. Gotta find the button, of course. Uh but yeah.
Yep, that's the picture.
I mean that
Yes,
looks
that picture really
that
is.
looks like his
And
dad.
do you have an HW picture next that you can put them side by
Um
side? You have to open a new one or side by side, or
Oh, shut up. I'll just like,
you need an older picture.
yeah, right here. Like there's one.
Yeah, that.
Yeah,
uh,
it's just, I don't know. It's just, it's whatever. We all become our parents. We all slowly but surely become our
yeah,
parents. You
it's
can't fight
almost like they're
genetics.
related.
Yeah. Meh. Um, I love the fact that, not that we're totally off on a tangent, but I love the fact that like, um, W just like he got out of politics. He just said, "See you later," and
And
he's
he
like,
started watercolor.
"I'm just gonna start painting." And then people like had like art critics look at his stuff and they're all like, "Yeah, it's all garbage," and he's just like, "Yeah, whatever. I
Who
like doing it."
cares? I wouldn't give a shit.
Yeah,
I've got keyboards and I don't play a single note.
yeah. He's just like,
I don't
"Whatever."
care. Don't care.
I
Makes you
am,
happy.
yeah, I am completely checked out.
Anyway,
And
but that's the only. So I mean, I feel like that I can put myself in their shoes. I understand why the vote was made. I don't
yeah,
love it. I don't like it, and there was really nothing that could be done unless you're going to start handing out stimulus checks again, which is not good, and puts us probably back into a higher inflation.
well, and that's just it. It's like it's one of those things where people are like, oh, why is inflation so high? It was like, well, one of the ways that we've, countered inflation in the past that worked was raising the fuck out of income taxes, you know? But people don't want to do that, right? They feel like, oh, that feels like, um, well,
Well,
it seems
I'm no
counterintuitive.
expert, but I think printing a lot of money basically put us in this problem.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean,
Basically printed money.
don't let Forrest get started on that. Just make more. Just put it out there. There's nothing stopping you.
Hyperinflation. Have you seen
You know,
those $1 billion bills?
I can remember as a kid, when I was, and I've told the story before, but I remember as a kid when I was 18 years old and I was in Italy and we had before the euro existed, right? And we had to change in our American money for lira. And I was like, yeah, I got
Yeah.
$100, and it's like, oh, here's your, 94,000 lira. And I was just like, I'm rich. No, no, it's just if you want a soda, it's 3,000 lira, just like I mean, you you don't eventually, like figure that out. I mean, I don't know.
By the
It's
way, so monetary policy primarily involves changing interest rates to control inflation. Fiscal policy enacted through legislative action also helps. Governments may reduce spending and increase taxes as a way to reduce inflation.
Yeah,
So there's your solution. By the way, if you raise taxes, you're not going to get reelected.
I don't know. Isn't it sad that like you start actually thinking, would JD Vance be better? Not
Oh
that
God,
you're gonna wish,
I
not that.
really dislike that guy.
Well,
I
no,
mean,
so do I, so do I.
he's
But
he's the fact that he. Oh my God, I don't even want to get started. Honestly, I don't want to go down the path.
yeah,
But what kind of person? I'm not going to start it. I'm not going to say anything.
no, I mean, I
I'm not
know
going to say anything.
everybody's garbage. Nobody's happy. Everything sucks.
Well, we can just now. All that we can do now is hope certain promises are not kept. I can think of many of them.
I, yeah, I don't know. I don't
And
have.
his past record, he kept no promises except for one in the past. He lowered taxes for rich people.
Oh yeah, and
That's the
you'll
only
do that
promise he
again. You know you
kept,
will.
or in the original. First,
Because that means they'll spend more to help people if you don't take as much money from them. Just it's always I've read that like whenever you've allowed rich people to have more money because you think that they will, make your country better. I'm already getting mad. It just
Well, we shouldn't talk about the policies.
no, because they're all lies and bullshit. And
Yeah, I'm hoping they're all lies. But that being said, I had an emergency meeting this morning with my team about certain things in the company that we do.
mm,
We are pivoting, let's say.
I hope it goes well.
I think any company like us should have that conversation.
I
Be- yeah, I mean, anyway,
I mean, let's
I'm
make
referring to tariffs.
let's yeah. Well, the tariffs are
Yeah.
just don't even get me started. I
What would happen to the board game industry if board games were 100% more expensive? Because you can't absorb that cost.
no.
You can't just say, "Oh, I'll eat it." I mean, your company won't exist if you do. You
Oh
basically,
no, we've already I
yeah,
mean,
you can't sell
like
stuff for half as much as what you paid for it.
we've Shane and I talked today, and one of the best things that we have is that all of our stuff is getting here in December. Like the last of all
Well,
of our
that's good.
stuff,
Yeah, and we're basically doing similar things.
you know, and
But
and
then
and
what?
and and if any weird and like we're gonna be launching Chambers of Midgard and like collector's edition like the with which is gonna be a super sweet thing. And when I have things I can actually show, I will show here. But uh when we're gonna say you know if we get some sort of weird tariff thing or whatever that makes this like cost an extra whatever percentage to get, we will be
An
asking our
extra
backers to
100%?
yeah we will be asking our backers to pay for it. I mean, or it
Do you
will
think
sit and
well,
wait.
I'll be curious to see how that flows. I mean, that's basically what you're gonna have to do.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
Or you just basically say, well, I don't know. I don't know what to do, honestly, for kickstarting. Because you don't know what the future is gonna be.
I you know, I here's my thing that like the Democrats, the Democratic Party is constantly saying they're going to do all of these wonderful things for for you know for the people that live in this country. They're gonna get rid of student loan debt. They're going to offer free college.
Tried.
They're going to you need to fucking try harder. And I realize, yeah,
Well,
I
no,
mean,
yeah, exactly. Like you tried, but you didn't have make it happen, and now you're paying the price.
yeah,
Yeah.
you
It's been a disappointing 4 years, in my opinion.
you hear like it's like oh, we're gonna raise the federal minimum wage. We're gonna you hear free healthcare. They it's always we're gonna do this, that, and the other thing, and it never happens. It just and so when you have a situation where you have, I mean, like if you're really, really fucking honest with yourselves, like really fucking honest with yourselves, am I better off or worse than I was 4 years ago right now? And like, in certain aspects, better, certain
Uh,
aspects, no. But like
I
financially,
think we're better off. I remember we couldn't get toilet paper.
I mean, fair, fair. But financially, I'm definitely like less now than I was 4 years ago. I mean, it's just, I mean, we're not struggling, thank God. But, you know, if we take an honest look at the situation. But I have always said I am more than happy to let my government tax the shit out of my income if it means that like children are fed, if it means that,
Free school,
yeah, free school, free healthcare,
meaning
free things.
college, not
Yeah.
high school.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I am totally in favor of them doing that if it's doing something that it makes everything better for everyone. because you'll figure out a way to make it work, right? And it's just like, and the more people that have access to those things, those like in Minnesota, every single student eats for free. You don't have to pay for lunches anymore.
And that was like a Tim Walz thing, right?
Yeah, it's just
Well, he
everybody
didn't
eats for
get for
free.
governor.
No, I
When's he up
mean,
for re-election?
I don't know. People hate him though. I mean, like
Really?
well, no, I
Seems
mean,
like such
I
a
don't.
likable guy.
I know people in living in Minnesota that just despise him. I saw
Hmm.
more than a few of them now that I
Is he
don't.
because he's got socialistic like tendencies?
Yeah, and they
And
blame
for some reason, that's a bad word, but it doesn't make any sense to me at all.
him for, anything and everything. I mean, just like, why don't I have this? Why don't I have that? I mean, it's just like everything is, I mean,
I
there's a
can't
lot of
even.
garbage.
When was the company, the country truly happy? Can you think of when?
I mean, and I don't mean this as like I believe this personally, but when you had situation where when there was that nationalist fervor of like after 9/11
Post
and
9/11?
after post 9/11, I mean everybody was just like you mess with us, you get the horns, that bullshit, like we all
I
bought into
felt
that.
patriotic for sure. Even like when George Bush pulled out the
Oh,
horn,
yeah, when he pulled out the bullhorn.
that was a uniting moment.
I mean, somebody could have like scripted that completely, but that moment where the guy says, "We can't hear
Didn't matter.
you,"
Didn't matter.
he says, "We can't hear you," and
You
he
think that
says,
was
"Well,
scripted?
who knows?" But he goes, you
I don't
know,
think so.
well, I can hear you, and the people that did this for sure are going to hear from us,
It's
and you're just like, oh,
I was like, oh, exactly.
oh,
For sure. It definitely it made you feel patriotic.
yeah, no, I made you
And
feel like,
all together. That was probably the last time I think the country has felt
well,
like
he
that.
had like a 91% approval rating at that point. I mean, it was just like
Yeah,
there
until he
was.
went to
Oh
war.
yeah, yeah. I mean, all things come to an end, right? But at that moment, like everybody was like all in. They were just like, yeah, you know,
Do you remember when people would ride by and honk their horn? Like people would be like honk for America, that
yeah.
whole I remember those days.
And
I don't know,
and
but I don't know if I felt like that was the best time. But I mean, maybe Clinton years. I don't know. I can't really remember that back that far.
yeah, I don't know.
Like the sense of the country, because also we didn't have the internet, right? So you didn't really know who was not happy. Like no one was bitching the way it is
Yeah.
now. We have everybody's got a megaphone to bitch. So the
Well,
amplify.
yeah. I mean, but I mean, I'll always remember that. I mean, and then and I mean, it's ancient fucking history. But I mean, let's be honest. I mean, there was a lot of. I mean, I think Obama. I mean, people hated him, but they hated him because he was so goddamn popular and because he was a good fucking president. And they hated the fact that like people, because yeah, and this sounds horrible, but I mean, this country, for whatever goddamn reason, just cannot and will not get behind a woman leader. They just will not. And it's not just men either. It's men and women. And I don't know what it is. And it's all well and good for us to say, well, that's fucking bullshit and we need to change that. I will be the first to get up on and I'll say I agree, but if you're staring at a situation in the face where it's like, well, if we have a woman run for this position, there's a really, really good chance that she's going to lose just because she's a woman. What's what's the better option there? Like I mean, do you try to go with the person that you think is going to win? I mean, find some. I mean, I don't even know. I honestly don't even know at this point. I mean, here's the
Yeah, I
thing
don't know
that
either.
that really sucks is that in 2020 when they were trying to figure out who was going to run against Trump, Kamala Harris,
The primaries.
yeah, Kamala Harris bowed out after the very first poll when she got single digit support.
Sure, because she was too radical. But
But
primaries are
then
weird like that,
when we
right?
decide that's the person we're going to send up there, I mean, we couldn't. I mean,
Well,
you just should not have had Biden run in the first place, and you should have found somebody.
100%. But I honestly, now that I feel like I've seen some, well, I don't know what, I've not, who knows what the real reason. I think the economy is just too bad to not have, like, it didn't matter who you were going to run. Like, who would magically have changed this? I don't think it's possible.
I don't know. I don't
If
know,
you've got if
but
you've
it
got
shouldn't have
someone
been
on
Biden
on
from the
one
get
side that is
go.
so, I don't know. Anyway,
It should not have been Biden from the get go, and it
I
shouldn't have
agree
been.
with that.
And it's.
Except
I
there was a
mean,
primary and nobody ran against him. I mean, people ran against him, but no, they didn't win.
yeah, I don't know. And that's just goes to a fundamental problem with the uh with the party as a whole.
The
I mean,
Democratic Party has a lot of stars, right? Like there was probably like 5 or 6 men, unfortunately, that were like VP choices. And so hopefully in 2020, what is it going to be? 2028? Ugh,
he's already talking about trying to repeal
we'll have
the
a Trump
amendment
cup.
that prevents him from.
That's never going to happen.
Well, I know it will never happen, but if he does, you should just throw Obama back up there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, repeal it then and run a, yeah, you can put Obama back in there.
I just I
Oh boy. Hey everybody. There's a lot of
yeah.
people watching us actually. This is
Well, yeah, I mean, because
more people
they
this weekend
probably
ever.
knew
There's
because
nothing
they
else to watch. Here's the thing, where are you gonna go watch like the, yeah, what are you gonna watch? The
if you don't
analysis of how
if
the
you're
election was lost.
not friends with me on Facebook, here, let me do my quick old tub fueled.
Old tub. Yeah,
I said
yeah. It's a good post. I think I mean you could say it.
I have several loved ones, family and friends who are part of the LGBTQ community. Everyone who voted for Trump
Put the
voted for.
text up. Put the text up too. So we
Oh,
can read
okay,
along.
okay, brother. Hold on. I mean, this sounds a little self-gratifying here, but so I apologize
It's a
for
good
that.
post. Your words were very good. We all felt
Uh,
that.
all right. As I down my third glass of bourbon and turn in for the night, allow me a few thoughts on what has been a
Wait, you
disastrous
skipped
evening.
this old man a few
This
thoughts.
old man, yes. I have several loved ones. I should have said this old white man. Just anyway, I have several loved ones, family and friends who are part of the LGBTQ community. Everyone who voted for Trump voted for a party who is looking to demonize these people for the sake of gaining power. This absolutely fucking sickens me, and it makes me worried for this already highly victimized portion of our society who now has to worry even more about their future. I also get that this country is being absolutely rocked by a financial crisis right now. Prices for everything are rising way faster than people's incomes. If you base your vote on how much more your personal financial situation is fucked compared to what it was just a short period of time ago, I get your reasoning. But to think that Trump and the Republican Party are going to do anything to help the poor and working class is complete lunacy. I also think for some reason this country is still populated by people, both men and women, who just can't see themselves willing to put a woman in charge of the country. Oh, I'm sure many of them bury that reason deep inside of them so far that they don't even realize it and use other reasons to justify their leanings because owning their misogyny is a bill too bitter to swallow. But now we have this utter buffoon spearheading another 4 years of brewing hate, helping the 1% get even richer off the blood of the poor, and somehow finding a way to exempt himself from any accountability for his hideous actions. It looks like over half of this country will have voted for him. That for me is the biggest slap in the face. Has the quality of life really gotten so horrible in this country that we will grasp at whatever straws we have at our disposal, even if it is a half-baked plans and evil rhetoric from a racist demagogue? Ultimately, the Democratic Party failed this country. Biden should have unequivocally stated that he would not seek re-election. Switching gears during the campaign and then choosing Harris was a stumble, and it was a stumble they could have recovered from. The campaign never seemed to actually make Harris likable to the people who were facing a vote that would be determined by their pocketbooks. Trump is an idiot, a buffoon, and a man who has been accused of dozens of acts of sexual harassment and assault. He is willing to mock the disabled, lie repeatedly, cheat business partners out of money, and have multiple affairs outside of his marriage, including at least one where his wife was pregnant at the time. He has called the servicemen who died defending our country suckers and losers. His own previous cabinet members and almost everyone have called him unfit to lead and a disgrace. But he is going to somehow make our economy better, prevent all those awful illegal aliens from entering our country because, they're the real reason everything is horrible, and strengthen our military. Read, make a bunch of his friends a bunch of money by spending billions on defense contracts. And what else will he do? Make America great again. Didn't he have 4 years to do that and didn't succeed in the first place? But if he can pull it off, all it will cost us is having the middle and lower class getting pounded more into the dirt as the billionaires get richer, our women losing their autonomy over their own bodies, more of our children being shot in their classrooms, LGBTQ plus losing more of their rights, an increased level of xenophobia gripping our nation as a whole. What a deal. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the next 4 years will be the greatest this nation has ever seen. I mean, I know that isn't going to happen, but maybe it could. But it fucking won't, and we all know it. And I apologize for the pessimism. I can't help but feel this country is completely and totally fucked. And it is. This whole fucking system.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I think you nailed it there.
I was pretty mad.
No, yeah,
I
I mean, I
it
get
was
it.
it was like it was like it was like trying to hold on to like water in my hands, and like seeing like it's like, well, maybe if she could just take Pennsylvania, if she could just take, and then I
I
heard the
saw the
guy
writing on the
say,
wall like at 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. I'm like, oh no.
and the thing that made me, like the guy said, he's like, what's Harris's path to victory right now? And he
Not
said,
possible.
well, right now she's drawing to an inside straight flush.
Yeah.
And she's got one card left. It's not impossible, but we're moving out of the not impossible to the it's highly improbable. And thanks guys. I appreciate you saying that. I wish I could post something
Yeah.
happy and lovely. I'll
I
say
mean, you can
this.
post anger. I think it's a good way to vent.
I'll say this. I went out with my son after school. I had to pick up some tomatoes because I was making street tacos for dinner tonight.
Street
And
tacos.
yeah, it's just, you know, you fry up a corn
Or
tortilla and
tortilla.
you
You
put a
fry
bunch
them?
of, yeah, you just fry
Make
them a
them
little
crispy?
bit, make them a little bit
Or you make them
crispy, but still
soft?
you make them a little bit crispy, but you can still fold them. So you get a nice
Oh, okay.
crunch, but you can
Yeah,
still
yeah.
fold them.
Sounds good.
Yeah, they
What kind
weren't
of
bad at
protein?
all. I enjoyed them.
What kind of protein?
Um, just beef, you know.
Steak? Not or
No,
ground beef.
just
Ground beef?
I had a pound of ground beef sitting
Oh,
in my
okay.
freezer,
Did
so
you
I
use
just
like a taco seasoning or did you just make a
I just make my own taco seasoning with some cumin and some garlic and some
man, I wish there was some like
non
good tacos
not
nearby. There is a taco place that I love nearby the hotel, actually. If we ever did we talk about
It's
going over
good.
there? Fuel City? We should try to make it over there at one point.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No,
It's
I
right
mean
next to the jail though, so it's a little
it's
like the
it's
best locale, but it's good tacos.
both my wife and I, if we when we make tacos, it's like we both just kind of make our own seasoning on the fly. And I always say like we should write it down, and then when we taste, we're like, this was really good. We should remember it. So
Get the exact recipe.
yeah, yeah, so we can do it. But me and I'm just like go to the spice rack and see what I have there.
Yeah.
Oh, here's some cumin, some garlic, some
Tacos.
onion. Tacos, man, they're great. Um,
They are. They're like my favorite food.
so there's the meme from Firefly
I don't know it.
where um who's his face? The Mal, the main character. Do you ever watch Firefly?
Haven't seen it.
Yeah, I'll just show you.
I watched one episode or two. I watched
So
an episode
not
where
not to
someone
sit
gets
here and like
kicked into an
share.
engine. That's the only thing I remember about the show.
I posted that on
Oh,
I'm still not convinced it was the wrong one. Uh, I posted that in Ancient Dungeons and Dragons players. That is a anti-Trump D&D, like basically because
group.
most of the old school D&D things are very much white men pro-Trump. So that one is very anti-Trump, anti-Republican, very progressive. I got, as you saw, 852 likes on
Me
it.
too. Yeah.
That was the
Oh my god.
most likes
And
I've
I
ever
saw
gotten on
88
anything.
comments. Oh, you
Yeah,
went
88.
viral there.
Yeah, well, in just one little thing, just this one little thing, it's like may have been on the losing side. Still not convinced it was the wrong one.
Yeah, I need to watch Firefly. I've worn it as a badge of honor that I've not watched it as sort of like an anti-geek.
Um,
I don't have like anti-geek cred for Firefly, but I will watch it. I did that with
well,
Princess Bride up
the
until like 2021.
the old joke about Firefly is that people watched the first season, and of course it got canceled at the first season. They're like, "That was Firefly. What'd you think?" And everybody's like, "It was great. Where's season two?" Oh,
Doesn't exist.
you know. But they did. He did get to do a movie called Serenity, which tied up everything
Serenity
as
now.
as good as possible. It tied up everything. Just like we were supposed to get a movie for Doctor Horrible, we never got it.
Oh, I remember. Oh, Dr. Horrible was great. I
These
watched that thing so many times.
are
I
not
think
the
I watched it
hammer.
like I think I watched it like 50 times.
The end was perfect. Where he goes, where like, because the, spoilers, after the character passes away or whatever, and then he's singing this song, and it's just like, I forget what the last line is, but it's just like it's the big, like, the huge big musical number, and then it just cuts to Dr. Horrible sitting in his lab saying anymore, and that's how it ends. Like he's
Yeah.
like he's
God.
he's had his villain, like like forming scene. Like now he's going to truly be evil.
Yeah.
And it should have, you know, but
Um, wasn't
and
that like
Fillion
a
was great in that as Captain Hammer.
wasn't that like a happy time? What was it? What year did that come out?
Well, wasn't that
Wasn't that
done
like an
because
innocent time?
it was during the writer's strike, and so
Right.
basically the Joss Whedon basically called Felicia Day and Neil Patrick Harris and Nathan Fillion, and and got a few other people, and they got them all together, and he's just like, let's just make this, and it was like an iTunes thing, like he was
Yeah.
releasing the videos on iTunes, and then
Yeah.
it came on a DVD, and then, but yeah, it was good. Um,
I just remember it was joyful.
yeah, Bad Horse, the leader of
Yeah,
the
the bad horse.
the
What was the guy? One guy named Moist. He was a moist. His power
yeah.
was making things
Do
moist,
you need anything slightly dampened?
slightly dampened.
The Evil League of Evil. The Evil League of
Oh man, now
Evil.
I want to watch it because I've sort of forgot a little bit about it.
Yeah.
After watching it so many times, I need to pull it back up.
Um uh no, no, and like he's but yeah, like yeah, I said, there's that thing where it's just like he's like, "Oh, so you like her, huh?" Like Captain Hammer, he's like, "I'm gonna be taking her out tonight. She's gonna find out that these aren't the hammer." But he walks away. He's like, "Just so you know, the hammer's my penis." It's like,
Yeah, we didn't get that.
yeah, no, he was what is Felicia Day doing now? I mean, she had a
I don't
couple
know.
of those shows.
I think she still streams and stuff.
Yeah.
God, what an empire she built and then
Yeah.
sold.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess. I
I
don't know.
remember I was jealous of I mean, I'm so jealous of the of game. What is it called? What was it called? I can't remember now. Cardboard something. What was it called?
Um
Tabletop. God, I couldn't remember. Tabletop. Jealous.
yes,
I'm
I
still
can't.
I'm jealous of it. I mean, it's hard to match that. When you're in Hollywood and you have the phone number of, you're like the king of the geeks or whatever. He was the king of the geeks. You could call anybody and snap fingers and get people on that show in a second.
So I didn't get to go, but when they did their one episode of a TMG game, God, what game was it again?
What game was it?
Harbor.
Lincoln
Harbor.
Harbor. I don't even. episode. I must not. I sort of zoned out on like season 3. Mm.
Yeah.
Lincoln went to the
Um,
studios and did a. Remember they did tabletop day.
yep.
Lincoln was on the show. I have the video. He
Well, the
had to get
champions in
there at
Midgard
5 a.m.
when they played champions in Midgard, the Chris Cluey was on.
Oh
That
yeah,
was and that was like kind of why.
Chris talked to you.
No,
Well,
I ran into Chris at
yeah, you
BGG
ran into
Con,
Chris. Yeah, he was at BGG
and
Con.
then he and I went out for drinks
Yeah, that's all she wrote.
and and just sat around bullshitting for like the
Yeah.
evening. It was pretty nice.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
Um,
We teamed up with Tabletop to do a South by Southwest
yeah.
that year. Um, yeah, I got called the producer. Bo. Remember him?
Oh yeah.
He called me. He's
Whatever
like, "Hey,
happened to him?
thrown under the bus."
Thrown under the
Remember
bus,
that?
big time. Yeah, oh yeah, I
Uh,
remember.
and here's the crazy thing: he worked so hard for them, so hard. He
But
didn't. And here's another crazy thing: he didn't even have a room at South by Southwest.
I remember you telling me about that. Yeah. I mean, I had my interactions with Bo. I mean, he was fine, but he was, I don't know, man. I mean, he kind of fell off the face of the earth. What was his last name? Bo
Radakovich.
Bradakovich. That's right.
I don't want to bad Bo. He did a
No,
lot
no,
for
no. I
tabletop,
mean,
and I think
whatever.
he got.
Never judge a person on their worst day. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
some things happened, right? But it, I don't know. That thing was.
well, it's one of those things where it's like I wasn't present for the stuff that he was accused of, so I don't know if it's true or not. But
We don't know.
so I mean, and it's and just so everybody knows, it wasn't, as far as I know, it had nothing to do with being like a bad sexual harasser or anything like that. It was more of a financial thing. So, but that's my knowledge anyway. I'm
We know.
not. I'm not here.
I know
can I
nothing.
share?
I know nothing.
Well, I want
I
to share
just
one
know.
story.
I remember the public post about him, and then I felt really bad for him
I want to share one story. And I
about what
and this is nothing. It has nothing to do. Well, it has to do with him, but it wasn't like anything.
you shouldn't do
I
that.
I'm gonna share it because I mean it's like because I'm
Is it
not
a good
really.
story? About good stuff?
No, I was just
No,
like
no, no. Don't say it.
I had an
No.
interaction with him that I was like, oh, he was kind of a dink, you know. Did I been
So
more? Yeah,
okay.
which fine, whatever. He's had a bad day, whatever. But he was just kind of dismissive and kind of a dink to me, and I was just kind of like, and that was when I was like fresh and young, and then everybody was like so nice
Fresh.
and
You were so
well,
fresh,
everybody
so
was so
fancy.
nice and kind and wonderful there, just like and I was just like, and I was like, that was like the first time I ever met somebody in the board game industry that was kind of an a-hole. And I
That's a
was and I was having a beer with another person that was part of the board game industry at that time, and they no longer are now, but and I said, and he was like, "What's wrong?" And I said, I mean, like, everybody's so cool in the board. This is a Gen Con. Everybody's so cool in the board game world. And then I finally ran into somebody that was just kind of an a-hole today. And he said it was a Bo. Like literally, he had no idea I had talked to him, no idea that I was around
you
him,
said
wasn't
that?
anything. And then he just said,
Who?
"Was it Bo?" And I was like, "Yeah, how'd you know?" He's like, "Yeah." That's
No,
all.
that's a bummer.
Well, I mean,
Anyway, we teamed up. We got a booth at. I'm gonna be positive. South by Southwest. We met up at South by Southwest. We had dinner the first night. I paid. Right, whole team was there. Me,
yep.
Lincoln, Nikki, Michelle, and Bo. I think there maybe. Gosh, was there another person there? I think that was because we rented a big like SUV type thing and brought all of our equipment. Right, all of our games. We set up tables. We brought everything to like run a little booth at South by. And we were like, what do we do? We're just gonna, I guess we'll just play games in the booth. And that's what we did. We set up the booth. He put up his banner, which was huge, right? And I didn't have I had my little banner, like a
Mm-hmm,
little,
mm-hmm,
the
mm-hmm.
telescoping things that are just like very skinny. But then the tabletop banner was massive. And then people will come by and they're like, oh, we love what you're doing. And I'm like, oh, yeah, thanks. Oh, tabletop's great. I'm like, oh, thanks. That's this guy, which is fine. He got the lion's glory there for sure. Lion shared the glory. Um, and we ended up babysitting a lot of people's kids because they would drop them off at the booth and leave, which was crazy to me.
Yeah.
And we had this one kid there, and we're like, "Where'd your dad go?" Like, he was just sitting there like playing with Lincoln. He was playing Star Wars or something.
Oh, don't even get me started.
And
I
we were
remember.
basically babysitting kids at South by. So I'm like, oh, this is not really the best use of our time. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's where
No,
that was.
I
Oh, then we got pulled over speeding on the way home. And because we did the tear down, and we're like, we're gonna drive back tonight because Dallas is only like 3 or 4 hours away, 3.5, something like that. But Lincoln was, I think he was going like 100 and something miles an hour. He didn't even know it. He totally said he was not speeding, and the guy's like, "You were speeding," and goes, "Oh," and Lincoln goes, "Oh my gosh, I didn't know." I think he was going like 100. I felt like we were going fast. I'm like, "Are we? How fast are we going?" And all of a sudden, I see the lights, and he goes, "You're lucky you have an out-of-state license because I would be taking you to jail right now." I was like, "Holy shit!" He was speeding that. He didn't even really say the number.
hmm.
I was like, "Oh no!" And we just got super like rigid and scared. And then Lincoln just profusely apologized and luckily got out of it. But man, anyway, that was a weird finish to the show.
Well, that's what you say. I mean, when you get pulled over, the first thing a cop always asks is, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" And your answer should be, "I have no idea,"
Yeah.
because they're looking for you to say, "Oh, I was
Or
speeding."
was I speeding? Yeah.
Yeah, just say, "No, I have no idea,
Yeah.
officer."
Cruise control would have been good. Um,
Um,
yeah, he actually threatened him to like say, well, if you had a Texas license, you'd be in front of a judge tomorrow morning. It was that serious. I was like, oh no. He was going fast. And I was
Speed
like, oh,
kills,
I'm not
baby.
saying shit.
Yeah. Um, yeah.
Anyway, we
I,
had take there and
I
past histories with the tabletop show and the game tabletop day.
tabletop day. Hey, look at this.
Tabletop day is still a thing.
Some goddamn Canadians logging in who doesn't have to
Yeah.
worry about this shit.
Oh, I'm sure he's I think he realizes the gravity of the situation. And
Hello, Matthew.
Hello, gentlemen.
did you stay up watching the election?
In honor
Do you,
of
do you
Matthew,
get much election stuff? Okay.
I will take another pull off of the old tub.
Oh, oh, the old tub.
Cheers, Matthew.
I
Oh,
watched
right on.
I just watched some YouTube feeds.
Yeah, I watched do you know who Alan Lichtman is? He's the guy that predicted Harris was going to win. And he has predicted 9 of the last 10 elections correctly. He also predicted Gore to win, which technically Gore didn't win, but he thinks he would have won because of the way his predictions. And it turns out probably Gore won. There was like
I
a lot
just
of votes that
I'm
suppressed in
in
that election.
disbelief. Oh, I have to apologize. First off, I failed to make uh, initials for tonight.
That's fine.
I was
Well,
out of town last
fans
weekend.
might be disappointed.
Well, I've got like 12. Does that count?
hmm
Well, you could do 3 more real quick.
Yeah, I suppose
You could
I
you
could.
could sidetrack. Um, so did you watch it all night last night, or did you go to bed early?
I went to bed before they called it.
But you kind of saw where it was going.
Oh my God. Mm. I gotta say, I'm eating a snickerdoodle right now that has been marked down 3 times, which means that,
It's super stale.
but it's
You
so good.
Oh, is it still good? Okay. Oh,
Oh, it's like chewy. It's really good.
chewy.
Last night I was watching the election and doing some last minute stuff for All Play, and I'd had a couple of drinks. I'm like, I'm hungry. So I pick up get my keys, and I also happened to forget my cell phone. I went to look for my
I
cell phone.
quick,
Where's my
quick
cell
down a
phone?
bottle of vodka and jumped in my car. No,
No, I'm like, where's
so
my cell phone? And I'm like, because I had to get it, I had to do a 2FA thing on my cell phone. I'm like, shit. So I did my find my device thing, and it's like, and it at first it showed it in the house, like the little map thingy in the house. I'm like, well, where is it then? I went upstairs to the bedroom, not there. Went to the kitchen, not there. I'm like, where the fuck is it? Then I zoomed in on the thing, and it's a little further from the house. I'm like, oh, it's at the fucking shop. I went there last night to hang a hook and a photo, and I remember putting it on the counter. I'm like, damn it! So I get my keys, I go over, and I'm leaving. I'm like, I'm kind of hungry. So there was this snickerdoodle on the day old rack. I'm like, cool.
you
Nice
just
having a shop right next door.
you
A
reminded
bake shop.
me, Matthew. You reminded me of like I was out with my buddy. My buddy came and picked me up because we had to go use his pickup to deliver something that I was getting rid of,
Hmm.
and I rode with him. Whatever. This is like maybe last summer. I don't know. But I got his pickup and we went and we grabbed something quick to eat. And then we dropped off this couch or whatever at this house. We were getting rid of it. And then I got home and I was like, where's my fucking phone? Where's my phone? Where's my phone? I was looking for my phone everywhere, right? And so then I called my buddy. I was like, hey, did you check your car and see if my phone is in your pickup? And he's like, yeah, sure. And he went out there and he's like, yeah, it's nowhere. It's not here. I was like, Jesus Christ, where's my phone? I'm
Typical
looking.
fucking Midwest Mideasterner. Yeah, it's nowhere here.
Yeah. So so I did the whole find your phone thing. And it was like, and it showed me exactly where it was. And I was like sitting there and I was looking, I was like, motherfucker, some motherfucker's got my phone. He's out in this spot. And I was sitting there and I told my son, give me your phone. And I told my daughter, you sit here and you hit F5 on this computer over and over again. If my phone moves, you tell me. I'm going to go find my phone. I was hell bent for glory. I was driving,
Yeah.
like down the highway, heading to this wherever this house was. I was going to
Is this
find my damn
recently?
phone. No, this is like last summer, and I was sitting there and I was sitting there and I was like, and I was talking to my daughter on the phone. Is it still at that same spot? She's like, yeah. And I was like, zoom out. What's the address or what's the street and the avenue? And she's giving that to me. And I was like, yeah, yeah, okay. You just keep it hitting F5. Let me know if it moves. And then I was sitting there, and then all of a sudden, like my brain started clicking together, and I was like, that's my freaking friend's house. And I was just like, and I drive up and pull up in front of his house, and I go over and I go over to his car and I open up his pickup and it took me like 30 seconds and I found it. It had like fallen down like
Yeah.
between the thing. And then I went and banged on his door. I was like, my phone wasn't in your pickup. What's your problem? He's like, I had no idea. How close did you even look? I was just
Uh,
like, but I remember I called my dad. Yeah, false alarm. I found it.
so I have a grievance.
Oh, I got a grievance, but we've been talking about it
I
for the
think
last
all
hour
of
and a half.
America has a
We've
grievance.
been grieving all hour. Hour and a
I
No,
half.
Matt, 49% of America has a grievance.
right. And then I'm sure the
The
unvoting,
grievances will get more
the
next week. Yeah.
non-voting people probably will have a grievance in 4 years from now. Why didn't I vote? Anyways, I we went to Montreal this weekend just past to go see Lawrence. Um, Amazing show, fucking
What's
so
Lawrence?
good.
What is Lawrence?
It's a brother and sister band with an 8-bit, or they get a little
Oh,
small
they're
big
like
band
a
behind them. There's like three horns, a guitar, a bass, and a drummer. And fantastic show. Small venue, maybe 500 people or less. It was just ridiculously good. But we get to the hotel. We booked this special room in the hotel that had a separate bedroom in case, because I know I had possibly had to. We were shipping Daggerheart for the second review phase on Sundays, so I had to bring my laptop with me just to make sure that things were going okay. And I may have had to work in the evenings, um, and Giselle goes to bed fairly early, so we booked this hotel room that had a separate bedroom that had a door that closed, and it also had a full kitchen. And we brought a bunch of food with us in anticipation, not to cook a meal or anything, but just like to avail ourselves of this kitchen. And And yeah, and had a living room too. It was going to be really great. It wasn't really that expensive either, which was even better. We got there and they give us our room key and we go to the room and it's just this one room. I mean, mind you, it was called a loft, so they had this probably a 16-foot ceiling in it, but it was still just one room with this tiniest little kitchenette that you've ever seen. Normally that'd be fine. Like, it was a nice room, but not what we booked. Went back to the front desk and we're like, yeah, this is not the room that we booked. They're like, oh yeah. So I pulled it up on my phone, like, yeah, this is the room that we booked, and I showed them the photos. She says, oh yeah, we only have one like that, and the person that is in that room, decided to extend their stay. I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't work that way. You know that, right? And I started
You
thinking
took
of
a
that.
reservation, but you don't keep a
That's
reservation.
exactly what I was thinking of,
The
right?
Seinfeld
I was,
skit.
and that's where my mind went. He's like, you know how to take the reservation, you just don't know how to hold the reservation. So I was really upset, and I'm like, listen, I said, we booked this room for a reason, and the night manager was this snippy little woman that was like, she was just not very accommodating, and the other clerk who was actually serving us was fantastic and apologetic and like, well, I completely understand what you're going, how you're feeling. I said, I really wish there was something more that we can do. Let me talk to my manager and all that stuff. So they ended up saying they could give us breakfast, they could give us free parking. Like, okay, fine, whatever. And I was just, when it gets to a point, you're just like, whatever, and you just want to move on with the night. And we went, which is obviously nothing we can. They won't do what we want them to do because I guess their hands are tied at this point. It's like 6 o'clock. We have to get to the room, freshen up so we could actually make it to the venue in time. Um, so we get to the room, we're like, whatever, it's fine. And the next morning, I was like, I'm gonna go get breakfast. Do we need anything? I said, I don't know. So she gets there, and of course you need something. They weren't just gonna give her free breakfast. They're like, you need a coupon or something. So she came back to the room and she's like, let's go for breakfast. I don't want to do. I'm not gonna talk to the people at the front desk. And as we were leaving, the manager, this no, it was as we were going for dinner the next night, the night manager calls us. Uh, well, what we're leaving the underground parking, and the way that the ticket works, because it's you put the ticket in, it validates it, and then it spits it back out so you can use it again because you're paying. You just basically a parking pass. I'm waiting for it to come out. The door is open. I'm waiting for it to come out. I see the door close in front of me. And then there's a guy behind me now
Uh-oh.
too. I'm like,
Trapped.
no. So I turn around like, you're gonna have to go back, fella. So I park the car again. I go upstairs and I talk to the front desk and they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, here's a new parking pass. No problem. We've had
Hmm.
some issues with it. Hopefully they'll still fix it up. And I said, and are we supposed to get like breakfast tickets? Uh, and as I'm talking to them about this, the night manager who's also there is on the phone with my wife in the car that I just left, scolding her because I didn't go get the tickets when we first checked in. And I was just like, yeah, this is not cool. So, I mean, at the end of the day, we got free parking, we got one free breakfast. I don't know how they thought that this breakfast that we got was a $26 buffet, but it was not. Um, and then they ended up comping a quarter of the price for our rooms, which was fine. I'm still gonna write a Google review though
Ha. Four.
for the service that we got from that manager.
Yeah, it
You
just
know,
sounds like not hospitality.
yeah, it wasn't very hospitable for sure. Um, the one Melody, I think her name was, uh, the the front desk clerk that was really fantastic. She was aces. Um, I will mention her in this, but the other lady, she can take a long walk off a short pier as far as I'm concerned. Anyways, That's my grievance.
I had a right now. I mean, not that I should have probably mentioned this at the beginning, but Gray Fox Games are moving to a new warehouse, so we got a huge moving sale.
Oh yeah, cool.
Going on. You can get all kinds of games super cheap, so we don't have to move them. Go check out. Just go to grayfoxgames.com. Go to the moving sale. You'll see it right there.
Well,
Blah blah blah. But anyways, so we've gotten a ton of orders, right? I mean, tons.
How many? Tons.
Tons. And so our free shipping threshold for the US is $75. And
Is that the break point?
because
75
for us, yeah.
for you?
And,
How'd you figure that out, by the way? Just out of curiosity. What do you do?
I mean, we ship all our stuff ourselves, so we don't have to pay a fee, so we can ship it relatively cheaply via FedEx. So
What
you know,
okay.
once you
We'll
get
talk
to
about it afterwards.
yeah, I can dive into it a
Yeah.
little deeper.
I can't figure
you know,
out a good free shipping for people.
without showing a lot of the sausage being made, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
But
makes sense.
anyway, so the so there's all kinds of stuff you can buy on our website, including like there's actual like bits you can buy that you can use in any game. There's tons of promos for all kinds of different all kinds of games, like for mostly Deception and Champions of Midgard, but there's promos for other games as well. And it's like a handful of cards for like $3. Those are those promos. I got an email from a guy saying, "Hey, I placed an order on your website. It was like close to being paid for it. It was close to meeting the threshold, but didn't make it." And said, order was placed this weekend. So, I mean, I don't look at my email on the weekends. So, and it was like, I'd really appreciate it. And also I had a ton of emails. So, I mean, like I read this thing on Tuesday and it was like, I'd really appreciate if you could, just refund my shipping because it came close. Right. And I'm like, well, and I saw it and I was just kind of like, okay, you're really, really close. But like you're buying games that have promos. You could just literally buy one of those promos and it would push you over the top. And I was just kind of like, and so I harkened back to when my very first ever pizza delivery job I ever had, which we had a cutoff of like 50th Avenue South. We wouldn't deliver any further south. And I know I've told this story before, but we'd always get people that say, "Well, I live on 52nd Avenue. Can't you just deliver to me?" And it was one of those things. So it's like, well, but if we deliver to you, then people are gonna like, "Well, I live on 54th Avenue. Can't you deliver to me?" And then it's like, then all of a sudden you're like on 62nd Avenue because we're like, "Well, I live on," so it's like if you keep moving the bar, it just keeps changing. And so I just said, unfortunately, I can't refund your shipping. I mean, like, if you want to, and the thing was, and then I was like, I can't refund your shipping because it didn't meet our threshold, and that is the policy of our store. Thank you for your understanding. And I realized that was going to be a not fun pill for that person. It was like they paid $10 in shipping, and it was just one of those things where it's like, again, I'm like, why wouldn't you just buy a $3 stack of cards and because even if you're going to get the cards and then throw them away, like it would cost you less in the long run. It was like you just add that thing to your order, you get it, throw it in the garbage, you save your $10. I mean, to me, it just seems whatever. And then they said, "We'll just go ahead and cancel my order then." Well, buddy, FedEx, you got the shipping notice. Like FedEx has already picked up your order. It's on its way to you. And the guy wasn't happy, which is fine. I understand. I understand where they're coming from. It's like I'm almost there. And I also like one of those things where it's like, I just should have just given this guy his $10 and just moved on with my life. But instead I spent like 10 minutes emailing back and forth with this guy until finally we came to a compromise and we got it taken care of. But I was also just kind of like, dude, why? You just like, I get it, but oh well, what are you gonna do? Not really a grievance, just one of those things where it's like I get to deal with stuff like that. And 99.9% of customers never say anything, never complain, don't care. You just move
Yeah.
on. But oh well.
Trying to think if I've got any grievances.
Well, when you have something so massively disappointing, it's tough to have anything
Yeah,
that even
it's
matches.
everything else pales in
Oh,
comparison. So
dude, you guys,
maybe
I
I
feel so
just
bad
hold
for
back.
you. Like, I mean, we have an election coming up too, and it looks like the conservatives are gonna take it back from my buddy Justin.
Oh, the pendulum is swinging. Not good.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to just concentrate on the idea that good people will still do good things.
I'm going to a con this weekend.
Which one is that?
It's
I'm
the
going to a con
Not
next
BGG
week.
con.
not no. A local con, well, not local to me, but it's in Montreal. It's the Ludicon, it's called.
LudiCon.
The inaugural Ludicon.
Oh,
Uh,
LudiCon.
What?
Ludicon.
You got your husky?
Point
All right.
.ca.
Love you, buddy. Hey, did your friends get back to you about D&D?
Cool.
All right.
And for their first event, they have like over 500 or 600 people signed up to come, paid to come.
That's bigger than BGG con's first event in 2005.
I was really surprised, and I'm pleasantly surprised. This is fantastic. So
That's a good one for a first convention.
yeah, I'm looking forward to it. They have 14 or 15 booths as well. Who's going to be there? Did you meet Roberto Panetta?
Yeah.
So Roberto's going to be there with his game.
Delightful. He's delightful.
Yeah, he's great. He's fantastic. So because he lives in Montreal, so he's local.
Is he coming to BGG? Because I met him at BGG
Yeah, I remember he did. Well, he's going to be there. So is it BGG this weekend?
next weekend.
Christina,
Next Wednesday.
Christina messaged me today. She's like, "Are you going to be there?" I'm like, "No." Next
Yeah, we
year.
should figure something out.
I
Next
can't.
year.
I can't.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Dude, I would love to. I would fucking love to, but yeah, so yeah, Christina emailed me.
I mean we sold out like last couple weeks ago.
Oh, fantastic. Good for you.
Although
yeah,
the tickets are people return them and like some get returned and
yeah.
over sale and get sold. So
Yeah, it's it should be going. So but yeah, I mean, Ludicon, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going there, going with my buddy Dave.
is it a hotel con?
No, it's at Palais des Congrès, which is like the sort of like the city hall kind of thing. Downtown.
It's not open 24 hours. It's like a
Till
day
how
con.
was it? Hold on, let me just see here. I think it's till midnight. Mandy will be there.
Cool. Say hello for me.
I will. Yeah, she had us on the on Salt and Sass a couple weeks ago.
Salt and Sass.
Yeah. Let's see. Event info programming.
I got my copies of Civolution today.
What's that?
That's that new Stefan Feld game.
Oh yeah.
I'm excited. I wasn't sure they were going to make it in time. There's 2 copies at BGG Library, but I can't take those.
No. Noon to 12 on Friday. Sorry, noon to 1 a.m. on Friday. 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. on Saturday.
Yeah, once you go past 1, you're probably on fumes anyway. So
yeah, unless you're
although
Daryl.
I know you. What's that? Unless you're Daryl.
Daryl and Mike.
I don't know where he gets the energy, honestly.
Neither do I.
Isn't he I think he's my age, right? Or maybe he's a little younger.
He must have a hollow leg where he stores like energy.
I don't understand it. I mean, it's fun.
I mean, I'm a night owl, sure, but
Yeah,
it is.
week after
Are-
week of conventioning, it's just like it's gotta, I mean, he went to Essen too, right?
Daryl is a
Which is
machine.
he's just back from Essen.
He's a machine. I don't know how he does it, but anyways.
Although
well,
Essen was
that's his job though. That's his hustle, right? I mean, he's gotta. It
sure
is. I mean, I've known Daryl for a long, long time, and
a long time.
a
I
long,
want to
long
know
time.
I want to know who the real Daryl is. Because I
What?
know when you're glad handing people and you're out in cons, that is, I mean, as close as it could be to you, it's not you for sure, right?
No, I was just thinking about that. I'm like, oh man. I mean, I'm looking forward to BGDCon, but I wish, I don't know. I feel like some of the interactions are so superficial.
They certainly can be.
It's just
So hold on one
it
second.
it,
I
it
to
uh,
entertain Kabuki Kid, I just want to say I am going to now open my A&W Zero Sugar Rut beer. That's right, Rut beer.
I've been feeling the withdrawal symptoms of not drinking Diet Coke, by the way.
That sucks.
What
I had my meeting with my dietitian today, and she's like, "How's the Diet Coke thing going?" I'm like, "It's tough. It's hard.
why are you off of it? Aspartame?
It's bad for me."
It
Yeah,
is.
No, it's not the aspartame. It's other things.
the caffeine.
Potassium.
Yeah, yeah.
Potassium. There's potassium in Diet Coke.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in Diet Coke that are not great.
I want to know like how much like I drink a lot of fucking tea. Like I probably have 5 or 6 of these a day.
Tea, yeah, tea. I don't know about tea, but coffee is twice as much caffeine as Coke. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's probably
Yeah.
fine.
So
It's probably fine, honestly.
you touched on something, and I don't want to get away from it. The glad handing,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, the superficial interactions.
I will never publicly say what I think of people. If people want to know what my honest opinion of is somebody, like when they in a one-on-one person, I will give my honest opinion. But I will say about Daryl, that he's a very good soul.
Oh my God, Daryl. I will go
Oh
to the
yeah.
ends of the earth for Daryl.
No, no. It was more of the relationships that we have built up over the years, which are very and a
Yeah.
bit superficial, where you just say
There
hello
are
for like 5 minutes, and it's rough because I feel our relationship should be deeper than that.
Yeah, and this is when I said that, I'm not saying like, this is a fake person. I'm like,
No, no, no. It's nothing
I
like
know
that.
that
It's just
when I'm out and about, there is an air that I put on subconsciously or consciously, whatever it is, that you don't get that it is different from the like I used to volunteer on a board for a charity fundraiser, a volleyball tournament that we used to do. And the Saturday night at at midnight or 1 a.m. when everybody is gone and you're just kind of like sitting around with everybody just having a beer and just completely spent, that's a different person than the person that was working the day, right?
yeah,
You're just, this is raw, this is you. I'm always curious as to who those people are underneath all of that stuff. That's all I'm trying to say.
same. Like we barely scratch the surface with the people we interact
Yeah.
with at these
And
conventions because it's so
I want to get to know these
hectic.
people.
Yeah, me too.
I had the pleasure of doing that with and I'm so happy that I did with Grant.
Mm.
Um the both times that I've gone to Los Angeles in the last year or two, I've made a point to say, "Hey Grant, do you have time for a meal?" And
Yeah,
I literally went to his place with my bags from the airport when I got there last year for in March, or year before last in March, and we went to it for dinner, and it was just so great to just be two guys in a room chatting versus the persona we put on at cons sometimes. And then last year Snow and I went down there to for a Critical Role retreat, some meetings, and I said, Grant, you got time for a meal? And we went to this amazing vegan place, and it was just so much fun. Yeah, it's just I love that. That's why when I go to cons, I play more games that this many or less games at a con,
yeah.
and it could be a week long con because I'm there for other reasons.
Socialization.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, same. That's what I mean. That's what's nice about gathering of friends, which is a
It's
week
true.
long, and then you can spend a little more time with people.
Yeah, it's true. Lance
We
has to
kind of so hectic and fast, it's way less I wouldn't say fun, it's less intimate.
Sorry, Lance, did I cut you off?
You're fine. I'm glad you guys enjoy your secret handshake bullshit convention. You know, where you
I,
drink the blood of
would you
of
be able to
of,
go
of
for a week
children.
if
No,
you were
and I
Virgin
and I
people?
Well,
wouldn't,
exactly,
and I
that's what I'm saying.
wouldn't,
Like,
and I wouldn't.
I thought we've talked about this many years ago. You
Yeah,
would be able to cut a week away.
yeah, no, and I wouldn't. So I mean, it's fine.
I know.
I heard of another
Awful.
one. Who was it? Derek was telling me about another one called Lobster Trap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's this week.
Yeah, I'd never
Yeah,
heard of it.
it's one of it's basically the original. A lot of people who went to the first gathering stuff,
Okay,
like
but it's heavier
from
games from
the
what I hear.
Massachusetts. Heavy. I don't know about heavier, but it's more
That's what
of the
Derek was
same
telling
like
me.
invitation, week long thing, and
Yeah,
just put a bunch of games in a room and play.
in Boston.
I think so. I've never been. I'm not. I don't think I've ever been invited. So there you go, Lance. Not invited.
Yeah,
You're not the only one. I don't think I would. I don't think I could do it. I feel like my days of doing those long conventions are dwindling.
type of gathering.
Yeah. Like I want to go, but I don't. You know what I mean? Like a week is a long time.
Do you guys drive?
We did during pandemic. That was
That
not fun
was
because
a
it's
lot of
over
fun.
3 days. No, it's not fun.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Lincoln did all the driving, but it just wasn't that fun. Like I thought it would be more fun, like as a road trip, I think.
Yeah,
But I think I fell asleep a lot
I'm
because this
sure.
was pre me with my high blood pressure.
Okay.
So
I
I
was
think I was probably
contemplating
having
driving to Tantrum,
where's the
Carolina or
North
Charlotte.
Carolina, South Carolina?
Tantrum Con.
Yeah. So, but that's like a 26-hour drive.
How many is that like a 3 day?
2.
Oof, that's a long two.
No, maybe 3. Yeah.
13 hours a day.
If you're 2 people, it's fine.
Are you?
Well, I hadn't really planned. I was thinking
Yeah,
about it.
I just don't like road trips. I mean, I'm actually flying to Memphis to go see my dad.
Oh, cool.
We're meeting up there. Hopefully, he can get out of Asheville. I think the roads
Is
are
that where
okay.
he is?
My dad lives in Asheville. My stepsister lives in Memphis, but she's got the big house, so everybody can meet there, and
Okay.
she's got a big fan. She's got like
You get some
4
good
kids.
barbecue, Memphis barbecue.
God, we got to go for it because like the last few times we've got it, we've ordered it, and it's been not good. Like I feel like we got to go somewhere that's better.
I tell so many people about that trip, Lance. You took the dinner you took us on to the Hard Eight.
Oh yeah, that was a good time.
The Heart 8 delivers.
But
It's not
the
my
thing
favorite in Dallas, but it delivers.
I have the photo somewhere and I have to dig it up, but I always tell people, I'm like, you know what a cold table is? They're like, yeah. So picture a cold table, but 6 feet long and 4 feet deep. And that's what you can choose from for all the different barbecue
Mhm.
stuff. They're like, what? Like, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I wish there was a closer Heart 8 to downtown.
It was far. It was like a $75 Uber.
Which one did
45.
you go to? Do you remember where it was? If
Uh,
the Yeah, that's far.
no, it was a $45 Uber maybe. It was expensive. I remember paying Uber on the way back. People, Lance's buddies were giving me like cash. I'm like, it's American cash. I'll try and spend a bit.
There's a pretty good
Thanks.
place near downtown called I forgot the name now. Brain.
Terry Black's.
Terry Black's is good, but I heard of Terry Black's is pretty expensive.
Is it? I've never been.
I've heard it's really expensive.
Oh yeah.
That's what I want. Lockhart. A place called Lockhart. That's
Gilderoy
pretty good.
Lockhart.
What's that?
Gilderoy Lockhart.
Gilderoy Lockhart.
That's Harry Potter
Yeah.
reference.
Yeah. No,
Oh.
it's pretty good barbecue. It's pretty close to downtown too. It's in the art it's like this little arts district that it's got like a walking
Mhm.
downtown kind of thing. Like it's a
Mhm.
bunch of shops and restaurants, and there's a game store there now.
Mm-hmm.
That's
We have
like
a game. We have a new game store downtown called Imaginaire, and I hear really good things about it, but I haven't been yet.
God, Lincoln is coming in tomorrow. Lincoln and Nicky are coming here
Oh,
tomorrow.
are they really? Oh, wow, that's early.
His foot is still busted. Where
From what?
I'm like, so did I tell you the story? I think
No.
I told the story. His power went out. This was a month ago, before Essen, like a month before Essen. His power went out. He was worried about his neighbor because it was really hot and he wanted to check on her. So he goes out to go to her house, and his gate is like he's got this sliding gate to get out of the neighborhood.
Yeah, yeah, I remember. I've seen that.
So he goes out through the exit part of it, which is a pedestrian gate.
Yeah.
The power's out, so he can't get back in. And he didn't have the code, and he didn't know it. And he couldn't call anybody to get it. And so he
No.
decided to hop the fence, and he
Oh
broke
no.
his foot. Yeah,
Oh,
he splintered his heel, which
that
has
sounds
now
really
gone up
painful.
into it's gone up into the joint, which is not good.
That sounds really
So
painful.
he's still suffering from that. And now he's taking the boot. He's got a boot and everything, but he's not wearing it right now. And he went to Essen with it and
Oh
had a
no.
scooter and everything. But
Is
he
that
told me tomorrow, he goes, tomorrow I'm coming in with a wheelchair. And I'm like, oh no. Well, to get off the plane, right? Because
yeah.
it's a pain to get off the plane without
He's such a martyr.
if your foot is he?
Well, not a martyr, but like he grins and bears it a lot.
He grins and bears it a little too. I told him, like, hey, if you don't want to go to Essen, don't go. Like, we can figure
Yeah.
out something
He's
else.
a
But he
trooper, that's
went.
for
No,
sure.
he troopered it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Somebody was asking
probably
me.
shouldn't have gone.
What's that?
He probably shouldn't have gone.
Yeah.
But now he's coming to here, and we have to figure out. I don't want to push him because we had a pinball extravaganza planned with some people coming from out of town.
Oh yeah.
Charlie's coming. Did you meet Charlie?
Oh yeah, yeah. Charlie from
Charlie
Stern.
Valve.
Valve. Sorry, you mentioned him before. I don't think.
Yeah,
I've heard.
and Michael's coming in too.
Oh, maybe I did meet Charlie at Gathering. We were sitting on the couches.
No,
Maybe. No.
Charlie Brown. No,
No. Okay. I met some people at you.
he's been in my vicinity for the past few conventions.
Okay.
So he and I went to college together.
Yeah.
First time I met him, I was the TA for the computer class that he was in, and that's when
Everybody
I first
working
met
on
him.
VIC 20s.
We were working on Motorola 68,000 chips.
Nice.
You know those?
I do.
Basically to learn assembly language, and
Yeah.
that was the class. It was a fucking hard class.
I'm
I don't
sure.
know why I did so well at it. Like, just something in my head clicked, and I was just like duck in water.
I'm lucky that
And,
I never did assembler. It's just
the professor said, hey, do you want to work for me? And I'm like, as an undergrad, I can do that. He's, yeah, you can. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm taking it.
That's
So I was
cool.
the TA for that class for many years. And that's how I met him. And then we split ways, and he went to California and I went to Dallas. And 3 years later, he calls me up and he's like, hey, do you want to come work in computer graphics for video games? I'm like, yes. I flew out like the next week to 3DFX in California, San Jose.
That's wicked.
They made me an offer that day.
Oh
I flew
wow.
back the next day. And that was it. And I moved out there like in a week. Like I broke up with my girlfriend. I quit my job and I was out there within a week. It was that quick from Dallas to San Francisco.
Don't look back, man.
I felt it was super selfish. Like that, I don't recognize that person. The way I treated my girlfriend. Anyway, so 3 years later, 2 years later, he calls me. He quit 3DFX while I was there and moved back to Dallas to do a video game startup, Ritual Entertainment. And he calls me a year later. It was only 1 year. Actually, I only lived in California for 1 year. He calls me and goes, hey, do you want to work in video games for real now? Because we were basically 3DFX was not a real video game company. It was a hardware company.
Okay.
They were just making they were making hardware to have to play 3D video games.
Okay.
3DFX chips were the first 3D graphics chips commercially available in the market for PCs. And
Oh, I
so
remember. Yeah.
so he called me up and I said, I guess so. I flew back to Dallas, got an offer at that company. I was back there within a month,
Oh my God.
back to Dallas in less than about a year. And then we parted ways again a year later. He quit, went to Valve in Seattle, right?
Yeah.
And then he calls me 3 years later. Hey, do you want to work at Valve? And I said, I think so. I flew out there and I interviewed. Now I interviewed for a different position. I was not a programmer position. It was a management position. And I did not get the job.
Oh, okay.
And then we parted ways. And I hadn't spoken to him in like 15 years. But then we started getting back together and talking again. And he said, I'm in the board games. And I'm like, sure, come on out.
Nice.
So he's back coming out.
That's fantastic.
He's been coming.
Yeah.
So it was nice that we maintained our friendship over the years. He's a good
Mm.
guy. And he worked at Valve from basically Half-Life onward, which
Oh
is,
yeah.
do you know Half-Life?
I do. We used to
He didn't
play.
work on Half-Life, but he worked on Half-Life 2.
Yeah.
Hmm.
We
That was
used to when
quite
I was
lucrative.
when I had a web design company with a couple of buddies, we used to have LAN like at the end of the day, we're like, all right, half an hour of Half-Life, sure. We just do like death
Yeah,
mode.
yeah, deathmatch.
The thing about Half-Life is you could like if you did a sniper shot on somebody on their toe, they would die.
Yeah. Well, did you ever play Team Fortress? Team Fort Like I think Lance did, right? Didn't you
I
play?
never played Team Fortress, no.
That was a mod for Half-Life.
Well, then TF2 was
TF2. Yeah,
the
TF2
real
was the good
game.
real mod, yeah.
Or maybe I
And
did play
then
Team Fortress.
Valve bought the team. Then
Yeah.
they took over the Team Fortress too. Anyway, Charlie still works at Valve. He's not retired yet.
Wow.
Wow.
One friends also who there's another person in the picture. I've not mentioned his name, Gary. He retired 5 or 6 years ago. He's my age. I'm like, you retired? He's like, yeah. Lives in California or Hawaii.
Good for him.
Crazy. Yeah.
Nice
So
guy.
Valve, I wish I kind of got the job. But here's the thing. Things would have changed. Things are it would be a different world, right? Different life. No board game geek, most likely.
Yeah. That would be sad for everybody.
I don't regret anything.
No.
Anyway, there's my backstory with Charlie. And he's coming out. We're gonna play some
Wait.
pinball.
I had a meeting today with a girl by the name of Emily Vincent. She just came out. She just launched a Kickstarter knitting game. She wasn't on a hot list for a while with her game. And Kathleen Mercury roped us. Emily has a background in human interaction and UX, and Kathleen Mercury roped us into. I say roped, but she didn't have to do it too hard. Roped us into doing a talk next at Gamma on UX. Met with her today, chatted about it.
What game?
What's that?
What was the game?
Her game is a knitting game.
Knitting game.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
What's her name? Emily Vincent? I feel like I know that name.
That name sounds extremely
It
familiar.
sounds
Yeah.
familiar to me. Yeah.
Knitting Circle.
Knitting Circle.
Oh wait, that's not it, is it?
Evan's got. Well, I don't know if I want to spoil it. Evan's got a game. Well, I don't know. I don't want to say anything.
Oh yeah, it is. It is her. So Flat Out's putting it out.
Cool.
Yeah, it's on.
Grant, we talked. Hey, Grant's in the chat.
I know.
saw.
I was inviting him back into the fold if he wants to
Well,
jump on.
yeah. I mean,
Does he have
yeah.
the link?
Well, he's in the Facebook group, so he should have the link. I mean, if he wants to be in it, I can just message it to him too. So I mean, that's no problem.
What are you looking forward to playing at GCon, Lance?
Just as long as it's with you, it'll be good.
Oh, okay.
Except for it's one of your stupid.
I invited Benita to the Station Fall game. Do you know Benita? Benita?
Yeah.
Do
We
you
need
know
a
her?
core.
Anita Core? Lance, do you know her?
I'm sorry,
Oh,
I'm talking.
she's delightful. She's
Yeah, she's
delightful.
fantastic.
So I'm hoping we can get a fun game of I gotta make a schedule for that game. Well, like when are we gonna play it? I've sort of been slagging on my plans. I made a lot of dinner plans. I've made no game plans.
As it should be, Scott. The games will come.
The games will come. There will be games.
Well, I'm the only person for our booth, so I'll be there.
Oh,
I'll be boothing all day.
okay,
But as
but
soon as it's
okay. So
over,
Wednesday there's no booth day. So gosh, maybe we should play Wednesday.
I'll have to set up though.
Oh yeah, yeah. Too
I
much
get in
setup?
Wednesday morning.
Oh, Wednesday morning.
Yeah. And then I'll set up my booth. Booth won't take long.
Wednesday morning. That's even early. Hey Grant.
Hey, Grant.
I know, but
Friends.
that's what my travel agent made for me. My travel agent, I mean Shane's wife. But
You know hotel.
what?
I was saying, is Grant in a hotel? Looks like in a hotel.
Yeah, I'm in a hotel, man, and I'm struggling, so I'm jumping on with you guys.
Oh yeah, anytime.
We're here to listen. I already did my most of my ranting. It wasn't even ranting, it was just slow. Oh, wait a minute. Got another person. So I will take another pull off of the old tub.
Unfiltered. Is it crunchy or is there like texture in there or something?
No.
And I was just talking about you, actually.
Yeah, he was talking shit about you. No, hey,
What were you
cheers.
saying?
Cheers there,
I was
Grant.
saying
He
that
said nice things, that you're a good guy. But anyway,
we were
cheers,
talking
Grant.
about how sometimes when you meet people at cons, they have a certain persona that they're doing at the con, and you always want to get to know. Maybe they have a persona that unconscious, whatever and whenever you get to meet somebody, I always want to get to know the person behind the person, the
For
real.
sure.
And I was really grateful that whenever I'm in LA, you and I are able to find some time to have a meal together, and that's been really great every time I'm there. So that's what I was
Yeah, I enjoy doing it. Please keep letting me know when you're in town.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got to get you back out to game night, Grant.
Yeah, I was actually just texting with Lincoln today, not about game night, but just
We should meet up at BGG to have a talk about it or something.
yeah, I would be happy to. I fly
Grant
in.
is still coming. He's doing the show at BGG again.
Okay,
I got 6 tickets.
nice.
I think it's might be sold out actually. I have to check.
Could be.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
I'm sorry. I know Grant's here, and I want to give him a chance to talk. But
Yeah.
I just saw somebody post. I was like, "Oh my gosh, see you later, buddy. You're getting blocked and you're gone." He's like, "My perspective. I get it. You hated him 4 years ago, and you still hate him now. I've seen a lot of hate thrown his way, but this guy is a consistent winner and overachiever. Call it jealousy, R&B. Some people just can't handle how excessive he is, how much money he has. Yes, there have been a few scandals, some lies, maybe a few times he switched the truth to make himself look better, but he's out there every day proving his hate is wrong, time after time. You may not want him in this job, but there's nothing you and I can do about it. I know it might get worse over the next several weeks, but like him or not, Tom Brady is doing a great job as a broadcaster."
Oh,
I was just like, welcome to Blocksville, buddy. Oh, all right, you got me.
yeah, you got
You got me. But
yeah.
we'll listen now.
I mean, I think some of it is just I'm at this board game event right now, struggling to give a shit, you know? Everybody
Yeah, it's bad timing.
and this is not like I'm not trying to talk trash about anybody that's here because everybody has, their own ways of coping and stuff like that. But, the kickoff event was at Dave and Buster's and everybody's playing arcade games. And I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? You know, like I can't, I can't have a beer and do small talk and play arcade games right now, you know?
It's,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
was a little worried about having BGG Con so close to the election. I think we had one like when
4 years ago.
Bush was elected. No, because it's always like an extra week, which gives you a little more time to decompress. I mean, honestly,
I
but
mean,
like, not that it's like you're ever gonna really recover from it.
Rebecca told me just to go to bed last night, and she was just like, "You just need to go to bed."
I
And
told
and you
Michelle
know,
to just go to bed.
and I just flat out, I can't. I was just like, I can't wake up to see what happened, right? I gotta see. I mean, I gotta see the like I was telling them it's like I felt like around starting around 8 or 9 o'clock, I felt like I was trying to like hold water in my hands and it was just dripping out. You know, it was just like there
Yeah.
was nothing I could do. Hi, buddy. Yes, I'm sad too. And and it was just and then I eventually went to bed. I don't know, it was like 1 or 2. You know, I'd just given up.
Yeah.
Um it's weird, man. I mean, it's like I like I said, the most distressing thing about the whole deal is like 51% of the country just feels like he's them and the him and the Republican Party are the way out, or they're going to be better off with them. And there were several people that I saw post things, and they said my their number one concern was border security, like just the fact that illegal aliens come here to you
Illegal
know
immigrants.
legal
Immigrant.
immigrants, sorry. Yes, thank you. Legal immigrants are within the United States, and they feel that's like ruining the economy more than anything. I'm just like, I
Yeah, I
don't
mean, I
even.
think one of the things that's the most frustrating to me is not even this moment right now, but the sort of justification that lying is a winning strategy. Like that this won't stop now because if you lie and berate and bully and stuff like that, you can win,
Mhm.
you know? So it obviously I'm upset for the moment, but I also feel like just sad for the future, you know?
I, yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know. I can't find. I was trying to find it, but it was just like he just flat out proved you can't cheat enough, you can't lie enough, you can't disrespect enough, you can't be a piece of shit enough,
Yeah.
and people will still just say, I want to save money buying 12 eggs at the supermarket, and he says he'll get it to me.
Well, I mean, there's that old saying, right, that this is this is the real saying. It's the economy, dummy, right? You've
Yeah.
heard that saying before, and I
Yep.
think that's so many people don't care about anything else. It's just
Yeah.
gas prices are high, so I'm going to vote for whoever's not in office currently, you know? It's as
We
simple
talked about
as
it
that.
earlier, but what was the average age of a home buyer?
56.
Yeah.
First time home buyers average age is what was it, 38?
That was 38, but
But overall it's 56. People can't afford a
overall,
house anymore.
Yeah, I
which
mean,
is a huge problem.
I live in a neighborhood in Los Angeles that is fine, but certainly not fancy. It is I would describe it as a middle to lower middle class neighborhood. Um, and a house just went on sale around the block from me. It's 1,300 square feet, so it's fine, but not big. Three small bedrooms, two bathrooms, and it was listed for $1.4 million. And with the current like interest rate and stuff like that, the my monthly mortgage would be $8,900. So
Right.
$9,000 for
And
a
that's
month.
and that's probably across the country.
Yeah.
Maybe not that high, but those scale, right? Like depending on, like it could be that same scale in the other states,
Yeah, for
right?
sure. And I think that's unfortunate. Like the economy, by almost every measure, is doing well right now, but people don't feel positive about it. And I think it's because of things like that.
Yeah.
Home ownership feels out of the
Impossible.
realm of even possibility
Yeah.
for so many people, myself included. I mean, there's no way I'll ever own a house in California, and I grew up in California, you know? So,
And that's not really an excuse of why he won the election, but I can
no,
see
it's not
that.
an excuse, but I think it's a
Remember, because we're
reality.
basically thinking, we were thinking, how is that even possible that someone could vote for this guy? But
I think,
you put
Well,
yourself in the mindset of like the economy is affecting me so much that I can't not vote for the other side because
sure.
it's so bad right now for me.
Well,
well,
and
yeah, and well, no, I mean not to be pithy, but Orson Scott Card, I finally found the quote. He said, "If pigs could vote, the man with the slop bucket would be elected swineherd every time, no matter how many of them he slaughtered every day." It just, and if you promise to, like, I'm gonna cut your taxes, I'm gonna make your life livable again, I'm gonna make gas cost less than $2 a gallon, I'm gonna, all that bullshit, you know,
Right.
and and yeah, I don't know. And I mean, it's one of those things where, yeah, okay, fine. Harris and the Democrats said the exact same thing, right? I mean, they said, hey, we're going to cut taxes on the poor and the middle class. But I mean, the argument would be you had 4 fucking years to do it. Why now? You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
yeah,
And
yeah,
the thing, and it's one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, things could get worse for, Roe v. Wade could be completely and totally, abolished. Like, I mean, things could get worse for the LGBTQ community, but the mentality is, I want cheaper eggs right now.
yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, I think one of the most surprising things of this election is that people did actually show up to vote for abortion rights, but those people voted for abortion and against Democrats. I think
yes.
that's
Yeah,
one
we
of the
talked about
biggest
that earlier.
surprises
Yeah.
of the whole
Where because it
election.
basically, yeah, those usually prevail, right?
Yeah,
The those whatever, I forget what they're called, but they usually pass. I think they all passed.
well,
Even
there were abortion rights were on the ballot for 10
Penn
in
State.
10 different states, and it passed in 7.
Oh, 7. Okay.
But it passed in some deeply red states like Missouri, and stuff like that. The only reason it didn't pass in Florida is because the Florida Congress there made it so you had to have 60% of the vote. It passed with a majority. It just didn't get 60% in Florida.
Plurality.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and that's them making some weird rules to maintain power. Uh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Everything is horrible.
I mean, I, I'm an optimist, and I do think things are going to be bad, but I also I'm not ready to stop fighting, you know?
No, I mean that's you can't, right? You can't just throw in the towel.
Yeah. Uh, so, I mean, I wrote a whole thing. I mean, I'm a big history person, and I think about stuff through the lens of history a lot. And we have had dark times in this country before, and there are I think a lot of parallels right now between the sort of minority rule of the MAGA extremists and the slaveholding elite of the South in the 1840s and 60s. And while that was obviously very painful, we did eventually get through it. And so it makes me, I don't know, maybe hope I don't know if I'm just lying to myself and searching for like a silver lining, but I feel like we got through it. We're capable. It doesn't mean we will, but we're capable. I mean, that's again, when I think of like, I don't know if I'm just being naive or if I'm just being a dumb optimist or whatever, but there, we want to say America is a great country, and I don't think that's always true, but I do think we have the ability to be great. You know, there is a chance to be great, and that, I guess, keeps me going.
I remember when I mean, not that we should care what Tom Hanks thinks over any other person, but I remember when he first got elected for first term, like somebody asked him, it's
Tom
like,
Hanks got it.
what?
Tom Hanks got elected.
No, no, no. When
Oh,
they asked him,
oh,
it's like, oh, hey, it was kind of like, oh, you got a new movie coming out, blah, 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 blah. And then it was like, what do you think about the election results? And he said,
oh, his new movie. Yeah.
yeah, well, this was not recently. This was like in 2016 or whatever.
Oh, well, he's got a new movie coming out too,
Well, I know he does. I know
where
he
he
does. But
de-ages himself and stuff.
yeah, but they asked him, it's like, well, what do you? And his response was, I hope he does such an amazing job that he is overwhelmingly elected after 4 years.
Overwhelmingly, what?
Overwhelmingly reelected in 4 years. And then in 4 years. And he had this smile on his face, like he's a piece of shit. And this is horrible. And I guess I kind of liked the I don't know. I don't know if positivity is the word I use, but I like the idea that like we're right that like oh here you go, here's our Maverick who comes in and just
Yeah,
drains the swamp and fixes everything.
We've heard it all before, though.
Yeah, we've heard it all before.
the
We ended in
you guys
a
know
pandemic
who
with millions of people dying.
Yes.
do you know who Alexis de Tocqueville is? Anybody?
No.
Anyone? What am I in a Ben Stein lecture? Anyone?
Alexis de Tocqueville was a fairly famous French historian and philosopher, and in the early 1830s, he toured America. He actually came to America um, under the guise of studying America's prison system for the French government, but actually just took the opportunity to really just study the political institutions in America. And then he wrote a fairly famous book at the time and still famous in history circles called Democracy in America in 1835. And there's a quote from the book that I've always liked. And it's something that I think about in frustrating times like this. And what he said was the greatness of America lies not in being more enlightened than any other nation, but rather in her ability to repair her faults. And so to me, it's like, well, we just got a lot more work to do to repair those faults.
The problem is that, like I said, when you have 51% of the country, they don't think there's a fault. They don't think there's an issue. And that's
Well,
just maddening. I don't know.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
it's not.
I think I think the reality is that there is 30% of the country that doesn't think there's a fault. And then there's a bunch of people that are misinformed and not paying attention. And those are the people I want to try to, I'm not, I mean, board games are great for this, right? Like for getting people to the table that you might not otherwise go with. And I'm not going to share my table with a Nazi or a racist or something like that, but you could share a table with someone that maybe just doesn't have all the facts and have a honest conversation and stuff with them. I feel like there is potential to reach people like that. Again, maybe I'm being naive and hopeful, but
I
um
mean, and I commend you to for having that feeling. For me, it's just been kind of beaten out of me.
yeah.
I mean, like, what's the thing where they say, I mean, and again, it's like when everybody wants to talk about Nazis or whatever, but the people that they said, the people that sat down at tables with Nazis in Germany in 1933, but they themselves weren't Nazis themselves. Historians have a word for them. They call them Nazis.
Hmm.
And it was just,
Yeah.
and I don't know who said it. It's even, I mean, I could probably Google it or whatever. Um, it's um I read something where they said and again, it's always like, how do you know? But it could be hyperbole, it could just be whatever. But my grandfather was a young man, was like a 17-year-old in Germany in during Hitler's rise to power. And he said, what was it like during that time? And he said it was weird. It was really quiet, and a lot of people just said it can't get that bad, right?
Yeah.
They were just like, yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Things will be fine, you know. And it's just kind of like, and yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that like we're heading into, some sort of fascist dictator situation with this person in power. But I mean, it certainly doesn't make me feel good about it. I mean, I just I don't know what I mean. You're at a point where you're just like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to even think. I mean, uh it's you can sit there and say, how, why, you can, but
Well,
I
I know
mean,
why. One of the biggest reasons why is Trump didn't get any more votes now than he did the
3
last election.
million less,
Yeah. But the
but
why
15
is,
million people who voted for Biden stayed home.
yeah. And it's a combination of, apathy, frustration, sexism, racism, all of that sort of stuff. But there are a lot of people, and also people have short memories, right? Like there are a lot of people that are like, oh, I don't remember how bad it was when Trump was in office before. I'm voting for the guy that's not currently there. Matt,
Yeah.
how are you feeling in because Canada also has a rising wave of anti-immigration stuff right now, and you guys are probably going to vote out Trudeau and have a much more conservative person.
His name is Pierre Polyev.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. So I live in the capital, right? And so it's a government town. Parliament buildings, you know, we go down there every year for Canada Day, or we used to anyway. Uh, so lots of government. Um, it's certainly it's funny because it's certainly turning more blue. In our case, blue is conservative.
Okay.
Red is liberal. It's the opposite.
Yeah, that's confusing.
A little bit. So it's turning more conservative for sure. And there's a lot of, from what I hear, a lot of the that kind of nationalism rhetoric is really rising in provinces like Alberta, which is like analogous to like Texas
Sure.
for these states. Um, Centers like BC and Ontario and parts of Quebec are very, very, metros. So they're very like much like California and New York are kind of thing. So when you get into the areas in between, and I don't even know what the up north is like, but um, admittedly, I'm not as up on politics as sadly, because of what's going on down there. I'm probably more up on U.S. politics than I am on Canadian politics.
Interesting.
Um, but yeah, yeah, it'll be interesting exactly to see how it goes. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was talking to me the other day too about this. When we for voting, you guys vote at every level of the government. You vote for president, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we vote for our MPs, which is basically like a senator, I guess, because there's so many seats in the House. We vote for our local MP, whether it's this guy, that guy, or this person, that person, whatever. And then whichever party gets majority, whether it's or gets more seats, whether it's a majority government or minority government, whoever is the winner, the leader of that party is just prime minister.
Interesting. So you don't elect the prime minister.
No, no. So
Yeah.
even
Yeah, I think
though even though we may vote PC, progressive conservative, we don't have a choice as to who the actual prime minister is going to be. It's like it's that guy.
For sure.
So
Does it ever happen where a party wins a majority and then picks somebody from their party that is unexpected?
the leader is established beforehand, from what I understand, and not that I recall in recent history, anyways.
Or
So, but yeah, you'd think, I don't know. It seems very strange to me as a civilization we're getting more and more knowledgeable about so many things, yet our blinders are getting put on super
yeah,
tight.
there's a lot of willful ignorance.
I don't understand that.
Well, I mean, I think some of it comes down to a fractured media landscape, right? Like
Yeah,
I was talking to my dad and he was like, how could people, not take Trump at his word? And I'm like, there are a lot of people that don't know even that he said this stuff, right? If you're watching like Newsmax or stuff like that, that's not getting covered on there.
no,
If that's your main source of information, you don't even know half the crazy shit he said.
it's a very skewed
Yeah,
reality for them.
for sure.
Yeah. The bubbles are, and that can apply to both sides.
For sure. I agree with that.
Because I
Uh,
guess if you look back like 50 years ago, the news outlets were very few
we had
comparative.
three news outlets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And each one of them, to their best ability, were trying to be as impartial as possible, I suppose. I have to assume.
Yeah.
I still remember the day when, like, I remember going to like CNN.com to read an article, and then you could tell like all of the
bias.
headlines of all the articles were skewed in some way to be inflammatory in some way. I mean, just basically like, you know, I can remember like going there and it was just news. And it was just like, blah blah blah. Instead it was like, the top 5 reasons why, so and so now and shit like that, because that's what
Yeah.
people click on and it's a
Clickbait.
business. I get
Yeah,
it.
click it. Yeah, news is a business now. It always, I mean, always has been really, but
It always was, but I mean, but it's just our society has, for whatever, for better or worse, it has changed from what. Yeah, and I realize, okay, boomer, just like, quiet down, grandpa, go eat your cheese sandwich, you know, and it's just, it isn't what I remember as being, whatever, just like, and it became a shadow of what it was. And this and so and it became polarizing because it wasn't you didn't have people that were looking for something like, oh, I want to hear something that was fair and balanced. I want to see what that is. It became, give me the information I want to read, that I'm like, that's going to tell me that like the things I hate suck and the things I love are awesome. That's what I want to read. And it just doesn't, and like you said, the bubbles, they don't get burst. You know, the last thing people want to do is, um, you know, be told that like whatever it is that they're behind or, putting their effort into is wrong. That's, I don't know. It's screwed. And it's just, and the thing is that you can already feel like, even though it's just, you can feel the twinges of malaise coming in already, where it's just like, you're like, well, that's stupid and it sucks. But what are you going to do? And you just want to say, I don't know. I mean, definitely not, try to have an insurrection like they happened before, but I mean, it is, um it's a tilted roulette wheel. I mean, I'm not just saying because they cheated or something like that. I mean, the whole situation is just fucked, because the two-party system where, where they don't have any interest whatsoever in ever making a viable third-party candidate. A you know Politicians that, on both sides, that are bought and sold by the interests that put them there in the first place. um and I'm not a both sides are evil guy. I'm not that at all. It's a situation where it's just like one side is deplorably more evil, in my opinion. But I know the Democratic Party and the candidates that we put up there have their issues as well. I mean, you can.
Sure. I mean, I was my friend's brother, um, who lives in Michigan, voted for Hillary, voted for Biden, voted for Trump this time, which seems wild to me, right?
It sounds more than wild to me. It sounds absolutely insane, but I mean,
And his position was, I feel like the Democratic Party has been talking down to me for years, and I'm tired of being talked down to. And so fuck him. That was his position,
yeah.
you know?
And
And
I and I get that. I mean, you know how many times I've heard people say something like, I don't want to have to apologize for being white. I've heard that from so many people. And it's just
yeah,
like, nobody's asking you to apologize. They're just asking you to support the people that our system is screwing. But it is tough. It's tough to tell somebody where it's like, I can't afford to buy a house right now. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. I, you know, I I'm married, I have a kid, I don't know, what I'm gonna do. I mean, like if prices keep going up, and then when you try to tell them, yeah, well, minorities have it worse than you. They're like, I don't got time. I don't have the energy to worry about anybody else but myself at this point. And I
Yeah.
get that. And like, and if you tell somebody it's like, oh, well, these people have it worse, they're gonna be like, great. Uh, and just like, I
Yeah.
need food in my cupboard. I mean, I guess once I'm, you know, once I'm more stable, I'll start worrying about other people as well. And
Well,
I sympathize with that, right? I don't know what you do. I don't know.
yeah, taking it back to some history stuff in the 1840s and 50s, Northern abolitionists always, not all of them, but a lot of them felt like once we reach once we reach poor white Southerners who aren't slaveholders, once our message reaches them, they will gladly join our cause because elite slaveholders are keeping them down as well. Now, they weren't enslaved, but rich white Southerners controlled all the apparatus and all the resources and all that sort of stuff. And poor white Southerners did not benefit from the system at all either. And so a lot of Northern abolitionists felt like they would join their cause, and they never did. And part of it was because they were like, well, at least I'm not them, right? At least I'm better off than them. I have somebody to look down on, to look better than as well. It's
Yeah,
pretty
I
sad.
mean, it is super sad, and I mean, have you seen the numbers about the Hispanic vote for Trump?
Yeah.
I mean, it was
But I think that's the same sort of lesson is that there are people that seemingly are voting against their own interest because at least I'm not like, yeah, but I'm not one of these illegals or something like that. I can't get into their mind, but like there is this idea of an other that is worse off than me, and so I'm at least better than that.
yeah. I it is I after I picked up my son from school today, I think I was telling this story a little bit, and I was like, um, I had to go get tomatoes for. I was talking about I had to go get some ingredients for making street tacos for dinner, and uh, and we were just waiting to buy our stuff or whatever, and waiting in line, and I just kind of looked over at my son. He's 13, like he's just smart as a whip. Sadly, is probably going to grow up to look like me, but he's got a good group of friends. He he's funny. I can usually rely on him to take care of his stuff, and I don't have to be on him all constantly. And I was just like, I made myself just take a moment and just like stare at him and be like, yeah, that's my kid. Just like and he's like and it made me happy, right? It was just kind of like one of those things where it was like, um, and that was like I took some solace in that, even though I was like feeling horrible. And then I found out that my other kid was sitting in the room crying, staring at the election results. You're just kind of like, and you don't know what to say other
Yeah, I
than,
mean, how are you guys moving forward? I have 12 pitch meetings tomorrow, and I don't fucking want to do any of them. You know? How do you,
well, like today, Josh and I were supposed to record a thing for the Gray Fox YouTube channel. And I was like, all right, I got the YouTube thing going up. I can't promise I'll have my same energy. And he was just like, there's no fucking way. Just we'll do it next week. And I was just like,
Yeah.
fair enough. He's like,
I'm at,
I'm gonna go paint a rock. And I was like, I thought he was joking. And then he sent me a picture of the rock he painted that had a guillotine on it. So I was just like, okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
yeah.
it was definitely a demotivating day. I mean, we had an emergency meeting basically, just to kind of play out some strategies of how to handle a tariff situation if they come through,
Sure.
which is, it's super demoralizing because, it's really hard to build these companies like our company up to sell stuff. And now it's under attack again. Remember we had tariffs the first time around, worked really well. And then, yeah, it's not fun to think about.
Yeah, I just
It's like the fun stuffs are, hopefully next week we can have a good convention and not be too bogged down with anything crazy happening.
yeah.
But yeah, I
Well,
was
that's the
like
hope,
not,
right? I mean,
not
that
interested
like,
to do any real work today. I mean, I did a little bit, but
yeah, I answered
I
a bunch of
didn't have
emails.
any meetings with anybody.
I cried on my plane next to a stranger.
Hmm.
Dude.
They say anything to you, or do they just ignore it?
No, she just had her headphones on and stuff. I just, was writing a thing, just writing my thoughts and stuff like that, because writing helps me process. And I just started crying like while I was writing.
No, I mean, it says a lot about you there, buddy.
Yeah.
But what a giant wimp you are. No,
Yep.
Do you- Here's another question: do you feel disenfranchised as a voter just because you live in a state where, I mean, technically your vote doesn't really matter, and mine doesn't either. The opposite way.
Well, no,
Like,
because there's also a lot of state and local measures that I
true.
think are
Yeah.
important.
Yeah.
Uh,
Agreed.
and so while I agree that my vote for president doesn't matter very much, there's still plenty of other things for me to get involved with. So I'm also, as a history person, I'm a big believer in democracy. And it's a flawed system, but it's the best system the world has ever had, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. I just wonder though, because maybe because people don't have any incentive to vote in a state that's either one way or another, that
sure.
the enfranchisement feeling, like that's why the votes were so low this time.
Well, I think that's true. I mean, I think in 2020, uh because Trump was president, there was more of an active feeling of like we got to do something, right? And so people turned out to vote. Well, now a lot of those people are just like, I don't like either choice. I don't like the position our country's in. I can't do anything about it. Why show up?
Right. Yeah.
I think there's a
Yeah. I
lot of,
talked to I talked to a couple of friends that had that position,
yeah. Uh,
and they did not vote.
yeah.
and that not voting. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it infuriates me. I mean, I mean, if you, oh, I'm not going to vote. Okay, well then, what if like everybody who said both of these suck and I don't want either of them? What if you found a third party candidate and and voted for somebody? I mean, at the very least, then every year you get the same people that say, shouldn't say the same people, but you hear a chorus of I want a viable third party candidate. This
Sure.
two-party system is garbage, or you hear um get rid of the electoral college, one person, one vote. Or you hear, why am I hearing about voting results when polls are still open on the west coast of the country? It's just like, when like you have people that are like, oh, it looks like so and so is going to win. So why would I even bother voting then? It's
Yeah,
like I'm a
could be an
firm
effect
believer.
there. An
What?
anti. Yeah, there could be an effect there.
Well, I firmly believe that, like, hey, today's voting. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. we start revealing the results. I
Eh,
mean,
sure.
honestly, like, what do we have to gain other than making some advertising dollars? Do you have to have a running commentary on what's going on with the electoral coverage? You can do the same thing starting at 8 o'clock in the morning the next day. But that's a financial decision right there. It's I don't know. Because people say that all the time. It's like, oh, the same thing goes for when you have primaries. It's just like, oh, it's like we'll go to Ohio first, and this will determine, and it's like already you have, as far as the candidates go, you have like, oh, but hey, in 2 weeks we have another primary here. Well, Jesus, you already had, one where you like, yeah, and you have like, oh, everybody overwhelmingly already likes this person. I don't know. It just, that stuff just drives me crazy.
Another thing that was frustrating to hear that people were standing in line for more than 5 or 6 hours. That's just crazy.
Yeah.
No wonder nobody wants to vote. Who wants to go stand in line for 5 hours?
Well,
See,
Terrible.
I mean, I will also say, I'm obviously, you guys can tell I'm a pretty liberal person, but I also don't think the Democrats have done themselves a service right now where no matter what you run, what campaign you run, the other side is going to accuse you of socialism and stuff. That is just a sort of a tried and true thing since Reagan. But the reality is a lot of socialist pop. I'm not saying we should be a socialist nation, but I am saying a lot of socialist policies are very popular. And Democrats keep trying to run this centrist campaigns and still are being accused of socialism. At some point, just do socialist things because they're actually
yes,
popular and you're going to be accused of being a socialist anyways.
I I said that earlier where I was just like, Democrats love to say we're going to do this, that, and this, that. It's just like, but they never come through.
Yeah.
The massively low taxes, free, student, free student loans, just universal basic income, everything, that raising the minimum wage. We have all these ideas, but none of them ever happen.
Yeah.
And so, if you honestly like had a situation where, and I realize that, there's a lot of hoops and hollers to make like make a social program that basically benefits people on as a whole. You know, it, there's a lot of things, but if you actually had a situation where it was just like, where like, I don't know, you could lock prices, like for like, it's just like, you could mandate certain things that people need, as far as like food had to be like a certain price or something, just some sort of thing where it's like people knew they were getting the help they need, and instead of like, like I was saying, like every single school in Minnesota has free school lunches for kids. You don't have to pay anything for them.
Yeah.
Every single one. And there are people that hate Tim Waltz for it. Just like, oh, I don't even have kids, but you're taking my money to feed them. Yeah, we are. Yeah, because kids getting to eat is a good thing, and you're a selfish prick for trying to make me feel bad for the fact that kids are getting to eat food. Like, just like, well, some of the kids don't need it. I remember when my kids went to school, you for like the first, like, you had to, you there was like a you had to pay in, and each meal cost, like $2.50 or whatever it was. It wasn't a lot. I might be wrong on the amount. And they would just deduct it. They had a code, and they get their tray, and they tell the woman or man or whoever it is, like that. And I only say woman because I used to go eat lunch with my kids all the time, and there was never a dude in the lunchroom. So I'm sure at some point there have been, but but they would always, like the kid would give their ID number, which was like the first three letters of their last name plus a number. And my kid like would go MYX662, and they'd be like, and they would type it into the thing. And if they didn't have the money in their account to pay for it, they would take this stamp and they'd stamp the back of the kid's hand with this like little red star or something. And the parents were told, if your kid comes home with that stamp on their hand, that means that they don't have the money in their account. They weren't going to not feed them. They're going to let them take the food and eat, but they would put the stamp. And then, like, and I remember saying, my wife and I both said the same thing. Like, it's like, I remember, like, every once in a while, a kid would come home and like, oh, I forgot to put the money in. Like, go put the money in. But I remember saying, it's just like, somebody's going to eventually say, why are you like making my kid like, oh, hey, the poor kid who can't pay for his lunch, kind of thing.
Well,
And
that's why
like,
they started doing the lunches for everybody instead of just the ones that needed it.
yeah, and then predictably, like a few years down the line, they just discontinued the whole stamp thing. It was just like the parents got an email saying, oh, hey, by the way, you didn't get
Yeah.
that, and then eventually it was just like, lunches are free, just don't even worry about it. you know it's all taken care of. And that's what I love too. It's just like, it's just when you say to people, it's like, yeah, here's something that is good for everyone. And then you have people that are like, it's I don't know. I mean, with our kids when they go to school, like before school, they it's so weird. It's such a weird system where it's like they they're for each class, for each grade, they're told what school supplies they'll need for the coming year. And it's like, they'll need, 1 3-ring binder, and they'll need this, and they'll need, number 2 pencils. And it just kind of goes down the list of everything that they say they're going to want and they're going to need.
Sure.
And so when you go to like Target or like Walmart, they actually have bins where it has each school and each grade they set up, and you just go to, you can take the sheet and you know what you have to buy your kid. It's just such a weird system. It's just like, oh yeah, make sure you call Target and let them know what we have to put on the piece of paper, and then send them the files so they can print off 100 of them. So, but they always ask for more stuff than what they need. So it's like, oh, and your kid will need, 3 boxes of crayons. They'll need 2 boxes of pencils. They'll need this. And the reason why is because there's going to be kids whose parents can't afford to buy them all that stuff. And whenever we come into school, it would be like, okay, and the teachers would like literally say, take, like, put 1 box of this in yours, like, here's your bin over there, put one of these, one of these, one of these, and one of these, this, and then take all the extras and put them on that table over there. And then kids who couldn't afford it, like, they didn't say it out loud, like that's what it was for, but kids who didn't have it, they would take it and then put it in their bin so they could cover for them. And then as the year went on, like, oh, I lost my crayons or whatever. And I remember I'd hear from people say, yeah, I just don't buy anything for my kids because I know there's going to be extras. I was like, but you like are a lawyer.
Yeah.
Just like, well, why should only the poor people get the free stuff? I should get the free stuff too. And I was like, you're a miserable prick. Just, I mean, but it's just, but those, I mean, I don't know. I
Yeah.
have,
Humans are
I,
terrible.
they
I wish
are.
I wish there was more kindness.
I had a few people have questioned me when a few people did their standard both sides are evil posts, or at this time I'm just going to choose kindness. I'm kind to everybody. And I just said some people don't deserve kindness. That's just and that's all I said, and I got called out for it, and I was like, that's fine.
One thing
Well,
I've tried to tell myself a lot lately is just remind myself that, it's nice to be nice.
yeah.
It is nice to be nice, but there's lots of people who have proven to me that me being nice to them is a complete waste of my time.
Yeah. Then don't waste your time.
Yes. And and this whole bullshit of like, oh yeah, it's like we should just be nice to people. That is that whole both sides are equally evil, or whatever. It is that garbage that just drives me crazy because it isn't the truth. And I but people will I don't know, for whatever reason they'll just.
Well, the one thing I will say though is that I agree that not everybody, you don't need to reach out to everybody. You don't need to have conversations with everybody. You don't need to be nice to everybody. But I also do think it is worth having uncomfortable conversations with people in an effort to break down those echo chambers and stuff like that. I think about like the example of there's been a lot of social research done on this, but a lot of people who are very pro-life, when they have interactions with people who can share personal stories of their own experiences, uh, oftentimes become way more. They may not switch to pro-choice, but they're a lot more accepting of it than they once were because you realize like, oh, not everybody is like a baby killer or something horrible like that. These are regular human beings. And so I do feel like there is still importance in like having conversations and again, not with everybody, and I don't ever advocate you putting yourself into like harmful positions or things like that. You don't need to go talk to a white nationalist. You're not going to gain anything from that. But there are also like, normal people that I feel like conversations can help. I don't, yeah.
And there's something to be said for that, but I'm also just I don't know. I I have neither the time nor the inclination to want to deal with, bullshit anymore. And it's yeah, like I said, I mean, I used to be very, very centrist and moderate, and it was kind of nice, right? You could just kind of ride the rail there and be fine, and but no, I mean, it's just like I was a part of the problem, I mean, just like one of those things that, um, I don't know. It is, it is a garbage world that my kids are growing up in right now, and that really bothers me. Um, the idea that we would uh vote this buffoon into office is incredibly I don't know, terrifying to me. And again, maybe I'm completely wrong. Yeah, maybe I don't get it.
No,
Maybe.
I don't think you're completely wrong.
And it angers me. And it angers me that in my mind these people are absolutely ridiculously stupid. And these are people that I consider friends and family members. And I'm just kind of like, Jesus, you are Yeah, but whatever. I mean, I don't know. Just gotta put one foot in front of the other. Do what you can to take care of your take care of your families.
I don't know if you know Jason
Born.
no. Uh Jason Headley. He's one of the more well-known uh board game TikTokers and stuff like that. And I'll read something he wrote today because I thought it was one of the best things I read. Uh, one thing one thing for me anyway is distinctly different than 2016. In 2016, I felt very alone when I learned the election results, isolated and terrified. And while I'm still insanely scared for myself, my husband, and all our friends, the difference is that over the last 8 years, I've found a couple incredible communities. I hold both the board game communities and book communities so close to my heart. Many of you are friends, while many have become like family. And knowing we're weathering this storm together, I've managed to find a glimmer of hope. Together we are strong. Together we will take care of each other. Together we will survive no matter how badly they don't want us to. Take the time you need to grieve, feel everything, and then let's go to work. Not alone this time, but together.
In 2016, I can remember sitting there saying, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And I was more bemused than anything. I was just like, "Really? Really? Really? Okay." And then then a slow descent into madness. They just had no idea that he would be as hideous as he is.
Sure.
Now I know, I mean, there's all of the information in the world about how hideous he is, and yet still we just
I think that's one of the things that makes this one harder for me is that like we have all the information and we still, you know, you could argue that we didn't have all the information in 2016, uh, or maybe you didn't believe that he was going to do the things he said he was going to do, but now you know he is.
yeah.
Now you got all the information.
Yeah. Well, he didn't really do anything he promised in 2016. The only thing he did was the tax cuts.
Wait a minute, did the swamp get drained?
Mm,
No, that's what I said. He doesn't really do anything.
Oh, well, he said he
I
was going to
mean,
drain the swamp. I
also
was
in his
hoping.
not doing anything is also causes pain.
I mean, I don't know what the answers are. I certainly believe that
Well, I mean, Jason
this,
had a good line there. He finds solace in our communities.
yeah,
I mean
I think that's all you can do,
that's yeah, and
I mean, that's why I left Dave and Buster's and came to do this. I didn't want to fucking pretend.
yeah, that's rough. A little too soon.
Yeah,
Hopefully, BGG Con will be a little more fun for you.
I'm sure it will be.
for me, it was like driving to school, drive my son to school this morning, and just be like, and just trying to, like, yeah, well, I mean, life just goes on, but just ever vigilant, right? So, um, my daughter said that there was a lot of Not a lot, but there was enough turds that showed up wearing their MAGA hats. You know.
Yeah.
Which I guess, I mean,
What is it that makes Minnesota more reliably blue than some of your other um, you know, northern Midwest counterparts?
it
You know,
has it. I mean, it it has. I mean, well, I mean, like, it, it has big cities, right? I mean, um, uh, so I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? I mean, you look at you know the populations and where they're centralized. I mean, the big joke about Minnesota is that like all of its population is basically Minneapolis, St. Paul, and like the surrounding suburbs,
yeah. So
and
is
then
it's just the fact,
and nobody else lives anywhere else, right? I mean, so when you have and what I mean, and so whereas you know,
Can't get can't get it to focus right. Too bright,
yeah,
even though I
yeah.
keep it all the way down.
Whereas like Wisconsin has a couple 100,000 more people than we do. Michigan has like 5 million more people than we do. I mean,
sure.
Michigan is a
There's a lot of rural
lot of
Minnesota
rural
with
communities,
not many people, and so
but
the cities outnumber them.
yes, and so exactly what, and that's why like why how can Minnesota with only 5 million people living in it, how can they support all these sports teams? Well, all the people are jammed into one spot, so they'll go to all the games, and they'll go to and watch because that's how you are able to have professional teams. Um, and like I said, like Michigan is just it's spread out. You got the Upper Peninsula, which I've talked to people who live in the Upper Peninsula, and it's just freaking rural backwoods, strong conservative values. You know, if I was not watching my words, you'd say brain dead hick. So I mean, um, and it just Minnesota is it's always been an extremely progressive state.
Yeah.
I mean, uh, I mean, it's I'm glad I don't live in North Dakota anymore.
Sure.
Um, very glad. Um, I don't know. I mean, it. I'm trying to remember because I think Minnesota became a state right around the same time as the Civil War, or right before the Civil War. And it was and if I remember correctly, I mean you might know better with the history, being such a history buff, but I think it was like a huge haven as well for freed slaves.
Yeah.
Uh because of the fact that it was, such a, you know, smaller, like type of situation. Um yeah, I think it's just one of those things where it's slowly but surely
Yeah, I mean, I'm
uh
just like I was just curious, like, New Mexico is reliably blue largely because of the Native American population there, whereas it's the surrounding states are not, and I just was wondering what was it about Minnesota?
all right. I don't want to. We have a commenter in
Oh,
here that I Ghost, you are welcome to have your opinions or whatever. But this is a I don't want to say anything weird, but I mean this is my own channel, and this is what I have. And I I appreciate you wanting to stout your opinions, but you're coming to the line. And uh And if you're just gonna stir the pot, I'm just gonna ask you to go somewhere else. And I'd appreciate if you would, and I wouldn't. I'd like to not have to just throw you out. So make up your own mind. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's the vigilance that is going to be needed to it wasn't my meme. I saw somebody posted it and I found it because I couldn't post it. Once you see something on Facebook and you think, oh, I want to repost that, and you can't find it to begin with, so I had to dig it up and find it.
They have a
I
new thing now where they keep track of your history.
I can't. If they do, I don't. Where is it? I'd like to know. But
I got the feature box popped up for me, and I thought about turning it on, but then I'm like,
but it just had the cartoon
don't care.
of the girl talking to her mom, and it said, well, what if we lose tomorrow? And she's like, well, we'll just continue fighting for equal rights and better lives for everyone. And it's like, but what if we win? You know, it's like, silly girl, we'll do the exact same thing.
I saw that. Yeah.
And Ghost, it is not free speech. This is not you talking at on your street corner on a soapbox. This is my stream, and this is my private conversation that I choose to have, and the chat is part of that. And you are saying inflammatory things, whether you want to believe it or not. And maybe on a different night, I could let these things go. But tonight's just not it's a bad night to do it. So you're free to disagree, and you're free to disagree anywhere else in the whole wide world of the internet, but not on my stream and not on my chat. And you can decide I'm whatever, tyrannical or some sort of overlord or something, but I don't want to deal with it tonight. Okay. I just don't want to deal with it. I'm gonna leave it at that. Anyway, hey, BGG-Con next week. Oh, and Evan's here. Sorry, I didn't say cheers to Evan with my bottle of Old Tub.
Old Tub. So I got a couple copies of Civolution just arrived. I'm excited because I really thought that game was awesome. I don't know if it will be for everybody, but it's pretty cool. If you like Stefan Feld type games. You're muted, Evan.
Well then. Yeah, if we could play that at BGG, that'd be awesome.
I will probably be able to get another copy for my personal use. We only got 2 from Essen, so I was a little worried, but 2 more just came in, so yeah. We should be okay.
How close to In the Year of the Dragon is it?
0. It's more, the closest thing is Castles of Burgundy.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a dice worker placement game, and you have 17 actions.
Sounds
times
awesome.
3. 3 levels of 17 actions, which is kind of a lot, but they're the 3 times 3 multipliers levels of action, meaning like level 1, level 2, level 3 of the same action, just so it's like a variation of the same action. They just get better. But yeah, it intrigued. I played it last week and I was thinking about it the whole time.
Wow,
since then.
That's takes a lot of table space.
Yeah, it does take a lot of table space.
Wow. Looks awesome though.
Yeah, you get like a big panel like of tiles that you flip over for the levels and stuff.
That looks rad.
Pretty
I want
neat.
to play.
I'm excited to play it again. I heard Galileo is pretty good. Galilei.
I talked to my buddies at Check Games, and I've got my copy of
SETI.
SETI set aside
nice.
for me.
I heard that was pretty heavy.
I'm excited to own it, play it once, and have it sit on a shelf for a long, long time.
For another.
No, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm going to abridge that. I'm excited to own it, bring it home, hand it off to my buddy Cullen so he can read the rules and watch videos and learn how to play it. And then he comes back over to my house and teaches me how to play it. and then I make the snap decision of whether or not I just give it to him.
You
Nice.
should give it to him, Lance. Just give it to him.
I give him most of the games that he teaches me that I buy. So
I walked into the not the main gaming room, but the little pre-gaming room at the hotel for gathering this year, and immediately that because they were just on the right hand side. That game SETI caught my eye. I'm like, what is
That's
that?
beautiful.
Yeah.
It's
And
beautiful.
it was a prototype. I'm
Looks
like, this
cool.
is beautiful. This
Yeah.
prototype.
No, it looks good. It looks really nice.
Yeah, yeah, it was really cool.
I'm excited to try it. Hopefully I can get it in. I mean, I doubt I'm going to play very much. It's going to be a rough year, but we'll figure something out.
Yeah.
Oh, what else is getting
it goes
interesting?
without saying, obviously,
Oh,
next week there
Shackleton
will be
base.
no Alaboom. There will be no Alaboom next week. So
Yeah. This Shackleton base, we got one copy, and it was a demo copy at their end of show. So, and I don't think we're able to get another one. They were like, "Oh, we're out of." So I'm like, "What?" For BGGCon, man, give me a copy or so. Like, it's just frustrating sometimes to deal with some publishers that are just like, "We're gonna sell every single copy." I'm like, okay, we would have bought it had we known you weren't going to give it to us. What else is there? There's lots of stuff this year.
Mm-hmm.
The unconscious mind looks interesting. That's a
Yeah, that one looks cool.
and the deluxe version looks really nice.
Do you have Galactic Cruise?
No, I don't think we got it. We wrote to them, but maybe. Let me check with Lainey. Oh, it's midnight. Although
I
she's
do
in
it. I
Colorado.
do have to get up and do 12 pitch meetings tomorrow. So
well, pitch
What do you
meetings on
pitching?
on your jokes.
What are you
no,
pitching?
no, I'm at
Games?
games.
Awesome.
I'm at
Nice,
that
dude.
People of Play week right now. It's really like mass market
Oh,
centric.
okay. Where's it at?
Chicago.
Oh, that's why Daryl's there.
Yeah, Daryl's so
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Man, Daryl's food
Well,
post.
good luck, man.
Yeah, good luck, Grant.
Yeah,
Thank
take
you.
care, brother.
I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me come on and process with y'all.
You're not going to be at
Yeah.
BGGCon next week, Grant?
I
He
will
is.
be.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
coming.
Oh, all
I
right.
bought
Well,
a
I look
ticket. I
forward
hope
to
he's showing
seeing
up.
you.
Yeah, me too.
We gotta get some game in.
Will you guys all be there? I mean, obviously
Oh, yeah.
all, but
I'll
Yeah,
be there.
Matt's not coming, unfortunately. He can.
I'm the only
couldn't make
I'm
it
the
this
odd
year.
man out.
Yeah.
I
I
don't.
haven't yet, but I look forward
As
to
one time after like I had attended
know you-
whatever, like this will be like my 11th or 12th year, but one time I was going to not attend to go to another convention, and
Well, that was
but the Godfather, the Godfather
I asked
made
him
me
for I asked you first a favor. Someday that favor may never come. No. We actually may be going to PAX next year. We're thinking about it.
Oh.
Like I've got members of the team that want to do a thing there, so I think we're gonna go. I don't think we're gonna go to. I mean, we're gonna go to Gen Con as the hot games room, but
Mm-hmm.
PAX we might be an exhibitor. We can
Yeah.
if we can still get in. I don't. It might be too late.
Right.
Although it'd be weird to not be able to sign up for next year, even though this year hasn't happened yet. I don't know. We'll see.
yeah.
Right.
I don't know. It seems like Gen Con is you can't get in there now.
Well, I look forward to hanging out with
you
her.
pitching, Grant? It's a party game or?
I've got 6 of them right now, so
Oh wow.
5 of them are party games and one's more of like a family strategy game.
Yeah. Nice.
So,
Awesome.
my new
Love
game
you guys.
comes out November
Oh yeah,
15th.
is the Dill game out yet?
It comes out November 15th.
Do we have a copy in the? Do you think we'll?
I'm trying to bring one with me.
Okay.
I'm trying to get them to send me one, so I can give you one next week.
Okay, sounds good.
Every time I have a meeting with Jeff, I see them all in the background behind him.
Nice. Yeah, it officially comes out November. It's starting to be in like some retail stores, but
Nice.
it's like officially out on November 15th. That's like when it's on Amazon and
That's awesome,
stuff
right?
like that. And
I
then
was
it-
sort of telling somebody your story about the Dill pickle truck thing. Like a waiter overheard me and he was intrigued by the story so much. I'm like, yeah, it's a pretty cool story.
Really?
I was just so what I forget what I was saying. We were talking about something at some restaurant and the waiter overheard us. We're talking about you doing a promotional thing for your game
Yeah.
pickle truck with pickle whiskey or whatever
Yeah.
the drinks we're drinking. And he's like, "That's a really good idea." And, like, I had no idea there was such thing as a pickle bar that you pedal.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we were all just like kind of anyway.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
Little
everyone knows
story. Talked about you.
if you're going to
Thank you.
BGG-Con, I will be it's like we will have really good deals and everything we're selling. So
Really good
uh
deal.
really good deals. So
The warehouse exodus.
yes, it's all part of the warehouse. Everything must go.
What was I gonna ask Laney about? I forgot.
So
Remember
this weekend, Grant, the sale's still on this weekend.
The what?
The sale's on this weekend for you for Gray Fox.
Oh
Right.
yeah, no,
Sorry.
it'll
I said Grant, I meant Lance. I'm sorry.
it'll go until everything's all gone or we move to the new
Okay.
warehouse.
Then I'll pump it. I'll pump it at the con this weekend. Then
You were gonna ask Lainey if
Galactic
they
Cruise.
got a copy of Galactic
Yeah.
Cruise.
I can. I just emailed TK like 10 minutes ago. I can ask him if you want.
Ship us a copy.
All right. See you guys soon.
Bye, Grant. Have a
I
good
Take
might
care,
take you up
brother.
on that, Matt. Take it easy, man. See you.
See you in a week.
What's that, Aldi?
I think we asked him, but I might have to ask again. I don't know. We'll see.
He just asked me for the Kickstarter source files. So I literally just emailed him 10 minutes ago.
Is the game out now, or is it imminent?
It's coming soon.
Yeah, they had a bunch of PPC copies like a couple of months
Yeah.
ago. I'd say at least.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We
I
did
saw the pre-production
contact.
at Essen.
Lainey's really good about contacting people. She's very determined. Is that the word?
Persistent?
Determined? Persistent. Yes, she's persistent. Like if I mention something, it won't be forgotten, which
Yeah.
is great. That's a great.
That is
Sound like
Uh,
a steel trap, that one.
I'm terrible. Like I'll forget something. Like you tell
Oh,
me
fuck.
that. I already forgot. Remember, I was saying what game was I talking about?
What's your name
Minutes
again?
ago. Yeah.
yeah, I'm the same way.
You know what I look forward to?
Hanging out.
Well, yes, but I look forward to my yearly hearing of "Good luck, Owen."
I'm trying to get to make sure I can get to the poker tournament. I think I've got a early dinner that night with it's Michelle's birthday.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Oh,
So
I
we're
am
going out
going.
early.
I am going to play that, and I am going to. Every year I tell myself, okay, just play top 10 hands, play tight, but
Top
jam it. But jam it when you got it, right?
Yeah, jam it every time.
Yeah, but jam it when you got it. Like, I mean, you get dealt ace king, jam it.
I tried to jam it when I didn't have the best hand, and I still won,
Oh my
which
god.
kept me
no.
in for like the second round, which sort of
Oh my
sucks because
God.
it's a long.
Yeah.
It's a long time, right?
But
And
I'm
that's
like, I'm trying to lose.
Yeah.
and that's kind of like my mentality is
That's
that
right.
I wanna jam it when
We've been
you
jammed.
when just like but every year it's like I always like either I don't get a hand that's worth getting all my chips in the middle for, so my stack just gets slowly whittled away.
Dwindled and dwindled and
Dwindled and dwindled. It's like 10-6 offsuit, Jack 3, 7-4, just like
Ooh, Jack 3. I'm going.
yeah, and you're just sitting there staring at it, and I get to that point, just any ace, just any ace, just give me an
Yeah.
ace, and it's just like what doesn't happen, and for what, like, so you can, what this is a 1,000-year-old um uh, 1,000-year-old stuck in my craw grievance. But there was one year, the year I did the best, and I made it to when there was down to 2 tables, and then I just got beat. I mean, it was like just you run out of time, you end up having to shove when you wish you didn't have to.
whittled
Right.
away, and then you got to go.
Yeah, you end up
Yeah.
like shoving on
Is
like
this the
when
hand I go in? Yeah, this one. Yeah.
well, it's like I remember reading a poker book like many, many years ago, and they said and the guy was talking about being in a tournament, and he said I ended up putting all my chips in it with ace 9, which is stupid because if anybody's gonna call me, it's gonna be with a hand that's gonna beat me. Because
Yeah.
it's just because it's nobody's gonna call you with, oh, I got 10-9, you win. It's like oh, I got ace king, or whatever. So, but I remember like, and it was one of those things where it's like you eventually like have to shove with like queen 10 suited and hope to get lucky. But I remember I lost, and I really wanted to win because the person who
BGG.
won got um the official like BGG at that time, the official BGG poker chip set. This is like 5-6 years ago, right?
Oh, right. Yeah.
And they had a little case,
Yep.
and they had said Board Game Geek on them, and they were nice chips, and I'm kind of a poker chip, collector
We-
type thing.
I think we hand stickered those.
Yeah, I mean, they were nice. They were very nice. And so
Days.
I said to Jeff, I said, whoever wins, I said, give him my email address and ask him how much he wants. I'll buy him. As long as he doesn't want too much money, I'd like to
Not
buy
too
the
much
poker.
money.
Yeah, too much money. I mean, and like, and so and then like the next day or 2 days later, I, like got an email or whatever, um, from the guy, and it was like, oh, it's like, hey, I was on one, and they said you were interested in buying the chips, and I know how much the chips are worth, like as far as like just as far as like
Yeah, price
quality
per
and
chip.
pricing, like if you to get a set like that, how much it would cost to actually get it, obviously because they're made by you guys and they're a rarity that but as far as the materials and everything goes,
Yeah.
but the
They're
guy
not
like the guy
expensive.
totally highballed it. It was like, I mean, like it was like, it was
Is it
500,
500
it was
or
a
something?
500, no, it was like he wanted $800. It was like it was like a 500 chip set for the case. I mean, for those types of chips, that's like $150. The case maybe another
Yeah.
$25.
Yeah, probably.
And the guy wanted $800, and I was like, "There's no way I'm paying $800 for it." He's like, "Well, I thought you really wanted them," and I was just like,
I don't want them that bad.
"I was like, yeah, I don't want them that bad." And then he emailed me or texted me like, "Okay, I'll take 600," and I said, "When you get down to 250, let me know."
Let me know.
Let me know, and he said, well, I'm not going to sell them for that. I was like, well, I think we're done. And then the guy, like, on the next day, he's like, I'll take 350. And I said, replace the 3 with a 2. And he's like, well, I'm not going to sell them for that. I was like, all right,
We're
then
done.
see you later. Yeah, we're done. I gave you the amount that I was willing to buy them for. And yeah, and I was just like, and the fact that the guy kept on trying to like, he's like, well, it's like, it's like, I mean, he wasn't like a dick about it, but he was definitely like, he was trying to grease me, which, I was just kind of like, at that point, I was just like, never mind. See you later. Thanks anyway. Moving on. And then you guys came out with your own chips, and I have a set of those.
Yeah, and we
So,
just reprinted them. We just got a big batch in, so we got new ones.
yeah. And they're super sweet. So,
Pre-tariffed. Oh, I have it's not a brag, I guess, but an exciting development. So I use GoDaddy.com, that's our domain server.
Mhm.
isn't that just weird?
I don't
It's
know
like
why.
that
It
that
just
is
sucks. I mean,
that is
I didn't
still
realize people
around
still
to
use
this
that,
day.
I use it. That's what I use.
Oh,
yeah,
fun.
I use it and it's just solid. I mean, there's probably better ones out there, but I just
Yeah,
use
yeah.
GoDaddy. So I use their
Yeah.
domain broker service,
Yeah.
and I got a domain.
What'd you get?
You have 3 guesses.
Well,
What
can we have
did I acquire?
like a broker, like
Pinball
somebody had it
geek.
before, and you?
Yeah, someone owned the domain, and I wrote to GoDaddy. I said, you go to GoDaddy and you type it in, and it says, "Hey, that's not available, but we can broker it for you. Do you agree?" And I said yes. And then last week I get a call, and this week I closed the deal.
Is
On
it?
domain.
Pinballgeek.com.
What'd you say?
Pinball Geek.
Yeah, it's Pinball Geek.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
You, got,
I was
you can
gonna
read me
say
like
that.
you can read me like a glove. I should have said anything.
Nice.
Anyway, yeah. So Pinball Geek is in my possession now.
That's awesome.
I just need to make it happen. I have like 50 geek domains that I want to make happen someday.
Didn't
Maybe
you
not.
say like Aquarium Geek was one of them?
I have like 10. Should I go through the list real quick? Do you want to go through and see?
Yeah.
I'll see what I've got.
Yeah.
I just remember you offhandedly mentioning to somebody
You know what?
Aquarium Geek was one.
So here's the thing. There's one I've been trying to acquire for like 20 years, and I had never had any success. But maybe I should get this GoDaddy guy again to do the
You
work
get
for
like
me.
Anime Geek or something like that, or
Let me see what I got. I've forgotten all the years. Every time I have like some idea, I just go register it. It's like, because they're pretty cheap to register.
20 years ago? No, what is it? 2024? 25 years ago now, when I joined a couple of friends of mine for to create a web development agency, we all registered our own names.com, and that's what I still use for my business.
Any guesses how many domains I actually own?
350.
19.
More than 19.
23.
More than 23.
315.
Less than 315.
125.
More than 125.
Yeah.
What?
I have
Wait a minute.
200
Time out. Doesn't it cost like
200
$5 or $7 a year to have
More
a
than
domain?
It does.
It's
That's
like 20 bucks a year.
There's an expense here. Okay, you want to go down the list? Oh, all right. I just actually let like 50 of them expire because I'm like, I'm never gonna make these. I gave up on them. Now I do com, net, and org. So they're not all unique. This week on Geek. Thought it was a good name back in the day.
Yeah, that's good.
Photo Geek.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Although here's the thing, no one buys cameras anymore.
I just sold
Cameras-
my DSLR actually.
Like do you remember, what was that website? I can't remember what it was called. But it was basically a photo website that was like in the early days of the internet, and it was always the best. I can't remember the name of it. GeekDB. I don't know why I got to GeekDB.
IMDb.
Geek
Yeah,
database.
it might have been something like that.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Geek database.
Yeah, it's GeekDB. Geek Bids. That's my auction site.
Yeah.
Board Game Geeks. Remember that one, Lance?
I do.
There was a controversy with that one. You remember the person that had it?
Who did
He's
have
dead.
that?
He's dead now.
Well, that's nice.
What was his name?
I
never
assure
knew
you,
him
I
that
don't
well.
know.
Minion Games guy. I can't remember his name.
Oh, yes. James Matthew.
James Matthew. He squatted it and used it, and there was a big backlash, and he eventually gave it to me, which was nice. I'm glad he did. Worgen Geek. Never really got that going. This one's expensive, but this is potentially a more futuristic website someday, maybe. Geek.ing. Geeking. Geeking. There was an auction for those, and the lowest bid I wanted to pay, and I got it. BGG events, they can probably actually go. Board Game Geek.ing. That one was cheap. Geekdo. Do you guys remember Geekdo?
No.
I remember Geekdo.
That's a martial art for board games.
Geekgeist. Like Zeitgeist? Geekgeist?
Oh, I was like Geek Ghost. What?
Geist is a
Geist.
is a suffix?
Yeah, Geekgeist.
No. Oh, geekgeist.com?
Like Zeitgeist. Yeah, geekgeist.com.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's like
Not Geist. No, not a
Geist,
suffix.
like
No, it's just
Geist is a
geekgeist.com.
suffix.
These are all like, I'll just give you the first. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
I got. Oh, God, man. Can't read these. I gotta zoom in.
Fuck off.
Ludo sizing.
Yeah. Jazzercising.
Ludo Geek. Photography Geek. Here's my food site, Edie Geek. EATIE and EATY. Edie Geek.
Eat at Geek.
Eat a Geek. So here's my one that I can't get. Book Geek, but I got Reader Geek as an alternative. And I've been trying to get Book Geek for 20 years.
You can get Biblio Geek maybe or something like that.
I might have Biblio Geek.
Yeah,
I have to look
has
at
a
maybe.
nice sound to it.
I got Movies Geek. Movies Geek. I got Video Geek. Board Game News. I've got that. And that was a domain that Eric Martin. Actually, so I don't know, did I ever tell you about the Board Game News domain? I registered it, gave it to somebody who gave it to somebody else and didn't come back to me to give it back to me when he moved on. I'm like, what? Like, why didn't you give me the first right of refusal, man?
Yeah.
Anyway, I got Board Game News back. Taste of Geek. Some of these are I should get.
Are you just up late and drunk or what?
Every time I have an idea, I just do it. I don't know why. Buzz Game Geek. Railroad Geek. Railroad Geek was a possibility because I had a friend who was really into it. Railroad collecting hobby.
Yeah.
Focus Geek. That's the camera place.
Focus.
I could probably let that go. Gourmand Geek. That's the food site.
Yeah.
Gastronome Geek. I feel like I got to make a food site or get rid of some of these domains.
Wouldn't
Yeah,
Gastro Geek be better?
Yeah, probably, but I don't think I was able to get it. Audiophile Geek with
Yeah,
a
I was gonna
PH
say,
and
that's
an
a-
F. So
Remember
here's
when
the
that-
baby.
Remember when that guy registered Madonna.com before Madonna got it? And then he
Well,
was like and he put the he did it as like a religious website of like to celebrate, you know, like the Mary, the Madonna, you know, things like that. And like and there was like this big kerfuffle, like he's like, you know, I got this just to celebrate, and like and then they were like, well, let's buy it from you. And then he was like, here's my ludicrous amount of money that I want. And they're like, no, thanks. We'll just hire a lawyer and take it. Thanks.
Yeah.
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 And so they just, you know. And that
Yeah.
was that.
Adam Curry had MTV. Okay. Bambino. This is my baby website. Bambino Geek. Instead of Baby Geek. I couldn't get Baby Geek.
Yeah, I was gonna say baby
Bambino
geek's probably
Geek,
the
but
best.
I never really pursued some of these, obviously. Celluloid Geek, Cinephile Geek, Kotaku Geek, Movie Buff Geek, because I couldn't get Movie Geek, of course. Newborn Geek. I got to get rid of the baby stuff. Toddler Geek. GE3K. I got ge3k.org.
Oh, that's cool. Little elite speak there.
I think I got ge3k.com as well. I don't remember if I do or not. Maybe not. I got this website called Board Game Geek. May have heard of it. iOS Geek. I got to get rid of that too. Who cares about that? Movie TV.
I'll be right back.
BoardGameGeekSucks.com. I got that one.
That's awesome.
Kid Game Geek. Photography Geek. I did get photographygeek.net and org, but .com was not available.
Yeah.
I got a synthaholics.com.
Yeah.
Synthesist Geek. Synth Geek. Synth Geek. Oscillation.
What's that?
Oscillation. Like, you know what an oscillator is?
Oh, oscilloscope or yeah.
No, it's like from sound. It's music. It's oscillators. So oscillation. That was when my electronic music stuff.
Yeah.
Gadget Geek is a good one. I've actually gotten offers to buy Gadget Geek. No real numbers though. Like, do you want to sell it? I'm like, no, you didn't put a number in there, so I'm not going to come up with a number.
Yeah.
No, that's your job.
I got beyondmonopoly.com, which I feel is pretty good.
That's not bad, yeah.
Escaperoomatlas.com,
Hmm.
which that was the idea, was to catalog every escape room in the world.
Yeah.
Automobile Geek. Board Game Geeker with an R. I got to get rid of some of these. I got thegeek.us, which I tried to get the thegeek.com. Guy wouldn't sell it. He goes, it's my identity. It's my license plate. I'm like, but you're not using the domain. Like, he didn't want to sell it.
Yeah.
Didn't have any number.
Do you have bgg.com?
I don't. There is a website out there called bgg.com. It's like a law firm.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
I wonder if I could try to get that, because I feel like that law firm is, see, it's still there.
We have blg.com here, Borden Ladner Gervais.
Bendetto Gartland Company. They changed the website. There's no way they're going to sell it to its fucking lawyers. Oh, yeah.
They have a whole staff of people that can fight you.
I have gaminggeek.com, cardboardcaravan.com.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, you know what? I got to get rid of that because it's got a typo in it. I did not notice that. Game Shop Geek, which we did. Photography Geek, Photograph Geek. I had a startup called Fintru. I gotta get rid of those domains. Yeah, it made iOS apps. We released 2 iOS apps
Hmm.
back in feels like forever ago. When,
Yeah.
yeah. Literary Geek, Literate Geek, The Book Geek. I should just try to get the book Geek and give up all these other domains. Dallas Geek. I should go faster. Geek Lister, Listzo, listzo.net, LASTZO, like you could make lists.
Yeah.
Because people like to make lists.
Sure
Yeah.
they do.
Gadget Geek TV, Video Game Geek TV, Comic Geek TV. I have Comic Geek also. Uh, Puzzle Geek. I have a website called X Developer, which I was going to set up as a place for X game developers to talk, but I never pursued it. Geek Movie. This is crazy. Yeah, it's a lot.
How many domains do you think I have?
You have 30,
No, not that many.
less or more.
Oh,
17,
Less.
no, 12,
10.
10. Okay, that's a good number.
And most of them are variants on 3 or 4 things.
Yeah.
One I'm very proud of though is tabletopdashboard.com.
It's good.
That's a good one.
That's my client portal.
Oh yeah.
And tabletopux.com I also have. That's for the UX deck.
OpenSourceGeek.com. Puzzle. I already said Puzzle Geek. That actually might see the light of day pretty soon.
That's not bad actually.
The person we were working with to get it set up basically sort of
Flaked on.
got busy and sort of flaked. So we're like, what happened? Because we did a bunch of work and now it's dying. We never really got started. It's hard to, it's hard to do websites. Bookworm Geek,
That's a good one.
You're still going.
Disc Golf Geek. I got to get rid of that too. I'm not gonna. That was where you could rate all the disc golf courses in the world. Werewolf Geek, Needle Geek for the
crocheters and stuff.
for the crocheters. Yeah, Needle Geek. I'm skipping some because these are I don't know. RPG Geek, we know that. Beverage Geek,
What kind of traffic does RPG Geek get?
not a lot. And some, but not like BGG is a monster.
Yeah, I'm sure.
BGG gets billions of page views.
That's
Yeah. We had I think we did 2 billion page views last year.
the amount of data that serves up. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's crazy. I got Geek Hype. I don't know what am I gonna do with these? I gotta get rid of some of these. This is wasting money.
You gotta print the list out and then have like a little round table, a BGG round table, and go through them all and just get a consensus of like a dozen or half a dozen people that you trust.
So the other book website is wellreadgeek.com.
Well Read Geek?
It's pretty good. Wellreadgeek.com. That's a good viable
Yeah,
book
that's
website.
not bad.
God, I want to make that book website.
Best used bookstore name I ever saw was Deja Lu, which
Yeah.
Lu is Lear
Yeah.
is the present tense for read in
Already
French, but
read.
Deja Lu is already read.
Let me tell you all the Board Game Geek domains I have. BoardGameGeek.club, .social, .exchange, .city, .games, .party, .fun, .love, .shop, .space. And by the way, .store got squatted.
Oh, fuck.
BoardGameGeek.store. I'm like, what?
But you can take that though if you wanted it.
Yeah, and I got it. It's under a different registrar. What else is that? I think that's pretty. I mean, oh, Brick Geek. That's my Lego website.
That's gonna be a good one.
I got an offer on that one too, but I don't. When they don't give me a number, I lose interest. I'm like, what am I supposed to say? I'm not gonna come up with a number for you. You have to tell me.
Yeah, that'd be a total good one.
Anyway, there you go. There's
Right
my
on.
there's my insight into my domain world, which someday are all ideas I have in my head. That
What's the total number, Scott? 200 what?
281.
81. So I was close. That's a
281.
315.
Yeah, you're pretty close. You were
I
close.
was close. You guys thought I was too high.
But now that you mention it, Lance's, these are you know, they're not that they're cheap.
Scott gets rid of
They're
all
cheap,
these.
but it's like
He's
you
down
never
with
know. I don't want to get rid of it because they immediately get squatted, you know?
Right.
Like someone squats them.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna sleep in tomorrow.
Oh, that sounds
Yeah,
nice.
Kabuki thinks I'm batshit crazy.
Batshit. She actually said
Here's the
it.
thing: as soon as I have an idea, I just
I
put
buy
it
too
in.
many
You
domains.
never know. You never. Yeah, I buy too many domains.com.
Domaingeek.com.
So I used to do a bidding on domains too. Like I would see a domain name come up for bid, and I would throw a bid in for like the lowest amount. And sometimes I got some of them.
Yeah.
Like some of those domains were bid ones.
Mm-hmm.
Then I stopped.
Now, now what do you do with them?
I don't know. That's a portfolio. I don't know. There's a couple really good ones there. Like
Yeah.
Gadget Geek is pretty good.
Yeah.
Gadget Geek is good. The
There's a few.
Brick Geek is really good.
Geek is good too. But I don't think I've heard. And Comic Geek is good.
Comic Geek is good.
Actually, do I have Comic Geek? I think I've got all of it. I hope I got Comic Geek. Feel like I do.
Wonder if you can get Foodie Geek.
I have Comic.
That's kind of doesn't roll off the tongue.
Which one?
Foodie.
I couldn't get Food Geek.
Food Geek is be tough.
Foodie. Yeah.
If you could find somebody to do all the heavy lifting and get a like a database that was also like a way people could trade slash sell their comics, Comic Book Geek would be.
We've talked about it year after year. I just get so busy with other stuff I can't get headway on it.
You know
Well,
what?
it's
Huge
just
market you could
tough.
probably capitalize on is the pet industry.
Pets. Yeah.
Pet Geek.
Pet Geek or
I thought the baby industry was pretty good. Like baby products. Baby products are huge.
oh,
They
that's
are. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Like if you I don't think there was any real things out there. There was something. You know what? There might have been something when I started looking into it. But I talked to a guy. He goes, I forget who gave me the idea. Who? Oh, you know what? It was Waywa. Do you guys know Waywa?
no.
No. He's a game designer. He's the guy that designed Race for the Galaxy.
Oh
One
yeah.
of the- or
I just
roll
put
for
my
the
copy.
roll for the Galaxy. Roll for the Galaxy.
I
Yeah,
just
sorry,
put
not
my
Race.
copy of Roll for the Galaxy.
Roll. Him and Tom Lehman. He goes, I just spent 2 days researching car seats for my child.
Yeah.
If you had a website where you had reviews and information about car seats and had
Yeah.
just an affiliate type sales system, that's big money.
Right. Just click through sales. Yeah.
But we couldn't get Baby Geek.
Yeah.
We had to get settle for Bambino and Parent Geek or something. What do we get? I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, all. So Pinball Geek is now mine. Yet added to the list.
And what are you gonna do with it?
I don't know. I got to figure it out because there is a
Click
well-established
through,
current website that basically is the whole entire pinball community. So I would be sort of putting my stake up in the ground of a competitor. I don't like being a competitor.
Yeah.
I mean, when I made RPG Geek and Video Game Geek, those were technically competitors, and they didn't. They don't prosper. They didn't prosper.
What if yours is just like a sales venue for hobbyists?
So sales online are really challenging these days. There's a
Yeah.
lot of laws for marketplaces,
Yeah.
and I think the guy who runs Pinside he lives in Netherlands, so he doesn't really have to follow those laws.
Right.
Hmm,
So he skirts it.
what a jerk.
Good. I mean, it's an amazing website. However, it's not moderated, in my opinion. I feel like most people would be scared away from it. So I'm like, well, maybe I'll need to make the website for the millennium, the new millennium of pinballers.
Yeah.
Because it's basically a bit toxic.
Old white
Like
men.
Stern doesn't even interact on that website, and like they're all their customers. Like that whole website is just Stern customers. And Stern does not interact on that website. Just crazy, right? Now, I maybe.
I mean, why would they? I mean,
Yeah, I don't
it's
know. What do they have to gain? Yeah, I don't know.
yeah. I mean, that's one of those things where it's like, oh, if you post anything, it'll just get dissected and you know.
That's been more of a problem lately on BGG too.
Oh, I'm always
There's
I've always had
plenty
the
of publishers
mentality
that,
of that like
yeah,
you're better off like not saying anything in most cases. I mean, you
just frustrating, right?
yeah, I mean you just
Like why? Yeah, it's just crazy.
you eventually get to a point where you're like it's like when you post you post an update that says, "Oh, you know, this is exactly, you know, where everything is as far as fulfillment goes." And then like you see, "Oh, you got a new comment." You go look at the comment. "Where's everything at? When am I getting my game?" It's like literally yesterday there's an update. It's entitled, you know, fulfillment news for all regions. If you took 5 seconds, you could have read that, you know, and then just but they don't, you know, because they just because whatever. As we've said, nobody reads anything.
Yeah.
They just give me the information right now. Let me you know, and you know, it's kind of like the whole thing. It's kind of like with children who are like, "Do you know where my blank is?" And I'm always just kind of like, "What do you?" Yeah, it's like I don't know where your winter gloves are. You know, just like I don't wear them. I don't search them. I don't find them. I don't know what you're expecting. You know, just it's you know, I mean, it's kind of like some people are like, well, I can't be bothered to look up and read anything. Could you just tell me, you know, where this stuff is? I don't know. Whatever.
Whatever.
Whatever indeed. Um, well, we won't have our thing next
Want to do initials? No, look.
well, I apologize. I've only got 10, but I can
That's
do
good.
one.
You might as well. It's all right. It's 1 o'clock, so
Yeah, okay. Well, you're
2 for Matt. I know.
let me pull it up. It's only
At least you're
10.
not on
Okay.
Atlantic time, Matt.
Yeah. So
That
you
would
know what's
suck.
funny? Newfoundland is 1.5 hours. ahead of
Hours, yeah.
me.
Just crazy. What?
Yeah, it's weird.
How do you live in a world like that?
I don't. Well, Newfoundland are
Like-
special people.
you,
Newfoundlanders are and like I love them, but they're a special part of Canada.
you call them Newfies?
Yeah. There's this. I watched this.
They have a
This
wonderful accent as well.
they do. I was watching this this
Have you
Irish
seen it Come From
podcast.
Away?
Oh, it's Come From Ways is amazing.
We saw it in London. It was
Did you
good.
like it?
Yeah, it's good. I fell asleep a couple times, but it was still pretty good.
There's a
We were
documentary.
jet lagged. We watched it in London the first day.
Oh, really? There's a
I
documentary
was like
based on.
dipping off a couple times, but it's good. I got the gist of it.
Well, the documentary of the actual event is like so touching. But though there's this Irish podcast, like Ireland Irish podcast, of these guys, and they're like, yeah, I took a trip to Newfoundland because Newfoundland, there's an island, there's a part of Newfoundland that is pretty much a very archaic Irish accent. It's like it's untouched, and and these guys, there's this thing called Irish weddings are known for their drinking, right?
Mhm.
And this guy's like, dude, I went to Newfoundland, and it was like going to an Irish wedding every day. He's like, even
Wow.
I was like, that's enough.
Yeah, you had to take a break.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can screech you in.
Oh, here, hold on. Let me find it.
You have any grievances, Matt?
Well, I did my
Oh,
hotel.
you had your grievance. Evan, do you have any grievances?
Me, I mean, not non-political ones.
I read a fantastic book, Small Town Horror. If you like
Stoker Award finalist.
if you like early Stephen King before he kind of became, I wouldn't say vanilla, but Stephen King became really predictable.
Mainstream.
Yeah, I mean, for lack of a better term.
He jumped the
And if you
does.
like
Books are still
horror
pretty good.
novels, basically it feels like a uh very early Stephen King feel to it, but it's enough of it of his own. Basically a guy that has to go back to his old hometown uh for reasons without getting into too much. And basically, he reconnects with his childhood friends, and there's something bigger that they were a part of without, again, that slowly unfolds as they, start to reestablish their friendships and also like the secrets of the shit that they did when they were much younger. Um, I picked it up on like a 50% off sale at Barnes and Noble, and it was well worth it. I
You really
read
have
it.
to enunciate when you're talking about the title, though.
Yes, small town horror, not. That's funny. You should say that because
You
there
have
was
this
a
book. It's called this, and like, I beg your pardon. Go, sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
small town horror. What? um, Oh, there was a fantastic RPG called Earth Dawn, done by FASA, and now it's owned by somebody else. I forget who. But as they say, the lore, if you say, um, was very much like basically World of Magic. Magic slowly increases and increases and increases, and eventually there's so much magic uh, that the line between their world and this world where all these basically demons are, eventually becomes so frail that the demons are able to come into the world, and then they just wreak havoc on the world. And when that happens, you have to basically create these magical um places that they called like citadels were above ground, and then like I forget what it was for the ones that were underground. But basically you had to create these things, and then it was kind of like a generation ship where like you had to wait because eventually the magic would reach its zenith, and then it would slowly but surely go back down, and eventually it would go back down to a point where these demons weren't able to stay in the world anymore. They'd have to go back, and then it would be safe for them to leave. But they weren't called demons; they were called horrors. That's the name that they gave it, was horrors. And so it was like, so then it's like we got to get these horrors out of here. It's just like, I mean, it was a fantastic system, a wonderful way they created it, and I really enjoyed it a great deal. But I hated that. We changed it. I said they're just demons. That's what we'll call them, and we'll move forward, and it's fine. Earth Dawn, great system. All right, so here you go. Here's
Wait,
our
did
bridge.
any of you guys watch Nobody Wants This? Netflix?
I'm 2 episodes in.
Okay.
My wife swears by it.
It's amazing. It's a good if you want to like a pick me up thing, it's just fun to watch.
I bet it is.
It's good.
I did binge watch all Agatha above all, or
Oh,
Agatha
I get
all
the
along.
after all.
Yeah,
I get the all along.
Agatha all along.
And I'm only 2 episodes in with Diplomat season 2. I'm trying
Yeah,
to
me
save
too.
Oh, that's right.
trying to savor it. Anyway,
Is it?
I don't
What
think I'll be able to
season
finish
two?
it before The Diplomat.
Oh, okay.
Is that
Have you
holding
seen
up?
The Diplomat?
Yeah, I saw the first season. I liked it.
Oh, if you like the Diplomat, Scott, did you ever watch that Taya Leone one about she's the Secretary of State?
Oh, no, I never did. That was not a TV show?
Yeah, it was
Like,
excellent.
what?
It was really good. Tim Daly's in it
I
too.
thought about watching it.
It was very good.
Okay. I'll add it to the list. Got a lot of TV. I wanted to watch Agatha too. I was a little, I don't know. The second episode, I was just like,
At first I wasn't very into it, and then I started enjoying it more and more.
Okay. I'll probably put it back on.
Yeah.
Got nothing else going on these days, except for BGCon.
Yeah.
So, got no travel plans. Oh, well, except for Thanksgiving. I got a lot of time to watch some stuff.
All right, Lance, what do we
All right,
got?
there we go.
All right, so yeah, like I said, it'll be in abbreviated initials. I apologize for that. But it's only 10 because I just started throwing them together today, and we'll go from there. But the initials are C S. C as in cat, S as in Superman.
Yeah, Superman, Evan.
Yeah, cat Superman will not be an answer. You can just take that off your list. All right, here we go. Item number one, clue number one. This sometimes has a hyphen. Clue number two. There are 10 versions. If you sorry, Kabuki Kid, if you like the short stories by King, You Like It Darker is very good. His most recent you'll like it. It's good stuff. All right. Clue number one was this sometimes has a hyphen. Clue number two was there are 10 versions. Clue number three. It normally has 2 teams.
Matt,
Go for it.
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike
Huh.
is correct. Well
Nice.
done.
I was just thinking, like, that's the first thing I thought of, because when you guys were talking about Team Fortress, I'm like, oh no, it was Counter-Strike we used to play.
Yep. Commercially released in 2000. Started as a mod in 1999. Has sold millions and is considered to be one of the most highly regarded first-person shooter video games. All right. Item number two, clue number one, is 57 years old. Clue number two, noted wargamer and had their own video game developer. All right, sorry, video game development company.
Say that again.
Noted wargamer and
Oh.
founded their own video game development company. Clue number three is in the Hall of Fame.
I cannot remember his name.
Clue number four, 3-time world champion.
Aldi.
Go for it.
Kurt Schilling.
Kurt Schilling is correct. Yes, an avid collector of Nazi memorabilia.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he says that it is a large amount of World War II memorabilia that just happens to have a few Nazi items.
Nazi symbols, yeah.
You do. Former Major League pitcher, won 214 games for the Orioles, Diamondbacks, Astros, and Red Sox. Item number three, clue number one, is 100 years old. Clue number two, got its big break in Hollywood. Clue number three, was originally called an aviator.
Matt.
Go for it.
Corvette Stingray.
Good guess. No, up till now, that all makes sense. However, with the next clue,
this always happens. Like the next clue is like, yeah, completely.
The next clue is like, that doesn't make sense at all.
It is not a car.
Yeah, does not have 4 wheels. No.
Yeah.
Next clue. contains lemon juice, olive oil, and anchovies. Number 5 has a known salmonella
Jesus.
risk.
Right.
A known salmonella risk.
Evan.
Evan.
Caesar salad.
Oh.
Caesar salad is
I was thinking of
correct.
cocktails.
The reason I got the big break in Hollywood was the basically the guy who started who it's highly disputed how it got started, but most people accept the fact that it was this guy who had a restaurant in New Mexico, and he had a huge July 4th rush, and he didn't have any, like his kitchen was pretty bare, and so he just had to come up with something on the fly for his salad. And then somebody liked it so much that they bought the recipe from him, and then they made it a staple on there. Like they had like 16 Hollywood restaurants, and so then it got more. That's what the Hollywood.
The thing that threw me off is there's a cocktail called an aviator.
Yeah, well, it was
That
called
was
it was called the aviator salad at first, is what he called it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I was going the wrong direction.
Item
Sure.
number 4. Clue number 1 is 59 years old.
It
Number 2 was eaten by a grizzly bear in
Didn't you
1983.
Didn't you just say 59 years old for another one?
No, I said 100 years old, and I
No, the
said
one
50,
before
and I
that.
said 57 years old.
Oh, 7. Okay.
Anyway, number 2 was eaten by a grizzly bear in 1983. Number 3 was arrested for drugs in 1986. Number 4 was killed by Russian invaders in 1984.
Evan.
Evan.
Charlie
5,
Sheen.
4. Charlie Sheen
Yes.
is
Red Dawn.
correct.
Red Dawn.
His first ever movie was Grizzly 2, and he was eaten by a grizzly bear. Propelled the Cleveland Indians to the World Series in 1989. Does not, in fact, have tiger blood.
What was the drugs thing?
Hmm.
Oh, in real life.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Oh, no.
That was his very small role in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where he makes out with
Oh,
Jennifer
that's right.
Grey,
He
and
was
she's
the
like,
drug dealer.
"Why were you arrested?" And he said, "Drugs."
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. On the couch.
Yeah, he was the punk in the end.
He was the punk who was just like, "I think the problem's you." Well, excuse me. It's like it's like you're just mad that he gets away with it, but you're
I
just
had a
not. You know
crush
about
on
you,
that actress. What was her name?
Jennifer Grey.
Jennifer Grey.
We all
and then
had a
she got-
crush.
She got a nose job, and it's like the crush went away.
Yeah, and then she looked like everybody else.
She's like,
Yeah.
what? You
Yeah.
took the...
We all had a crush
Yeah.
on Jennifer Grey.
Favorite Charlie Sheen movie? The Wraith.
Good
I never
movie.
saw that.
What?
Great fucking movie.
The
That's a
Wraith?
great movie.
Not Wall Street?
And then
Nope.
Jennifer Grey was married to Matthew Broderick for a brief period of
Oh.
time.
No.
I didn't know that.
Didn't know that.
She was in
But
the
they're
car
siblings.
when he caused that car accident that killed that woman in like Ireland or whatever it was. Yeah, I don't know, just weird stuff that I remember from that era. You know, admittedly, the actor is problematic, and I hate that word, but the guy who played the principal, his comedic
Oh, sarcasm.
timing in Ferris Bueller, that was
Oh, that guy.
absolutely perfect.
Jeffrey something or other.
Yeah, the scene where he's sitting there and he's
Yeah, but
talking.
The phone.
The phone, when he
The
looks
phone scene.
over and the lights blinking because
Race.
the person's on the hole.
Nice.
Yeah.
So good. And then the blinking light, like ding, ding, ding. Ferris Bueller on line 2.
Yeah. Hey, hey, Mr. Rudy, could you go ahead and give all my homework to my sister so she can bring it home? Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I believe though. Well, I should say you do. Yes. That and when he goes to try to break into the house and she Jennifer Grey says, "Oh, by the way, you dropped your wallet in the kitchen or whatever," and then she throws it and he hears the dog growl and he doesn't look, his eyes just slowly look over to the side to where the dog's going crazy. But anyway, yes. And he's a horrible human being. So
I did not know that.
all right. Item number 5. Clue number 1 has a connection to Jane's addiction. Number 2, Hall of Famer Ricky Henderson has 335.
Matt,
Go for it.
caught stealing.
Caught stealing
Wow.
is correct. I had lots of fun.
I couldn't come up with the word slugger.
Yeah, Roy
Didn't work.
Hall of Famer Roy Campanella did this 57% of the time. The catcher for catching, basically throwing out, caught stealing, for throwing out base runners. The next closest is 41%. That's how good Roy Campanella was.
I gotta forget facts right.
What a bummer
you're
it is
fine.
that Jane's addiction broke up again.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I was like, I watched a couple of the video of their concerts on YouTube and they're great still.
Yeah, I saw them at Lollapalooza.
my
They were pretty
God.
amazing way back in the day. That the album before, I can't think of the name of the album, the Caught Stealing album. The first two,
Ritual de lo Habitual.
you know, the album
Yeah.
before Ritual de la Habitual
Oh,
is
shocking, nothing shocking.
nothing shocking. Man, the first 2 songs on
Good
that
songs.
album are just absolute
There's so many good great
bangers.
Like I kind of wanted to go see them, like, but I don't know if I really wanted to go see them, because I'm old.
Wish I was mountain size. Just wish I was.
Perry Farrell's voice, man, something about it.
Oh man,
That's
I
good.
mean, that was one of the most intense pits I've ever been on. When they came out, they were the title. Just people throwing punches, going crazy.
Did you hear the recent isolated vocals though from that concert? Oh my god, it's horrible.
Oh, well, don't say that. I don't want to think about that. All right, here we go. Item number 6. Number 1 is 74 years old.
Matt,
Go for it.
Cat Stevens.
Oh no, you blew a clue.
Swing and a miss.
Actually, that's not even his name anymore.
No, it's
No.
well that yeah.
Yusuf or something.
Yusuf, yeah.
All right.
That was a good guess though.
No, it was you swung for the fences. I won't take that away.
Forrest isn't here, so somebody has to.
Number 2, at the age 17, won a Miss Congeniality Award. Number 3,
I know what it is.
How old?
in 2008, described themselves as a goddess-worshipping Christian pagan Buddhist. But recently, in 2023, has stated that they have reclaimed their Christian beliefs.
Nope. Not who I thought.
Clue number 4 was taken to a porno for a first date in 1976.
Aldi.
Go for it.
Sybil Shepherd.
Sybil Shepherd. I knew the taxi driver clue.
Taxi driver.
Yep. Clue
Crazy.
number 5 ran a private detective agency for 5 years. Some walk by.
What was
night.
the
Moonlighting, baby?
Christian thing? Was that a real thing that you did?
No, she was in charge of the private detective agency in Moonlighting.
No, I meant the Buddhists.
Oh yeah, she described it because she had a spiritual falling out of her Catholic upbringing, And then like in an interview, she that's what the way she described herself. But then in recent years, she has reestablished herself in her Christian beliefs. Uh yes, Emmy nominated Golden Globe winning actress of The Last Picture Show, Taxi Driver, and Moonlighting, and still a very attractive woman. If you've seen, I saw her giving a speech for Kamala Harris, and I was like,
Do you remember on
she,
Moonlighting they would always shoot her like in Vaseline?
yeah.
Like they would Vaseline the lens or something. There was like this
Well,
big
there was a period when she was pregnant with her twins. There was an entire season where they had to basically only film her from here up
okay.
and not have anything. I mean, okay, if you've never watched the show Moonlighting, you have no clue how good that show was with
I
her
never
and
watched it.
Bruce. Oh my God. I mean, there's
Yeah, I
like,
never watched it.
so, okay, as an aside, just so I can tell this story, there's this whole thing about this burgeoning sexual tension between Sybil Shepherd and Bruce Willis throughout the entire thing, where they're like it's a whole will they won't they, and it is true. Once they eventually give in and they try to date or whatever, it ruins the show. It's
Yeah.
gone. It's
Yeah,
gone, and so it doesn't.
Surprising nobody. Yeah.
But
That's like the. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
when you there's this uh Mark Harmon is
Yeah.
shown is in the show for like a season or two or whatever, and he's kind of seen as this guy that's dating Sybil Shepherd, and it's like and he's just like a nice guy. He's super nice, but you all are pulling for David Bruce Willis to
Bruce
like
Willis.
to make it happen, right? Because you just know that they're made for each other, kind of thing. And there's this moment where like he finds out they break up or something, and I don't remember the whole gist of it, but there's this, and it was like I remember watching this with my sister, and we were just like, oh my goodness. And like he in the middle of the night he realizes he loves her, and he's just like, I'm an idiot, I love her, I need to go and tell her immediately right now. This is before he and so the classic, goes to her apartment in the rain, goes to her place in the rain, like races over there, like everything, and he's banging on the door, like rain pouring down. And Mark Harmon opens the door.
Answers the door.
He's like, hey David, is everything okay? And he's like, yeah, I just wanted to tell Maddie something. He's like, oh, she's sleeping, but do you want me to get her up? He's just like, nah, it's okay. And he turns around, walks away, and you're just like, it's like the end of the
Bum, bum,
season.
bum.
No, it was like, I mean, I can remember that
Is that like
was
a season ender or something?
that was like a season ender. It
Season
was just
cliffhanger?
kind of like you were just like he finally realized it, and
Sure.
like and you were like, it's finally gonna happen, and then it didn't. I mean, like for the people that watched Moonlighting, that was like it was crushing,
Yeah.
absolutely crushing. Anyway, here we go. Item number 7, clue number 1. The first initial could be an H. Clue number 2. Was a lawyer for 3 years until they got into a courtroom brawl with their own client. Clue number 3. Got their big break in Utah in 1954. Clue number 4. Sold their creation for $2 million in 1964. That would be about 19.8 million in today's money. Clue number 5. Later, regretted their decision, saying the new owners had destroyed their invention with their cost-cutting measures.
I have so many people.
Final clue. Though they passed away in 1980, they have since been played by Norm Macdonald, Reba McEntire, and Ray Liotta in commercials for his famous chicken.
Oh,
Matt,
Ooh.
that was close.
Yeah, I
No way. Well, I mean, it wasn't close for
mean,
me,
it
but
sounded like Aldi was right before, but
That's what I heard.
it was super close. Kabuki, can you confirm? I think Aldi was like a half a second before. Not even. Aldi was first. Aldi.
Colonel Sanders.
Colonel Sanders is correct. Colonel Harlan Sanders.
He sold it for $2 million.
$2 million. However, that was a fun deep dive to read about him. He sold it for $2 million because when he came up with it, like in 1954, when he opened his first restaurant, guess how old he was in 1954?
42.
65.
He was 64 years old.
Wow.
He was 64 years old, and he ran that restaurant and a couple other locations for 10 years. And he said, I just can't do it anymore. He was just tired.
Yeah.
And so when he sold it, he was like, he sold it, and then he said, you can take it, but he like retained like Canadian distribution and some other things. And also he was like the brand ambassador, so he still got paid a salary and things like that. He said that when they changed like the cost cutting and everything like that, he said they took my amazing chicken and they made it taste like bland wallpaper.
Hmm.
And so now, of course, I'm like, which, Kentucky Fried Chicken tastes pretty good. So I'm like,
What
how
did it used to taste like?
good did it
How
taste?
good did the original taste?
Yeah, I want to.
So,
Yeah,
I interviewed at I tried to get a job at Kentucky Fried Chicken.
yeah.
I even got like driven to the training center, and then they found out I was 15 and they said, no, we can't hire you. And so
Mm.
I had to sit there at the training center and wait for my grandpa to come pick me up. I
Wow.
couldn't get a ride back. This was like, and this was in Fort Lauderdale, which is like a million miles away from Pompano Beach, which is not that far. But
Yeah.
in my mind, it was a million
Yeah.
miles away because
So
anyway.
my two
KFC.
my two anecdotes about KFC would be, I remember what it's called, Kentucky Fried Chicken and not KFC, but for the first Bad News Bears movie, there's that one kid, I can't remember his name, but he's fat, he's a chubby kid, he plays catcher or whatever.
Yeah.
Like he was like going through his growth spurt and he was just shedding weight like crazy, like while they were filming, and like he would show up and they were just like, you got to keep your weight on, because it was like, I don't know, it was like, a couple of months. And so after things, like his mom would take him to like KFC, and then like he would just force himself to eat like buckets of chicken by
Mashed
himself
potatoes.
and mashed potatoes.
I think the mashed potatoes were pretty good, weren't they?
Yeah,
I
not bad.
I haven't eaten like 20 years.
Oh, I know. I mean,
Cannot
it's
remember
we probably go and like we'll get it once or twice during the winter, because there's one right on the way home when after my son gets done with Taekwondo, and I'm just like, I can pull through KFC and just get food, and my wife's like, yeah, just do that. The other one is that there was one near one of the pizza places I worked at in my 20s, and we'd always ask them if they wanted to do, because you get tired of eating pizza every day. So you're like, oh, can we do a food trade? And they would do food trades with us all the time until like some piece of crap manager, like we called up and like, actually no, he called our manager and said, don't ever call us about food trades anymore, because he was mad about like, I don't know how it worked or whatever. Maybe because like ours was like a little local pizza shop, so we didn't have like some sort of strict,
Inventory control.
inventory control, but like they probably did, so
We did food trades at TCBY.
yeah.
My stepsister was the manager, and I had a little bit of a problem with that, honestly, because I don't know. Anyway, whatever. Food trades.
Yeah. I see Ghost tried to come back in. Thank you, Kabuki. Appreciate it.
Wow.
All right, here we go. I believe we're on item number 8. Yes, item number 8. is 38 years old. Clue number 2 is 77 years old. Clue number 3 is an all-star. Clue number 4 is a Hall of Famer. Clue number 5 recently won their first ever Gold Glove. Final clue, rock musician known for their guitar work on the songs Black Magic Woman, Europa. Matt.
Carlos Santana.
Carlos Santana is correct. And there is a first baseman for the Minnesota Twins, and his name is Carlos Santana.
Oh, that's your
Exact-
trick.
So yeah, that was
Yeah.
that was me being clever. All right, number 9. Electronic version released in 2015. Number 2. Luddite version released in 2019. Number 3. Electronic version designed by Carolina Corpu.
Cool.
Number 4. Luddite version designed by Rooston Hawkinson.
Oh,
Number 5. This is a video game and a board game. Final clue. While the board game is a cooperative game for multiple players, the video game is a single-player, open-ended simulation that gives you control over building a
no,
complete
go ahead.
town.
Sorry.
I'll finish the clue.
Evan.
Matt.
Evan.
Hmm.
Evan. 5, 4, 3.
Dyslexia. Never mind.
Matthew.
I had it reversed. I have SC, not CS.
Yep. Same.
Matt. 5.
City Sim.
Yeah.
And Aldi, it's all yours.
I can't remember it. I played it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Cities Skylines is the name of the game. And it's very good too. Very good game.
Wasn't
I'm all the video game.
I liked it. I liked it for a bit, and then I got annoyed with it. But
Yeah.
it was fine. It was good.
All right, here we go with the final item. Sorry, I don't have 50. Anyway, corner 1 is 55 years old. Clue number 2 is part of the Federation of Planets. Clue number 3 was a monk in 1986 and then blew themselves up in 1988. Number 4 got themselves decapitated in 1990 and 2002. Number 5 hallucinated talking to dead Elvis Presley in 1993.
Aldi.
Go for it.
Christian Slater.
Christian Slater is correct.
Nice.
So he was
I was
a
thinking about
monk.
that movie the other day.
He was a monk
of the Rose?
in Name of the Rose, which is
Yeah.
such a good movie.
Oh, yeah.
It's and the miniseries is great too, if you got some time to
I
watch
never
it.
saw it.
Oh yeah, John Turturro just crushed it.
What were the details?
Heathers, he blew himself
Oh,
up
he was
at the very end.
decapitated.
In
In
Heathers, he
Heathers?
blew himself up at the end of the movie.
Oh,
In
okay.
1990, he was in Young Guns 2.
Mm.
And in a postscript, they say that his character had his head cut off by Mexican banditos. And in the 2002 movie Wind Talkers, during a fight with Japanese soldiers, one of them takes out their samurai sword and cuts his head off.
Gross.
I had so many answers that were not people.
And then, yes, and obviously he talked to Val
Screw you,
Kilmer.
Evan.
Val Kilmer, who played Elvis Presley
Yeah.
in True Romance, which is a really,
That was a
really
good
good
movie.
movie.
That
That is
was.
a think about that movie too. Like
So
think
good.
about that with James Gandolfini. Is one scene
Yeah.
of like where
But that was
he
who wrote that was
that was Quentin
Tarantino.
Tarantino wrote it. Yeah.
but then he ghost wrote it. Like he didn't want credit or something, right?
You
Didn't
can
he take
dive
himself
into the
off
real
it?
reason, but I mean, and he didn't really like what Oliver Stone did with it. Like he kind of disowned himself from it or whatever.
It was an Oliver Stone movie.
I think so, or whatever the director was. I think for some reason I want to say it's Oliver Stone, but um, there's the fantastic scene with Dennis Hopper and Christopher Walken.
Tony Scott was the director.
Tony Scott, sorry. Um,
Huh.
where he says, it's like you're a horrible liar. It's like,
Who was
just
the drug dealer guy? It was what's that guy's name? Sure.
oh gosh, I mean I can picture him.
What
I
was his
see him.
name?
I see him in my head. The British actor. He was in the Harry Potter movies. He was the bad guy in The Professional.
Professional.
Gary
Gary
Oldman. Ah, we almost had it at the exact same time. Yeah, no, he was.
Everyone!
Everyone.
No, that was what was it?
That was a good movie too.
Yeah.
The Professional.
I like the extended version.
That's the scene in The Professional where like when Leon's dead and he looks up and he opens up the jacket and he sees he's got the ring
All
and he
spoilers.
just goes
Spoilers.
shit. No, just all he says is
Shit.
No, he just like
Yeah.
shit. Just like
Yeah.
ooh. I mean, that was a good little moment. Look, what happened to Luke Besson? He just like vanished off the face of the earth. He was in a bunch of movies
Wasn't
and then
he
just
like? No, yeah, I don't remember.
and then
Just
like
got old and
just
quick.
disappeared.
Yeah.
He was in that first Mission
No.
Impossible movie.
He did a movie last year called Dogman,
Well, I believe you, but I mean,
2023.
he was really good.
Lucy.
He was.
Never saw Lucy.
Yeah.
Lucy was good.
Valerian in the City of 1,000, whatever. This is
No.
1,000
Oh,
planets.
That was
I mean,
bad.
True Romance, like I said, it's just got lots of like very nice.
Did he do City of Lost Children?
No, that was the guy who did Hellboy, whose name is escaping me as well.
Yeah.
Ron Perlman.
Luke Besson
Oh,
is
from-
minorly canceled. I wonder what for.
All right, kids, I need to go to bed.
All right, good night, sir.
Demon.
Besson, by the way.
Bethon. Bethon.
Take care.
Besson. Luc Besson. All right. Good to see you guys. I am burning a candle for y'all. If you ever want to chat, let me know.
Hey, just thanks, man. I appreciate that. Whatever. I mean, it sucks, and we'll fight with every bit of our what have yous. Hope for the best.
Well, I got a spare room here if you ever need it.
If we need to escape the
Can we all move in?
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
While
I
I'll
mean-
never say no, I mean, I don't think I'm ever going to take you up on the offer, but
All right. Good night, folks.
Demon.
All right.
Did you ever see
we can do.
Delicatessen?
Yeah, I saw
Long time
Delicatessen.
ago.
It's a weird movie.
Yeah. Is that David Lynch? Is that who that is?
No, I think that was that John Pierre Junet? That's the City Lost
Okay.
Children guy, right? I think.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong.
But
1991.
1991.
Oh yeah, Jean Pierre Jeunet.
Kabuki Kid was talking about City Lost Children.
Did you see that? It looked interesting.
Amelie. Oh my gosh, I love Amelie.
Oh
Amelie's a good movie.
yeah.
Okay.
Amelie was awesome.
Gosh, that was a good time of my life too. Amelie.
What was the thing that have you ever read the whole thing about Quentin Tarantino basically came like this close to directing a Star Trek movie?
No.
No.
Google it. It was
Okay.
like, but it wasn't, and the reason why they ended up not doing it with him was because he wasn't going to do something that was going to be like building the world in any way. It was going to be basically like a 2-hour Star Trek episode.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
just like a long episode.
Yeah, just like that wasn't going to be anything that would like continue everything. But he had like, and it was basically going to be a remake of a classic old Star Trek episode
Sure.
that he was just going to do in his own way, which might have been interesting, to see that.
Well, hope his new movie gets made. Didn't he stop making it?
Yeah.
There was something happened. He stopped making it.
Somebody's talking about feel good movies. My feel good movie today I have on the background. I just put on Rushmore.
All right.
Just
I thought about putting it on.
that's just that movie just makes me giggle in so many moments. Never in my life did I ever never imagine having boys like these. Just
Yeah.
and I know I've said it before, but that entire scene when they go to visit the principal or whatever, the dean of the school who had the stroke, and it's just the kid and Bill Murray in the service elevator at the
Yeah.
hospital, and you just see and Bill Murray throughout the whole thing where they're just kind of talking or whatever. You see him, he like lights 2 cigarettes to smoke both of them. He opens up a Diet Coke, takes a huge swig, takes out that little tiny like a shooter of vodka and pours it into the can of Coke, and then takes out another shooter, pours it into the can of Coke, then tucks both of the bottles into the blankets that are like part of in the hospital blankets, and the whole thing, and the kid's just sitting there talking about whatever, and just like it's like, and finally he goes, you don't look good. Are you okay? And he's like, well, I am lonely. he just walks away. It was just such a masterful moment, and
Yeah,
just
there's some good. That's a good Bill Murray.
or after he gets expelled before the dean goes to the college, and like he's looking out there, and like, and Max is like, I don't know what he's burning. He's like burning the leaves, or I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
He's like and he's like, Max. He just turns around.
Yeah.
That's all.
It's in that movie forever.
Just gives him the finger.
I watched Run Lola Run again the other night.
Oh,
You guys ever see that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that movie? I watched that in the
Yeah.
theater, but it
Yeah.
just brought back some good memories of the 90s. Just looking for these weird nostalgia hits. But Run Lola Run was super fun.
Yeah.
Just because I forget the different turning points, like where she walks in, runs into somebody, and then she doesn't run into somebody. Then I don't know. I forget the little things that change the entire plot of the movie based on one little time thing.
Yeah, it's been way too long since I've seen that.
Lola Runs. That was the German version, I think.
Yeah.
So here
I saw the dub
was
version. The dub version was like the voicing is not great, but it's
Yeah.
okay.
I was trying to think of this. I was trying to think of Wes Anderson movies, and I was just like, Rushmore is the only one that I can watch that I just want to have fun because
What do
like
you like about what was the one you liked so much?
Asteroid City.
What is so good about it? I could not get into.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's something that repeated views have to
mean-
be done, but I mean, it is. So this is mild spoilers for
I'll put it
Asteroid
on
City.
again. No, don't
No,
spoil.
no, no. It's not. This
No,
doesn't really
don't spoil.
give
No
anything
spoiler.
away. But I mean, but it's he's Anderson's constantly experimenting with these ideas of, like breaking the fourth wall and like the layers. Like look at Grand Budapest, which is a movie I love.
I
It's
love
like
Grand Budapest.
it's like because it opens up with it's basically the girl goes to the park to read the memoir, then it goes to the guy who's basically writing the
Yes.
memoir, which goes to the whole process that he had when he interviewed and talked to somebody who talked to the guy who ran the hotel. Like it's
Yes.
like that layer upon layer upon layer, and it's
Yes, those
slowly,
layers.
yeah, which is so.
Is that in?
So
in
Asteroid City
Asteroid
is like
City?
that. Asteroid City
I didn't
is
get it.
so it's tough to get. It is tough to find the layers because it is it is a it is a uh it is a documentary about a playwright that
Yeah,
at the same
I got that
time
part of it.
they have hired actors to act out his last play that he wrote. And so but it plays out so much that you forget that they're actors and you just think, okay, this is the story you're trying to tell me about the fact that
Right.
that there's this weird alien thing going on in this little tiny New Mexico town in the middle of nowhere. But there's like jarring moments where all of a sudden, because they're actually just playing parts, but
Oh,
every once in a while,
I got that part. That's the
but
spoiler.
but the thing is that like in the play, people are going through, they have to act as if they're going through these tragedies that are going on in the play. But as the movie slowly reveals, the actual actors are going through tragedies themselves,
Stop.
and they tie
Okay.
together.
I get it.
And that's why you have to watch it to like, and you can't just have it on in the background. You got to just sit
I
and
know.
experience it.
I just didn't
And
love it.
I don't know.
It's no Grand Budapest or Steve Zissou.
Well, it's still
I love Steve Zissou. My God, it's
Well,
so
I know
That
Steve
one
Zissou
didn't
is
hit quite
fantastic,
as-
but Tannenbaum's is it's just so good.
Tannenbaum's good too. I like those other ones better.
I mean, it's basically Tannenbaum's, and now it's Asteroid City, and then like if it's
Really?
possible to say they tie, Budapest and Zissou tie.
Hmm.
I
Wow.
watched an interview.
I'm inverted from that.
Yeah.
I watched an interview from about Willem Dafoe talking about how he got the role on Steve Zissou. It's like it was like a total chance meeting where
He's so
they
perfect.
happened to be at the same place at the same time. They both needed to go and like they both were hungry. And so they said, well, let's and then and they're the people they were gonna go to lunch with like canceled on them and they happened to be and they're like, well, let's go get lunch. And just because he's like, I really appreciate your movies and I really appreciate your acting ability. And so then they sat there and they were like, and then Willem Dafoe just like you have to take every single one of these things as a possibility to get work. He said, so I was like, I'd love to work with you sometime. And Wes said, oh, I mean, I I would love for you to work. And I have a role I think you'd be perfect for, but we've already cast it and we start filming in 2 weeks, so there's just no way. And he's like, well, that really sucks. And he's like, yeah, but it's like I'll keep you in mind. And then like 3 weeks later, Like he like got a call from Wes Anderson, just called him directly, and he's like, so somebody dropped out. He's like, it wasn't the role that I wanted you to do, but it's a role that still think you do really well. Can you fly to Italy tomorrow? And he's like, yeah, I can. And so then there was some weird chance like lunch meeting turned into, him playing Klaus.
That's probably like how a lot of that stuff happens.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's just, and he was so good as Klaus, just like,
I was also disappointed with the other movie, the Post. What was it called?
French Dispatch was.
Dispatch. Yeah, that didn't do anything for me at
So,
all.
so the whole thing with that is that it's still not as bad as Darjeeling for me. Darjeeling, I was
like
like,
Darjeeling.
I
liked it
know, and
better than
I
that.
know I'm in the minority here, but Darjeeling is like watching paint dry for me. I'm just like, it just wasn't. I don't know. There's so much stuff in Tannenbaums that every time I watch it, I just giggle. Like the time when like he goes to go talk to Owen Wilson at his place, and you just realize that there's just stacks and stacks of pornos all around him.
I
Like,
don't remember that.
yeah, like go watch it. It's just like
I've not
just
seen it.
stacks
So
and
it was
stacks of
Michelle and
videotapes.
Lee's first date. It was our first date. We went
Oh,
to
really?
Yeah.
Maybe I wasn't paying attention to the movie so much. I mean, I remember the movie, but I just don't remember all those details.
Just and yeah, and Gene Hackman was just, and like I said, every good Wes Anderson movie, like really good, makes me cry. And like Rushmore is the only Wes Anderson movie. Well, then Darjeeling because it's just boring. But like it
You
doesn't
ever
make
watch
me
Bottle
cry.
Rocket?
Bottle Rocket, it's there's like 20 minutes they need to get rid of in that movie.
Which 20?
Like, I don't know, let's start with him following around the maid for like
Oh
10
yeah,
minutes at the
that's creepy.
hotel.
Yeah, it's creepy.
It's like, what are you, it's, that could have been short. I mean, that was his first movie though. So, I mean,
Yeah, sure.
I mean, he's getting his feet, um,
I love the bank robber guy though. What was it? Applejack.
oh yeah.
Applejack. You lost it. Did you ever have it?
Did you ever
Did
have
you,
it?
did you
He's
ever
like,
have it? He goes, man, I lost it. I lost it. Did you ever have it?
did you ever
So,
have
just
it?
so great.
That was a good line.
James Caan.
Yeah, James Caan, who like he basically put up all the money to make that
Oh, did
movie,
he?
get that movie to be made.
How about that?
Yeah. Uh, and I really like Island of Dogs or Isle of Dogs. What do you want to? I really like Isle of Dogs.
Isle of Dogs.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
super
it was
good.
okay. And I've not seen Mr. Fox.
Oh, Fantastic Mr. Fox is good too. It's
I do
very
like.
clever.
I mean, I feel like we've done this conversation before.
The short movies that he made.
No,
Did you
some of
watch
them
those on Netflix?
I
Those are
watch a couple
great.
of them. I watch a couple of them. The one with you could see through the cards.
That was because they're all based on those old stories
Yeah.
of what's his face. Yeah. That was a good. That was
Moonrise
that,
Kingdom. That was what I was thinking of. Like I like.
and that was also one that just didn't hit for me.
Yeah, we're different with him. I
Yeah,
get
I mean, it's
the
just
feeling,
it had its moments, but also it was that one just dragged and dragged in parts.
but it had
where-
those details that I like. Just those weird little obsessive things about the movie that he just like doesn't make sense that he spent so much time to investigate it, and it's there.
So, in Asteroid City, Margot Robbie has one scene, and it it makes me cry every single time I watch it. And all she's doing is reciting the words from a scene that she was supposed to have in the play, but it was cut because of runtime. But she just basically acts out and does her lines. And that's all it is. And it is in the music and the way it's filmed and everything. It's just like you're like,
I had high hope that movie, but I just didn't it didn't do anything for me. I mean, I've not seen the whole thing either. I stopped watching it halfway through.
yeah, I don't know. It was
Maybe I'll go back to it and see if I missed something.
yeah. No, it definitely was very it's very polarizing. People either loved it or hated it, so which I think is what Anderson tries to do with all his movies anyway. So God, Just Hackman is so
Although, but-
good. Is that it's
but
just
Grand
just an
Budapest
asshole?
Hotel is a banger for me.
Oh, it is. I mean, it's
Non-stop banger for me, for him.
you know what
Everything about it. Everything.
you know what
Not a
thing
single
that
bad scene.
I mean, I don't know. Well, yeah, it just hits it. But I don't know if you noticed this, but I remember I was watching this in the movie theater with my only friend that really enjoys Anderson movies, and we both started laughing at the exact same thing. But remember when uh uh I can't think of the actor's name. Goldblum is being followed by Willem Dafoe, and
Yes.
like and he goes to the museum,
Yes.
and did you just throw my cat out the window? It's like, but no, and Goldblum goes into the museum, and there's that guard in the front, and there's that sign that says the museum closes in 20 minutes or whatever it is.
Yes.
And
yes.
and the sign isn't like it's a sign that you'd have to move by hand. You'd
Yes.
have to like move the hand things, and
Right.
then he goes in, and then Willem Dafoe follows him in, and the guard just looks up and kind of glares at him, and you realize that he has moved the sign to say the museum closes in 10 minutes. Like the guard has actually and move it to here,
Yeah.
just like. And I just started laughing.
I do remember that the ludicrousness of having a sign that says when it's going to close.
And the fact that like he would have
Real
had to
time.
manually change it. You know,
Yes.
it
Yeah,
just
that's the ludicrousness. Ludicrous. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
I loved the moment as
Lunacy.
well where when Ray Fine like he's maintained his like perfect control like throughout the other, never really getting too upset, never getting until they finally track that guy down that can exonerate him. And he just and the guy's like, and he said, well, why the fuck did you? It's like he just finally loses it at the end. Yeah, no, just
I might watch it again now that we talked about it so much.
oh no, it's
Yeah, I haven't seen those in forever.
yeah, Budapest is a very good movie. I mean, all his stuff is really good. My wife just thinks I'm crazy for liking all this stuff as much as I do, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It just hits on those levels for me.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
I
something
just
the mind of him is just so weird.
well, and the fact that like
And that's why I'm like disappointed with the most recent stuff because it's not hitting as good as Budapest for me.
with the Tannenbaum, like the whole like having what's his face be the narrator, Alec Baldwin, like being the narrator throughout the whole thing and presenting it like that. The uh I mean the Wilson brothers. I mean, it's so weird to me that he kind of just stopped working with Luke and Owen Wilson. Like they were in like
Maybe they
everything.
got too expensive.
I don't
That's
know,
probably
maybe,
right.
but I mean,
Although Steve Zissou was probably darn expensive. There's a
yeah.
lot of big names in that one.
Well, I mean, he wrote that movie for Bill Murray. Like he was just
Yeah.
like, I'm going to have Bill Murray be the lead in this.
Thinking about some of those things that were crazy.
When he makes when
I
Owen
didn't like
Wilson.
it at first, but I think over time I just got.
Oh, my dad hated it. I made my dad go to it. My younger brother Pete and we took my
Kate
dad and he was like,
Blanchett's in it.
and he was like,
Angelica Houston's in it. William
Yeah.
Dafoe, Jeff Goldblum, Spud Court.
your cat's dead. What? How? When? A rattlesnake bit it. Well, did you have to say it like that? How would you just? I mean, I mean, it's like, is that my coffee machine? They fucking stole
Its
it.
budget was only $50 million.
I mean, that was the beginning of his
It made
miniatures.
$34.8 million though. That's a loss.
Well, that was the beginning of his like whole miniatures thing, right?
Yeah.
You know, like
yeah, I like that. Budapest.
Yeah, just
Perfect.
that's got one of the like that line, the line that always makes me cry when he was just like I forget what it is, but it's something like uh something like my boy will be 12 years old, and he says that was my favorite age. And then like he's yeah, I mean it's just like which is, if you want to dive deep into Steve Zissou, which is like a joke of a thing to say as it is, but it is about getting old and not being who you were,
Right.
and being comfortable with the idea of getting old. And it's like, and it hits, when I watch it now, it hits harder because of that, because we're all getting older, time is running out. And if you think about it too long, you know, it'll end up
So its
crushing you.
budget was 25 million, and it made 174 million worldwide.
Which one?
Budapest,
Yeah. Um,
60 million in US. I don't know if those are added together, but it says worldwide. So 60 million US, 174 million worldwide.
what is the
25 million at budget.
it's good. I mean, the
Opening weekend was terrible though. $811,000. So basically, it had to have word of mouth after that,
Yeah.
because
from what I
nobody
understand,
nobody went and saw it on the first day.
it wasn't really, because I mean, there's like one art house movie theater in town that and from what I understand, those were the only ones that carried it
Yeah,
at the very beginning.
yeah, we had to go see it at art house movie theater.
Um, I mean, yeah, he's like he goes, Ethel, I need your help with something. And she's like, what is it? He's like, I need you to sign these papers. What are they for? It's so we can get divorced. He's just like, what? He's like, yeah, just go ahead. And she's like signing the papers, and he looks over at oh, why can't I think of that actor? Danny Glover, and he's like, I never really saw what she saw in you, but now I realize you're everything that I'm not. It's like, is that? It's like, are we actually divorced now? They will be as soon as I get downtown and submit the paperwork, you know. And he's just like, and that's what he's like. He's like, it's like, this is your building, and it's like, because they walked out of his like apartment or whatever, or his apartment building. He's like, I used to own building. My children took it from me after I misappropriated their trust funds.
Yes, I gotta watch that again.
It's just like,
I think I haven't seen it since Michelle and I's date.
oh, it's just the fact that he has his redemption arc, just like, but which is, but the whole thing where it's just like,
I remember
it's like,
really
I'd like
cracking
everybody to,
up
what?
over the hand.
Yes.
Just so, like the chopping wood thing, like there was some kind of timing with the joke.
Oh
with the
yeah,
chopping
yeah.
of the wood.
Or there's the moment where he says when he's like, because he pretends that he's gonna die to get the kids to like him again. And he's like, so what do you want to, how much time you got left? I don't know, maybe weeks, It's just like, well, what is it you want to do? Well, I thought maybe we could go to the graveyard and visit mom, and she's just, and then he says, and then his adoptive, because he always introduces it, this is my adopted daughter, like he always introduces her like that. And she's like, it's like she's like, we can all go. She's like, it's like, even me? Yeah, why wouldn't you want to go? And it's like, well, you never invited me before. Well, she wasn't really your grandma. I just figured she wouldn't want to. Just, and it's just like, and then that's when they say that what's his face? I can't think of that actor's name either. The guy that was in Dodgeball and something about Mary. Comedic actor.
Brett Favre.
No,
Um,
you know who I'm talking about though. The male lead from There's Something About Mary.
Ben Stiller.
Ben Stiller.
Ben
There you
Stiller.
go.
Yeah, Ben Stiller.
And he says, and he's like, oh, we could also, and like his brother goes, oh, we could also visit Margaret's grave too. He's like, "What's that? Oh yeah, your wife. Yeah, we can swing by her dead body too." Just like, he's just so
So
incredibly.
bad.
He's just so incredibly like effortlessly callous, and he
Yeah.
just has no idea that he's being that way. It's just he's yeah, and yeah, Hackman just chews the scenery every single scene. Uh, so good.
Gene Hackman's still alive.
Yes, but he is
Yeah,
very,
so
very, very old.
Old was it?
Like Clint Eastwood old. Speaking of which, I rewatched Unforgiven the other day.
Oh,
Clint
that's so
Eastwood
good.
and Gene Hackman.
I went on this like Western rant, like binge that I was just watching all the old Clint Eastwood movies.
Oh,
And
well, I mean,
you
there's
get to
so many.
Unforgive, you're like, oh, they're all really great. And then you get to
Yeah.
Unforgive, and you're like, even really more great.
Yeah.
Which is there's
You're
so many
like,
great ones, and then you're
Yeah.
like, this is like even greater than all of them, which is
Yeah.
amazing.
you get to that one, you're like, no,
He's
that's
94,
a
by the way.
movie. What?
Yeah, 94.
Yeah, you're watching that, and you're like, oh. So I've read some things about Clint Eastwood, and like I don't agree with the guy's politics at all, and I think he might be kind of a turd human being. But what I've heard from people that have been in his movies is that like he is the most like laid back. Like they say that you go on a certain movie sets, they're like quiet on the set, quiet on the set, just like, and there's like everything. It's like, but they're like just going crazy, and like they say he's just super laid back, and then he's just like, and he's always like, and like he won't even talk to the actors. He'll just say, and then he'll just be having like conversations, real quiet conversations with like whoever, the light, the sound, and then like he'll just turn around and he'll go ahead. That's it. He's like, and then how was it? And then they're like, and then they get done, and then he'll just say, let's do it again. And like until he gets, very rarely does he actually like, step in and say, I need this or anything like that. They say
Did
he's
you ever
just,
watch Gran Torino?
yes,
did, yeah.
Pretty good too.
that's a good movie.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch any of his war movies, like
Oh yeah. Yeah.
the
Kelly's Heroes and
no the more modern? What was the
the Iwo Jima stuff
the
and
Iwo Jima ones?
yeah,
Go watch them.
that's good. Um, Unforgiven, where and then it's like the slow, like you don't ever actually see
Unforgiven is
him.
so amazing. I can't
Well,
even.
no, and because you
Yeah,
never see him actually be like a gunfighter until it's basically forced on him at the
yeah.
very end when he's just like, and he walks in and he's like, who owns this shithole? Oh, that'd be me. He's like, rest of you
He's
better
94
step.
also.
Yeah, rest of you just better step aside. It's like, you just killed an unarmed man. Well, if you're gonna decorate your bar with the body of my friend, you probably should arm yourself. It's just, and then I don't deserve this. I was building a house. Deserve has nothing to do with it. And I'll see you in hell, William Money. Yeah. Just before he puts a bullet in his head. I'll see you in hell. Yeah.
What year was that? 1992. And it
Best
took me a
picture.
long time to watch it. I think it took me like 10 years to watch it.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't
One
watch it
best.
till 10 years after.
Yeah, one best picture. Like that was like it wasn't until True Grit that another Western won best picture.
That was
Yeah.
pretty good. I like that one.
True Grit was
That was good.
yeah, True Grit was a very good
Yeah, westerns are still there's something about them.
it's, I mean, if you want to talk about it, it's like they're kind of testosterone filled, but they're also just like that I mean they're very Americana, like
Sure.
the idea that we're um like we as Americans, we tamed that land, right? I mean, we move west and we took it and we and we made it our own. We got the resources out of it. We settled it. We raised families and things like that. It's very much very manifest destiny, just like that we as Americans were destined to just control everything and be in charge of it. And um yeah, I don't know. I mean, from his old stuff, Outlaw Josie Wales is great. Um
Yeah, all those.
that scene where he's talking to 10 bears, and he's just like, when he's talking to the native chief, and and they're just like, and he's just like, uh where because they're trying to set up a homestead there, and they show up, and he's just like, I give you life, and it's just like, it's like, I promise you, it's like, he goes through the whole thing. It's like, uh we will slaughter, you are allowed to slaughter some of our cattle every year for food and everything like that, and I give you these things, and it's like, but I promise you death, and it is guaranteed, and the rifle in my hands and the guns in my side, and the whole thing with the neighbor. You don't give me anything. You're not offering me anything that I don't already have. And he's like, you're right. I'm not, but I am trying to, like, I want to live in a world where people can live together and not try to kill each other every single day. And 10 Bears just looks at it is life. Yeah. Yes, and they decide to work together. I mean, I don't know. That whole thing is great. Um Good, Bad, and the Ugly, obviously.
Amazing.
Oh, just
I liked all those. Few dollars more and
few dollars more.
Another
Mule
one.
for Sister Sarah.
I
With
think
the
I never saw
big.
that one.
You never saw that one? You gotta watch A Mule for Sister Sarah. Go
No.
watch it. It's got one of those. I mean, it's a spaghetti western, but I mean, it's got the big reveal, the at the end kind of thing. Um, it no. Hang 'em High. You know what? Since I'm just trying to remember them, why don't I just
A lot
pull?
of movies.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, he was uh Dirty Harry. You know, just like,
I think
um,
the Deadpool was my first Dirty Harry movie. Like I don't know why we went and saw it because I think it was due in college. Was it when did it come out?
Pale Rider. You ever watch?
1988. I saw it in high school.
Did you ever watch Pale Rider,
Familiar, but I can't remember.
where he's the preacher?
I must have. I went through a whole mess of them, but I don't remember details.
And it's he's totally like it totally is a hint at um his Man with No Name kind of
Right.
supernatural, moment or whatever. Just um you know I mean, other stuff like Million Dollar Baby was great.
Never saw that one.
I mean, it's a good movie. It's a tough watch. It's a good movie. He directed
I
Midnight in the Garden
unfortunately
of
know the
Good and Evil.
spoilers of it. But
What?
yeah.
Oh
yeah, no,
yeah.
he's directed amazing. It's kind of amazing.
So Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, in my opinion, is a really, really good book. Really, really good movie. And
Right.
it is
That's Kevin
um
Spacey. Right?
yep. For we knew he was a horrible human being.
Yeah.
Absolute Power was not a great movie, but definitely like it
Vaguely remember that.
it's basically he's the master thief who witnesses um in the process of robbing a house. He, like, obviously, like, very, very wealthy person. In the process of robbing that house, he finds this like secret closet, basically, that's used for illicit purposes, but it's got a one-way mirror, and he's able to see this woman and Gene Hackman is like they begin to have sex, but then it gets super violent and like Gene Hackman doesn't end up killing her, but like these bodyguards show up and they kill her. And then it's revealed that Gene Hackman's the president of the United
Oh,
States.
spoilers.
Oh no, you find that out in the first like
Okay.
5 minutes of the movie. It's not
I never.
you,
I don't remember if I don't think I. That's not ringing a bell. Maybe I
and
should go.
so and then they realize that there was somebody there. They realize that, and then he knows and he has proof that he did this, and so then it becomes like this cat and mouse game of them
see,
trying to
yeah.
find him.
Scott
Yeah, Scott Glenn was
Glenn
in it.
Harris. Yeah, a lot of good names.
It is a popcorn movie, but it is Dennis Haysbert is in it. Yeah, well worth
All right.
the watch.
Well, we need to watch some more Clint Eastwood movies.
Yeah, no.
Not.
What was
There's a
the
lot of movies
other?
to watch.
Yeah, Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima.
I never did see those.
Mystic River. That's a tough watch, but great movie.
I've seen that one. Oh, I
Tough
didn't love
watch.
it.
What?
I didn't love that movie. It was okay for me.
Yeah. I watched The Mule. I watched Richard Jewell, which was good.
I watched that one too.
Yep.
Kind of boring.
Well, it's kind of boring, but I mean, I did really enjoy. I mean, that was one of those things like, wow, that guy really got screwed.
He did.
Richard Jewell, yeah. He absolutely got fucked.
Yeah.
By remember when they actually had Richard Jewell? The actual Richard Jewell on um on Saturday Night Live, and
No.
they like it was just like, and I forget what the bit was, but the the bit was was it Janet Reno was the I forget who the political figure was who was like the attorney general at that time, that basically like was spearheading the like, we think it's this guy type of thing, but he hadn't done it anything. But Will Ferrell dressed up as her and
Yeah.
like came out
So
and
good.
he's like oh, and she's like, and he goes, well, it's like, it's just like, go ahead. He just punches Will Ferrell in the stomach. Oh, it's like, same time tomorrow. Just like, just
All right, let's go.
yeah. I mean, if you want to hang out after hours, I understand. But
We can hang out for a minute.
yeah, okay. Good night, everybody. Always, well, everything.